Thus far in this course, you'll learn quite a bit about React Native and how to build user interfaces, screens with it. But what you didn't really learn is how to build a real app with multiple screens between which you can navigate forth and back. Yes, we of course had our number guesser game, and there we had multiple screens. We had the free screens we used there. But actually what we did there is that we only rendered these screens under different conditions. So in the end, we just had a couple of if checks there to then render one of the free screens. Now for this little application, for this little demo, this worked, but what was missing there was some real navigation between screens with a header, with a back button, maybe with some tabs at the bottom or a side drawer you could open. So basically all the navigation patterns you know from most apps you download from the app stores. And therefore that's exactly what we'll have a look at in this module. We'll have a look at how you can add real navigation between screens to your React Native app, and for this we'll also build a brand new app. So which kind of application will we build in this module here? We'll build a meals app, an app where we can view some recipes, favorite some recipes, and also filter recipes. And for this in this application, we'll need some navigation. We'll have our header there with some title in the middle and with a menu button here on the left, which allows us to open a side drawer, to which I'll come back in a second. And at the bottom of this page here, we'll have tabs. We'll have two tabs. One for all meals, all recipes, and one for our favorites, which we'll of course be able to add in this app. Now on that all page, we'll have a grid of categories. So basically something like Italian, exotic, maybe German food. So basically different food categories. And when we tap one of these categories, we'll be taken on a second screen where we'll then have a back button at the top to go back with another title, the category title. And on that screen, we'll then have the recipes. So there we'll have multiple such cards with, let's say, an image, a title, some extra information about the recipe, like how long it takes to create it, and so on. So when we click the back button, we're of course taken back here. Now that's one part, and that's all when we're on the all tab down there. So when this is the active tab. Now we're not done in this flow though. Of course we can tap a single recipe, and that will take us to yet another page here where we can view the details about this recipe. So where we also have a header and an image of this recipe, and also have a back button, which takes us back to this page here. Where we then also have more information about the recipe, like for example the ingredients, which is such a list, and then also the steps it takes to create this recipe, like cut onions and so on. So that's the information about the recipe we have here, and we can go back. Important, we'll also have the functionality to mark a recipe as a favorite there. For example, here in the header, we could have a star icon, which allows us to do that. Well, that's an ugly star, but that's something we could have here to mark a recipe as a favorite, and we'll add it to this favorites list, because that's the other tab we got here, right? That's the second tab we got here. When we press this tab here, we're basically switching the tab on this starting screen where we have that menu button. We still have our tabs here with all and with favorites, but now let's say favorites is the active tab. Well, in this case, if favorites is the active tab, then here we essentially see a list of recipes, which looks just like this list here of recipes when we click on a category, but now only a list of categories with a list of recipes, with the recipes we marked as a favorite. Now we can still tab a single recipe then, and we're taken to that recipe detail page up there. And if we now would press the back button, we'd of course go back to this page. So the back button takes us to different pages depending on where we're coming from. Now what happens when we press that drawer here though? when we tap this menu button? What happens in this case? Well, in this case, we open a side drawer, which allows us to go to the Meals app, which in the end is this app we're starting on, where we have all in favorites, and also the Filters screen. Now, Filters is a brand new screen which we have in this application, where we also have a menu button to, well, go to that same menu here and possibly go back to the Meals page. And on Filters, we can set filters like gluten-free or vegan. And we'll have some switches here which allow us to toggle these options on and off. And we also have like a save button here at the top, which allows us to then save our selection. And then we can go back, and the recipes we see here will be filtered by our selection on the filter screen. So this is the application we're building. And now this sketch here shows two things. For one, my drawing skills aren't that awesome. Shouldn't matter too much though, because this is thankfully not a drawing class. The more important thing this sketch shows is that we'll have a lot of navigation. We have tabs, we have a side drawer, and we have forth and back navigation. So we'll go back and forth between pages. We'll have to change the title in the header based on where we're going. We'll have to change the content on the screen based on where we're going. And therefore, we need a powerful navigation solution where we don't just use if checks as we did it thus far in the course. Not only because that would be very cumbersome to write, but also because we want these beautiful animations, these transitions between screens. And that's something we thankfully can add in a relatively easy way. So let's start working on this app then. And for this, I have a brand new app here. You find it attached in case you want to build up on this same starting app. This simple app gives us this here, a very ugly app where we have some text which is overlapped by the status bar, by the notch. Now, we could fix this with save area view, as you learned earlier, but we'll not need to because we'll not keep this content anyways. And we'll use a third-party library that allows us to easily navigate between different screens and get nice animations along the way so that we don't have to take care about that. And this third-party library will also manage the notch on the device and give us this save area out of the box. Now, before we add that third-party library, let's start writing some code though, because we can only navigate between screens if we have multiple screens. So for that, I'll create a new screens folder here, and I'll also already create a components folder. The difference will be that in the screens folder, we have these React components, which we then use as, well, full screens, I guess. And in the components folder, instead, we'll have the components we use on our screens. So for example, when we have that grid of meal categories, of food categories, then our grid item would be a component. The entire grid, the entire food categories screen, however, would be, well, a screen. And I guess this makes sense. Now, as sketched, as laid out, in this app, we'll need a couple of screens, and I'll create all the files already, and we'll fill them with live throughout this module, of course. We'll need the categories screen, and I'll name the file categories screen to make it really clear what's inside there. This is the screen where we can select a category like Italian, German, American, so where we can select a food category. So we'll add content that reflects this, we'll add such a grid on this screen, in this screen component later. Now, once we selected a category, we will see a list of meals that fits into this category. And I'll name this screen, which we'll then see, which we'll navigate to, category meals screen, because this is the screen that loads the meals for a chosen category. So that's another screen we need, and another screen we'll be able to navigate to. Now, we also will need a favorites screen, which is the screen that holds all our favorite recipes, our favorite meals. And we'll also need a meal detailed screen. That's the screen we see if we tap on a single meal inside of a chosen category or on the favorites screen. This then shows us the ingredients and the detailed steps for this meal. Now, and last but not least, as laid out, we'll need a filters screen. And this filters screen is the screen that allows us to set, well, filters like vegan food, so that we only see recipes which are vegan or vegetarian or gluten-free or lactose-free. These will be the 4 categories I'll have in this app. So these are the screens. Now we'll add components as we need them and not add all the files in advance. And with that we have the, well, very, very, very basic setup we need here, though of course all our screens are totally empty. Now we'll populate them with more live step by step, but I at least want to set up a basic component in each of these screens. So I'll start in the categories screen, and of course we need to import React from React there because we'll build a React component. And we'll also import something from React Native because obviously we'll build a React component here that uses some React Native components. To be precise, I will start simple here and import a view and a text from React Native and then create my component, the categories screen in this case, which takes props or which might receive props at least because it's a normal React component after all, and where I will export this as my default component. I'll also add a style sheet because chances are we'll need this, and if we don't, we can still delete it later. So I'll set up my styles here with style sheet create like this. So that's a very basic React component. Doesn't render anything though. So inside of the component function here, we'll have to return something, and that something is some JSX code where I want to render a view and in there a text, and here I say the categories screen. Now I'll also give that view some style where I say styles.screen with a very basic screen layout or a screen styling here where I set flex to 1 and then justify content to center and align items to center. And as you learned, this will do one thing. It will center the content on the screen. So it will center this text on the screen in the end. This is the base component, and I'll copy that content into all other screens. And of course, this is not the final content we'll have there, just some dummy content so that we can start navigating between some of these screens and see something. So here we have the category meal screen. That's this component here, and that's therefore what we need to export here. And here I will therefore say the category meal screen like this. Now I'll also add this to the favorites screen and rename this to favorites screen, and of course therefore export favorites screen here. And then here I can say the favorites screen, copy that into the filters screen and do the same thing there. It's the filters screen. I renamed it and I exported this, and also say the filters screen here in our text. And last but not least, this is the meal detail screen. So here we have the meal detail screen, also name it meal detail screen here, and export the meal detail screen. So with that, we got that all set up in these screens. Now we're almost done with all the preparation. I just want to add some special fonts to this app, and thereafter we'll dive right into adding some navigation. Now you learned how you can add fonts to an application, and attached you find a zip file with the fonts I want to add. For that, in the assets folder, I'll add a new fonts folder, and then it's the Open Sans bold and regular TTF file, which is in the zip file you find attached, that I want to add here. Now adding the files alone won't do much, as you of course know. Instead we have to load these fonts, and we do that in the app.js file, which is our starting file that starts the entire app. In there, we need to import everything as font from expo-font, and this might not be available in your project yet, so therefore you might want to run npm install --save expo font to be sure that it's available to install that package. And with that installed, you can import font from there like that. And I also want to import the app loading component from Expo. That's the component that will prolong the splash screen when the app starts until our fonts are loaded, so that we only see something on the screen when all our assets, and in this case these are the fonts, are really available and are really there. Now with that, with these imports added, we can add a function here outside of our component function, which I'll name fetch fonts. And this is a function which will in the end use font. So what I'm importing here, load async, and then we pass in our object where we describe the data we want to load. And that's the OpenSense font, which I'll register under OpenSense. We add this by requiring this from /assets fonts OpenSense, not bold, but regular TTF. And then in addition, we have open-sans-bold. That's the other font I want to register by requiring it from assets fonts OpenSense bold TTF, like this. Now we need to return this because load async returns a promise, and I want to return this in my fetch fonts function, because with this we can use it together with the app loading component. And that's a pattern you learned about earlier in the course. So in case this is brand new to you, make sure you go through the other sections of this course first. So now we can use fetch fonts with app loading, and we do this inside of our app component. In there, I will manage some state, and I do this with the help of the use state hook, which we import from React. And I'll name this state font loaded and set font loaded and call use state. And initially that's false because initially the font hasn't been loaded. And then here we can check if the font has not been loaded, which initially is the case. Then I want to return the app loading component instead of my normal app content. Because in the app loading component, we can add the start async property and point at fetch fonts, which kicks off this font fetching function. And once this is done, the function we pass to onFinish will be called. And in this function, I'll simply set font loaded to true, like this. So this makes sure that we simply keep the splash screen open until our fonts are loaded. And this will be rendered until we really loaded our fonts, and thereafter we'll instead load this content. Now with that, we're making sure that we're importing our fonts and that we can start using them, and we'll need them throughout this module. With that, it's now time to get started with actually adding what we all came for, the navigation. It's important to understand how navigation works in native apps. And especially if you have a web development background, it's important to understand how it differs from navigating between screens in the web. Because in the web, you actually enter a URL, and if you're building a React app, you use a tool like the React router to then load the user's component. And if you click a link that goes to mysite.com/products, again, the React router, which is an extra library you installed, kicks in, sees that you changed the path in your URL, and loads a different React component. That's how navigation works in the web. So the URL is your source of truth, and changing that URL might be picked up by libraries like React Router, which then render different components onto the screen. That's how a React for web app works. Now, there's one important difference to that when we think about native apps. We have no URL. Users don't go around in your app by entering some URL. Instead, you're pressing buttons, you're pressing tabs, and you're going forth and back. You have back buttons, you have side drawers. That's how you navigate on mobile apps. To be precise, as I mentioned, having tabs is one common pattern you see there. The other common pattern is that you navigate in a stack of pages. And that simply means that you go to some page, you click on some item, you're taken to a new screen, and then automatically you get a back button at the top, or on Android you have one built into the device, of course. And when you press that, you're navigated back to the page you were on before, and you get a smooth transition for that. So there you could navigate around, for example, load a user's component by pressing the tab or by pressing a special item and being navigated there. And navigation simply looks and feels a bit different to the users. Now, of course, we want to bring that look and feel to our React Native app too. And thankfully, that's very easy with the help of a third-party library we'll use. The third-party library which we'll use, and for this I stopped my Expo server here, is React Navigation. We can install it with npm install --save React Navigation, like this. And whilst it's called React Navigation, it's actually a navigation library that's built for React Native. Now, you can also kind of use it in web apps, but its main focus is native apps built with React Native. So even though it's called React Navigation, it's for React Native, not just for React for the web. So we can simply install this package here into our application to get started using it. And of course, I'll teach you the ins and outs of this package and how to use it for different navigation patterns in this module. But in case you want to dive deeper or you also want to have a written guide, definitely also check out reactnavigation.org, which is the official page of this package, where you can dive into the docs to learn all about this package. There you can read all about it in great detail. You learn how to use it, how to configure it, and so on. There's a lot you can do with it. And whilst I will cover the majority of this here, this is a great resource for you to dive deeper. Now, one thing we see here, which we absolutely should do, is we should run this command you see here, which installs a bunch of extra dependencies React Navigation needs. So simply copy this command from the Getting Started page here and execute it in your project in the command line, in the integrated terminal you have there. Not npm install, but expo install, though the only difference is that expo install behind the scenes will run npm install, but it will pick the specific versions of these packages that work with your specific expo version. So it's a safer version of npm install, you could say, and therefore it's recommended that you use that here. Now, one additional note about this command and this page in general. At the top left of this page, you see the version of React Navigation these docs are relating to. Now, in this course, we're using version 3 or 4, they're pretty much the same. We're not using version 5 right now, because version 5 uses a slightly different syntax, which we for the moment won't cover. So make sure that if you're falling back to the docs, you actually select version 4 or 3 of the documentation here to follow along smoothly. Of course, you can always have a look at version 5 and manually try to adjust the code if you want to, but for a smooth experience, where the focus of course lies on React Native and not React Navigation, make sure you pick version 4 or 3 here. That's just a little side note in case you're wondering about the difference between the docs here and what you see in this course. Now, one important note though, whilst we stick to React Navigation version 4 here, later in the course, I will have a whole module on React Navigation 5 and later, where I will show you how to convert your project to use that latest version, so that you have the best of both worlds and you learn both kinds of setting up navigation and doing navigation in React Native apps, because both version 4 as well as the future versions 5 and later will be super important to know. So let's simply copy this command and also make sure that besides installing React Navigation, which is the core package of course, we also install these packages into the project by running expo install here. Now with installation finished here, I can restart my expo server with npm start and we can now start using React Navigation. Now for this, I'll create a new folder in my project and I'll name it Navigation. This is not something you have to do, but it can help you keep your code clean. Because in there, I'll create a new file. I'll create my meals navigator.js file. Now, this file name is totally up to you. I just want to indicate that in there, I will set up the configuration for my navigation for my meals app here, which I'm building. So that's why I name it like this. And it's the meals navigator.js file where I want to set up my, navigation configuration. I want to tell React Navigation, that library we installed, which different screens we have, how they are connected, and how we want to be able to move between them. Now, it's easier to simply see that than to just talk about them. So therefore, in the Meals Navigator, let's get started setting up some navigation. I want to get started with the most basic form of navigation and also the most common form of navigation you have in any mobile app. And that's how to go back and forth between screens. And for this, we'll set up a so-called stack navigator because pages or screens, I'll use these words as synonyms here. So pages and screens are basically managed on a stack of pages. And whenever you go to a new screen, it will be pushed on top of that stack. And the topmost screen on a stack is always the screen which is visible. And when you then click the back button, this is popped off. This screen you were on is popped off. And since you always see on the app the topmost screen, you will see the screen below that, which is the screen you came from. That's why it's called Stack Navigator. Now that's the theory. Let's simply use it and it will become very clear. We import it from React Navigation, and its name, or the name of the function we actually need to create such a Stack Navigator, is create Stack Navigator. Now, one important note, this syntax is correct if you're using React Navigation version 3. If you're using React Navigation version 4, it changed slightly. Then you need to install an extra package, like mentioned on a lecture earlier. You need to run npm install --save react-navigation-stack and install this extra package. And with it installed, you import create stack navigator from react-navigation-stack instead of React Navigation. That's a minor adjustment you then have to make for create stack navigator. And when we create other navigators, for example, the tabs or drawer navigator later, you will have respective packages you need to install, React Navigation-tabs and so on. Again, that is all covered in the lecture you find before this lecture. Now here I did record this course with React Navigation version 3, which otherwise is exactly the same. It's only the import which differs, and therefore I will import from React Navigation here. But if you're following along on version 4, it's react-navigation-stack, an extra package you need to install. So that's how React Navigation, this library, works. You create so-called navigators, which are in the end just, you could say, objects, actually React components as it will turn out, which hold all the navigation configuration, which hold all the information which different screens you have, and which will do the heavy lifting of loading different screens and playing nice smooth transitions for going from A to B for you. So we need to import create stack navigator, and then we can simply call that. Now create stack navigator takes at least one argument, and that is a JavaScript object where we configure the different screens we want to be able to move between. Now in this app, I want to start on the categories screen, and if I tap on a category there, I want to go to the category meals screen, and if I then tap on a recipe there on a meal, I want to go to the meal detail screen. So we'll need these three screens in our stack navigator so that these are the three screens we can move between by using this stack pattern, by pushing new pages and popping them off. And why don't we need favorites and filters? Because filters will later be added with the help of a side drawer. It will be an alternative to this stack here. And favorites also is an alternative to this stack. We will be able to go there with tabs later, but not right now. So let's start with this basic stack-based navigation where we can go forth and back between category screen, category meals screen, and meal detail screen. We inform React Navigation about these three screens by registering them as key value pairs. You take any identifier, any name of your choice, for example, categories, but this name is up to you, as a property name. Convention is to start with a capital character here, by the way, but you don't have to do that technically. So you use any identifier you want as a property name in this object you're passing to create stack navigator. And now the value in its simplest form simply is a pointer at the React component you want to load as a screen for this screen. So in my case, that would be the categories screen. So I'll import this. I'll import categories screen from screens categories screen. I can import this because this is my default export. So now we map this to categories, and this allows us to later tell React Navigation, this library we're using, that it should load the categories screen. Now, as I said, this is not the only screen I need. I also want to have the category meals. So this is the second screen. This screen will present all the meals for the chosen category. For that, we have another component, and that's the category meals screen we prepared, which we import from screens category meals screen. So we map this here. Now, by the way, I mentioned that this is the simplest form of mapping, simply having the property name and then a pointer at the component you want to load. You also can pass an object here instead and set the screen property on this object, and then point on at the component you want to load. Now, why would you do that? Because now you can also set up additional configuration here besides the screen. You could set up some default options for the screen and so on, but this is not something we have to worry about right now. We'll actually take care about this later in this module. Just already want to mention that this is the shortcut. This is the longer form of telling React Navigation which screen should be loaded for which identifier. Speaking of that, we need a third identifier, of course, and that's the identifier that should load our detail screen. I'll name it meal detail, and I want to point at my meal detail screen. So I'll import meal detail screen from, and now let's go to the screens folder, and there it's the meal detail screen. And again, I'll use the shortcut here. We could use that longer form, but I'll use that shortcut and point at the meal detail screen. So with that basic configuration, we're telling React Navigation, hey, these are the screens we'll be able to move between. Right now, however, that alone won't do much. Why? Because we're creating that stack navigator, but we're not doing anything with it. So let's change this. Create stack navigator actually returns a navigation container, and that turns out to be a React component. So I'll name this meals navigator. Sounds like a fitting name because that's what we have in the end here. And now we're storing the React component created by the stack navigator, which is basically a React component with all the heavy lifting of loading different screens and playing animations. This React component is stored in meals navigator. Now we could export the meals navigator here and try using it like this in app.js to render it onto the screen and see what happens. But actually, React Navigation works a bit differently. You also need to create an app container. In this app container, you need to wrap your root, so your main navigator. In this case, we only have one. We only have the stack navigator. So let's wrap this with it. Let's wrap the meals navigator we created by calling create app container, and then simply pass the meals navigator as an argument. Create app container also creates a navigation container, so also gives you a React component, but this is now actually the React component you should use in your JSX code, because this now has all the metadata about the navigation in general, about React navigation and so on. So this is simply a pattern you need. Wrap your root, your most important navigator, with that, and use this return React component in your JSX code then. This is basically the setup you'll always have when working with React Navigation. Later, you will also learn how to use multiple navigators in one app, by the way. For now, we have this one, and we export this component which this in the end creates. So now in app.js, we can start using this component so that we see something on the screen. For that, let's go there and import the meals navigator from navigation meals navigator. Now, as I mentioned, meals navigator is now just a React component. So in the end, what we can do is we can simply return this. Instead of returning our view with our text here, I will return meals navigator. And since it's a React component, I can simply write some JSX code like this. With that, if we save this, we have a look at our application as it reloads. You might need to manually reload your app. You should see the categories screen once it reloaded. And this, of course, is huge because this means that this works. Now, please also note that you also by default get a nice header which has the default platform look. For iOS, it's clean, flat, has this thin line below it. For Android, it's more three-dimensional because it also has a slight drop shadow. Now, of course, it's missing a title, and you will learn how we can add one in this module, but we get this out of the box. And this automatically also respects any notches you might have, the status bar you have here, so it automatically uses such a safe area view. And that's also what I mentioned in the last course module. Whilst you have this component and you sometimes need it, for example, when building an app with React Navigation already wraps your views into a safe area view. At least it will do a lot of the work you would have to do otherwise. It will make sure that your header looks good. And that is a big thing because manually creating a header that looks good on all devices is actually quite some work. So that's what we get here. The obvious question now is, how can we reach our other screens? Well, to reach our other screens, we need something which we can click, which we can tap. Later, we'll have our grid of categories here, and we will work on this in this module too. But just to get started with navigation, I will add a boring button. So on the categories screen where I have this text, I want to add a button which I can tap to go to the category meals screen. So here I'll add this React Native button, the one which is built in, and set a title of Go to Meals. And when we press this button, I want to trigger a function which actually takes me to the category meals screen. Now, we set up the category meals screen here, but how can we now go to it? Well, for this, it's important to know that any component you loaded with the help of React Navigation gets a special prop passed in automatically. So any component mapped to one of your screen identifiers here, so in this case, these three components, will get this special prop. Nested components in there don't automatically get it. Just the top level components you mapped to identifiers in your navigators. So that's a special prop I'm talking about. Let's have a look at it. So here in props, we can extract it. And let's simply start by console logging props here so that we can get an idea. And for now, so that we don't get an error, I'll just pass an empty function here to onPress. So let's save this and let's see what's inside of props. This reloads, we have the button which doesn't do anything. And here in the console, we indeed see props isn't empty. This is our props object, and there we have a navigation prop, which itself is an object, which has some actions, okay, but which also has, for example, pop, push, replace, reset, and a navigate function. So a bunch of functions in there, functions which help us get around in our app. It also has a screen props prop. So our prop has screen props, which we can ignore for now. So this is what's inside of props. And this navigation prop, this navigation part which is in there, really helps us. So this navigation prop. It helps us here because when we press this button, and I'll do this with an inline arrow function here. Of course, you could have a separate function which you create and which you then map to onPress. This helps us. This can be used to navigate around. So on props navigation, navigation is this special prop we're getting by React Navigation because we loaded this categories screen component with the help of our navigator here. This special navigation prop has a navigate method, and this is your main method, the most important method for getting around with the help of React Navigation. How does navigate work? Navigate takes a object as an argument, and in this object you can set up the route name to which you want to navigate. So you pass a route name property in this object which you pass to navigate. And now important, the route name you specify here has to be one of the three route names I set up here. Now route names are the identifiers you chose in front of these colons. So the property names in this object you passed to create Stack Navigator. These are your route names. This is what you can now use to navigate around. So here I want to go to category meals. This is the route name I want to use. So hence here, I pointed category meals, but not like this. This in JavaScript would look for a category meals variable. Instead, to a string named category meals, because this will basically tell JavaScript and React Navigation in the end that you want to go to the route which has the category meals name, and that is this route here. So now this is how you can go there. If we now save this and we click on Go to Meals here, you see we go to the meal screen, we get this nice animation out of the box, we get this back button which looks exactly the way we would expect it to look on iOS, and all of that works out of the box without any extra work. No if check, no manual animation code. We get this out of the box thanks to the React Navigation library. So with this, we can go forth and back to our meal screen, to the category meal screen, and then back to the category screen. And this also works on Android. There we get the Android-specific routing navigation, which looks a bit different than on iOS. It's the navigation animation you would expect on Android. Of course, you can also use the device back button to then go back. So this is how you can navigate to a different screen. And please also notice that navigate, of course, doesn't say anything about the direction we want to go. It doesn't tell React navigation whether it should play that forward animation or that backward animation. React navigation automatically detects this because under the hood, it manages this stack of pages I was talking about, this stack of screens. And in this stack, right now, when we start the app, we only have the category screen. But when I press this button, navigate in the end tells React navigation that since we're doing this inside of a component, which was loaded with a stack navigator, that we want to navigate to a different screen, which should be pushed on top of the stack. This is simply the default behavior. And hence, it knows that it wants to go forward because a new route was pushed, which means it's added to the stack. We want to go forward. And when we click the back button, which it adds automatically, it pops this screen off the stack. And since it removes something from the stack, it knows that it should play the back animation. So that's what's happening behind the scenes. You don't really need to worry about that, and that's the good thing. I just want you to be aware of that React navigation is doing the heavy lifting for you there and manages this stack of screen and the according animations you need therefore under the hood for you. Okay, so that's allowing us to go back and forth or forth and back. Now your challenge for the next lecture, where we will then do it together, is that you also do the same on the category meal screen and make sure that we can also go to the meal detail screen from there. Shouldn't be too hard. In the next lecture, we'll do it together. So to reach that meal detail screen from inside our category meals screen, I'll do basically the same I did before. I'll add a button there. So add a button here on the category meal screen with the title of go to details or whatever you want. And then we use onPress to fire a function when this button is pressed, where I will use props navigation dot navigate using this navigate method, to which we have to pass our object, where we set up a route name. And now the route name has to be one of the identifiers we set up in the stack navigator here. In this case, we want to go to the meal detail page. So I'll use meal detail here and point at this. So here, point at meal detail, and we should be good to go. If we now save this, we can go to meals, then we can go to the details, and you see we get another forward animation. We can go back and back again, of course. And all of that because this stack of multiple pages is managed under the hood by React navigation. Now we had a look at basic navigation with Navigate, and Navigate is your most important tool. But actually, when being inside of a screen, of a component, loaded with the help of a stack navigator, you have alternatives to navigate. You also can use push instead of navigate, though that doesn't take a JavaScript object, but instead takes just the route name here, in this case category meals, as a first argument. And with it, you'll get the same behavior as before. The question, of course, is why would you then use this? Now, for one, it's a bit shorter than navigate because you're not passing an object, but that's not the primary reason. Instead, using push here can be useful if you want to go to, let's say, a page where you already are on. Now, let me show you what I mean. If I revert this and I navigate to categories here, so to the category screen, which is the screen I'm already in. If I do this with navigate, what you'll see is that nothing happens if I tap this. Now, if I use push instead, and I therefore just pass categories as my first argument because that's how push works, you see that now this works and I can go to the same screen over and over again, and it's pushed to the same stack over and over again. Now, of course, you might wonder, why would I want to push the screen I'm already on onto this again? Now, in many apps, you might not need this. But let's say you're building an app like Dropbox, where you have folders between which your users can navigate. If you're in a folder, you want to go to another folder. Now, each folder is the same folder screen, technically, just with different content loaded into it. In such a case, you might want to go from folder A to B, which uses the same component, the same screen in the end, but with different content. In such a case, you could use push to still be able to push that new screen, which is the same screen, onto the stack and load the same screen with different content. This would be one scenario where you could need this. In this app, we don't need it, so there's no need for push, but you have this in scenarios where navigate wouldn't take you to that screen, push always will, when inside of a stack navigator. Here, however, I will revert this to navigate, which takes an object with a route name, which then points at categories, because here we absolutely don't need push. Whoops, that is category meals though. So this will do for this app. Now you also have other explicit navigation options. Let's say from the category meal screen, you want to be able to go back. Well, of course, we are able to go back with the help of this back button, but it's also not that untypical that in some apps you have some other thing your users can do where you want to take them back then. For example, let's say you're on a page where you can set up some configuration, and when you click the save button, you want to save that configuration and you also want to leave the screen. Now, for this scenario, you might want to be able to trigger a back navigation manually and don't wait for the user to press the back button, because that might force the user to press a save button first and then go back manually, which is not the best user experience. So here I will kind of simulate this by just having a go back button here in our screen, so in our JSX code. And when we press this, I want to be able to go back. I manually want to trigger a back navigation. You can do this with the help of the navigation prop, because there you have a go back method you can call. And this does just what it sounds like. If we save this and I go to the meals, if I click go back, we play the back navigation. Technically, this pops off the screen we're on and goes back to the previous screen in the stack, therefore. As an alternative to go back, if you're in a stack navigator, you also have pop, which, well, does what the name implies. It pops off the current screen on the stack. And since you always see the topmost screen on your device, this also plays the back navigation. So this is an alternative to going back. Difference is that pop can only be used if you're in a stack navigator. Go back is also available in other navigators, which we'll use later in this module. Sometimes you'll also want to go back all the way to your parent component. Let's say here in the meal detail screen. There we can also add a button, and in this on this button here, I want to go back to my categories, let's say, and therefore I will add on press, and in this function here I can use props navigation pop, right? Because this takes us back. Well, the problem with that, of course, is it takes me back, but only to the screen before this screen, so to the screen I came from. I want to go back to the categories screen though, so I want to skip two screens at the same time. For this you have pop to top. This is another method you can call, which simply pops off all screens from the stack and takes you back to your root screen. So if you click this, we get the back animation and we're back on our root screen, which in this case is the category screen. So that's an alternative here. Now with that, there's only one last possible navigation action you might sometimes need. Let's say on the categories screen, you want to go to category meals, but you don't want to add it to the stack, but you want to instead replace your current component in the stack with it, so that there is still only one screen in the stack, but that screen is then the new page. That also means that you won't be able to go back on the new page, because the stack would be empty thereafter, which means your app closes. So in case you want to do that, you can use replace. Replace also, just like push, takes just the identifier like this, and replace also takes you to the new screen. It plays no forward animation though, instead it instantly jumps there, and you get no back button automatically because the stack is empty otherwise. This is the only screen. This could be used, for example, on a login screen where a user did sign in, and once signed in, the user shouldn't be able to go back to the login screen. Well, then you could simply replace the login screen with your "you are logged in" screen with the user profile or anything like that. If you still try to go back, nothing happens because you can't go back. There's nothing else in the stack. Therefore, of course, replace is absolutely not what we need in this app. I just wanted to introduce it here, though we will see more available patterns and how you go back and forth between pages and when you might want to replace or switch between screens like this throughout this module. Just wanted to introduce it already at this point. Still here I will go back to navigate with the route name pointing at category meals. And with that you had an overview of some of the basic navigation methods that allow you to go back and forth between your screens. As I mentioned, we'll of course see many patterns in action throughout this module. For now, this is it, and I'd say with that out of the way, it's time to actually add some meat to this application. Make sure it's a more realistic application and not just a dummy application like it currently is. Let's replace the categories dummy screen content here with a grid of categories, because that's the idea behind this screen after all. Now, for that, we can use a component we used before, and that's the flat list. Thus far, we used it for normal lists. You can actually also render grids with it, and that's exactly what we'll do here. Now, for that, in this category screen, I'll replace everything with flat list here, and only output my flat list here in this screen, which I return in the end. And I will set num columns here, which is a new property we haven't seen before, to 2. And this defines how many columns we want to have. The default is 1, which is a normal list, but you can have more than 1 column in there, and this gives you a grid effectively. Now with that, we could render a grid, but of course we need some data for that. Otherwise, it's, well, hard to render a grid, right? For that, I'll add a new folder, which I'll name data, and in there, I'll add a dummy-data.js file, because in the end, it is just some dummy data which I'm supplying here. We're not loading this from a server or anything like that right now, just load it like this instead. I want to have a bunch of categories in there, and for this, I'll add yet another folder, which I name models, which is in the end a folder where I want to define how my data is shaped in this app, how it looks like. So there we can add a category.js file, for example, and in this file, all I want to have is a class, which I'll name category, and classes are default JavaScript features in modern JavaScript, which I export. And there I will simply define how a category object in my application should look like, so that we basically have an easier way of creating these objects in, well, without mistyping and so on. So here, this category class will take a constructor, and you can use this constructor, which is a default method you can add to any class in JavaScript, to initialize an object based on this class. You do this by expecting some arguments here in the constructor, and for a category, I want to get an ID for the category, a title, and a color, which I'll use as a background color in the grid for this grid item for this category. And I will store all this data in properties with the help of the this keyword. In case this is totally brand new to you, definitely dive into some JavaScript courses or resources first, because this has nothing to do with React Navigation or with React Native. This is vanilla modern JavaScript. Now, why did I create this? Because now I can import my category class from the models folder, from the category.js file, into the dummy data file, and then use this to create some dummy data. Now you find that dummy data attached. Attached you find a JavaScript file with these dummy categories, which I store in a constant, which I then export as a named export here. This is some dummy category data for the categories in this app. These categories I want to have in this app. These are the categories I will use in this app, and these are the categories we can now therefore use inside of our screens, in the categories screen to be precise. So in there, I want to add an import and import categories from data dummy data. So that's importing that named constant we're exporting there. Now this is an array of JavaScript objects in the end, right? That's what we store in there. It's just an array of JavaScript objects, which we can now use to render our list, or to be precise, our grid here. So data for this flat list is simply my categories array, so I'll just point at categories. And of course, we now also need render item to define how a single grid item should be rendered, which component should be rendered there. For this, I'll add a new function here, render grid item, which is a function that will receive some item data in the end here, and that should return a JSX element, should return some React component here, and I will point at render grid item here. Now in there, I'll render a view, and to keep things simple, for now this will be a view with a text in there, and in that text I want to render item data.item. That's what we have available on a flat list. If you remember earlier modules, the item data object here has a item property. React Native flat list gives you this item property, and in there we'll have a title property, because our item we're getting here is just a category we're getting from our data we're feeding into the flat list. So we'll have such a JavaScript object as an item there. And this JavaScript object is based on our model here. And there we set up a title, a color, and an ID property. Hence we have a title property. Hence we can extract the title here like this. We'll use the color later. So that's the first thing. This should work. Now in new versions of React Native, you also don't need to inform React Native that your ID is not named key, but is actually named ID, because newer versions of React Native accept ID as an ID on list data as well. If you would follow along in an older version, you would need to add a key extractor here, which is a function that gets the item and the index and needs to return the value that should be used as a key. So in this case, that would be item.id. Again, newer versions of React Native don't need this, but just for reference and for older versions, I'll still add this here. So now we return our flat list here with our data. If we now save this, we should already see our data here. Of course, not really that beautiful, but a grid. We have Italian, next to it quick and easy, hamburgers, next to it German. It just doesn't look like a grid, but it technically is. Now to make it look a bit more like a grid, we of course need to add more styling. Now to change that styling a little bit, we can go to our grid items here, to the single grid item, and add the style prop here, and add the grid item style, or whatever you want to name it. And then down there, I'll add grid item to my style sheet and give this a property of flex1 to take as much space as it can get. Save this. Now this looks already a bit more like a grid. Now some margin around each item would also be nice. So for that we can just add margin and maybe add 15 as a margin around each item so that we have more spacing in all directions. And with that, it's not too bad. Of course, we can now also change the general look and, for example, give each item a height of, let's say, 150, and it's totally up to you which values you choose there. But I'd say with that, it's a quite nice grid. Certainly doesn't win a style award yet, but we're going in the right direction. Now, before we finish the styling of this, and we definitely have some work left to do for that, let's make sure that we can tab these items and we then go to the detail screen for that specific item again. Let's therefore also see how we can actually set a title in the header so that we have a better idea of where we're currently at. On the categories screen, we want to make sure that our item can be touched there. So I will import touchable, and I will import touchable opacity here to have a slight opacity effect. But of course, it's up to you which pattern or which component you use there. Should be a touchable component though, which you wrap around your item here. And now on touchable opacity, I'll add on press so that we can do something when this, well, is pressed. What do we want to do? We want to go to the category meals screen, which is kind of the detail page for a chosen category, to show all recipes for that category. We have no recipes yet, but I still want to go to the page already. So therefore here we need to trigger a navigation action. And previously we did this with props, navigation, navigate, right? The problem is we don't have props available here because we're inside of the render grid item function, which is outside of our component. Now we can simply move this inside of our component to fix this problem. If we create that function in there, then we do have access to props because we're now inside of our component function. And now we'll be able to call navigate here. We can call navigate, and I want to go to a route name, and of course, the route name I want to go to can be found in our navigator is category meals, right? Because we want to load all meals for the chosen category. So we go to category meals here, and if we add this and we save this, we see now our styling is a bit broken. I'll fix this in a second, but the navigation works. We also have this opacity effect, so that's working. Now, fixing the styling is easy. We just lost it because I wrapped touchable opacity around my view. We just need to add this style here, which adds the margin around our item and so on, to touchable opacity instead of to that view here. With that, we got that style back, and this is now working as it should. The more interesting question is how we can actually set our header title. And for that, we got a couple of options. Let's have a look at option number 1. On every React component which you load as a screen, which means which you map to such a screen name in, for example, the stack navigator, you can add a property. Now, keep in mind that category screen is, of course, a React component, but technically it's a JavaScript function, right? It's a function that receives the props argument and then runs this body, which returns some JSX, and therefore React is able to use this as a component. But technically it's a JavaScript function. Now, JavaScript functions are just objects. That's JavaScript. Functions are objects. And on objects, we can add properties. So categories screen is just a JavaScript object. Hence, we can add a property after creating it. So here, after defining our categories screen function and therefore this object, we can access it and we can add a property with a dot notation. That's how JavaScript works. You can simply add such a property. Now you can add a special property here for which React navigation will look. And that's the navigation options property. You don't have to add it, and that won't be a problem if you don't do it. We haven't done it thus far, but you can add it. And if you do add it, it will be respected by React navigation. Now there are a bunch of options you can set up there, and a full list can of course be found in the official docs. In the simplest form, you simply assign a JavaScript object here with, well, that bunch of options you can now set up in this object. And the option I'm interested in here is the header title. That can simply be set to a text. For example, meal categories, because we're on the categories screen, so that would be a fitting title. If we save this, you now see meal categories as a title here in the header. Now you also can style the header here with the help of the header style property. This takes a style object where you can generally set up what you can set up as styles on views as well. And there you could add a background color, which is the most common style you typically apply. Now, I want to set up a color here, and I'll use an approach I used earlier in the course already. I'll add a constants folder, and in there I'll add a colors.js file in which I'll then export a JavaScript object where all the colors I want to use over and over again in the app are set up. There I'll set up a primary color for which I pre-selected a hex code of 4A148C, but of course you can experiment with different colors if you want to. And I'll set up an accent color or a secondary color, which hex code is FF6F00. These are just the colors I picked. As I mentioned, you can use different ones, of course. Back in the category screen, I now want to use colors, and for this you need to import it. Import colors with a capital C, which is just a convention I'm using to indicate that this is a constant. From constants colors, also named with a capital C. And then here we use colors.primaryColor, for example. If you do this, you will see that your header now has this dark purple color, which I picked. That makes the title a bit hard to read, but thankfully you can style this as well. Not with the header style, because that's just the box for the header, so to say, not its content. But the title can be styled with the header tint color. And again, the official docs is the place where you can learn all about these available options. That's how I know about them. That's where you would read about them. Now, header tint color can also be a color, for example, white here, simply, which fits my default color. And now you see this is white. You, of course, might also want a different look for Android and iOS. You might want a look where this looks more iOS-ish, which means you don't have a colored background, but just the text is colored. And you can achieve this with the good old platform API, which you learned about earlier in the course. We can use the platform API to dynamically switch which colors we use here based on the platform our app is running on. So here for the background color, we can use platform OS and see whether that's Android, in which case I want to use the primary color. Else, in this ternary expression, I'll use no color. So we can use white here, for example, a normal white background. Or simply set up no color at all, like this, and you will then get the default background color. And for the tint color, it's the same. I check if the operating system is Android, in which the text color should be white. Otherwise, I will set this to colors primary color. And with that, you now have this more iOS typical look here on iOS, and you have the default Android look, which is more colorful on Android. So that's how you can set up navigation options here. Now, what about this screen, however, where we go to our details here, to the Italian meals or to the quick and easy meals? Would be nice if we could see quick and easy here, or Italian here in the header in that case. So that's the next thing we should take care of. And for this, we need to pass some information from this screen to this screen. So we'll have a look at how that works in the next video. So how can we get information about the category we clicked on, we selected, from this category screen to the category meals screen? Well, on the categories screen where we navigate to category meals, for this navigation action besides the route name, we can also pass the params. That's another key this object you pass to navigate accepts. And this takes itself an object of key value pairs, of any key value pairs, and as many key value pairs as you want. So these are simply parameters, extra data you're passing to the new screen which is being loaded. Now there, you could set up a parameter named category ID. And the name is totally up to you. That could be just ID, CID, or my hobby, whatever you're building and whatever data you need to forward. Here, we're forwarding a category ID, hence I will name it such. This now should be, in our scenario here, of course, the ID of the category we tapped on. Now, of course, we're getting our item data here for each grid item which is rendered. This holds the item, and this has a title, a color, and well, an ID. So the category ID here is itemdata.item.id. Now we're forwarding that ID to the new screen which is being loaded. That, of course, is an important thing here. This allows us to then use that data in that new screen. How? Well, let's go there. Let's go to the category meal screen and see how we can extract that parameter. We know that we'll get one. How can we now get access to it? For this, we can again use props navigation. So this special prop we're getting, because this component here is getting loaded with the help of a React navigation navigator. And on navigation, we don't just have navigate and push and so on. We also have getParam, a method provided to extract a parameter we receive. GetParam takes a string with the name of the parameter we want to extract, and of course, that should be the name you chose here as a key in that params object. So here I added category ID, hence that's the name I want to use here. This will give me the cat ID, the category ID. This will give me the value we're storing here on that key name. In this case, that's the ID. So that's the value we're extracting for category ID in the category meal screen. So now we have the cat ID here, and we can now use that to, of course, get access to all the meals that fit into this category. Right now we have no meals, so we'll have to postpone this. But at least we can also use this to get our category title and use that here. And for that, all we need to do, of course, is we need to import categories, so our categories array here, from data, dummy data. And we have the ID, we have an array of categories. Of course, we can find our selected category, or whatever you want to name it, by having a look at categories And there we can use find, which takes a function which it executes on every element in the array, so on every category, and gives us the item where this function returns true, which should be the case if the ID for the category we're looking at matches the cat ID we're retrieving from our params. This gives us the selected category, and to prove that this works, I'll output it here in a text component. I'll output selected category.title here. Now with that, if we go back and we navigate to that category, we see Italian here, right above my buttons. We see quick and easy now, so that is working. This is how we're passing data forward and how we're extracting it. And of course, you can pass multiple parameters, as many as you need. And parameters don't have to be IDs. You could pass objects, you could pass text, numbers, arrays, whatever data you need to pass, you can pass. You might notice, however, that of course, with that we're able to use our category here in our screen, but we want to use it here in the header. Let's tackle that in the next lecture. We're extracting our category here in our component because we're getting our parameter there with the help of navigation props. Now, actually, I want to output the title in my header though. Now, you learned how you can configure that header with the help of the navigation options. So on the category meal screen component, and therefore this is a function, therefore this is an object, we can add navigation options, and you learned that this is a JavaScript object where you can set up a header title. And header title now should be my category name. The problem here is that here selected category is available, but that's inside of the component function. That, of course, on the other hand, is not something we can access here because this happens after the function definition. So we don't have access to the category we identified there. That's a problem. The good thing is navigation options can be an object if you have static, hard-coded configuration values, but it also can be a function if you need a dynamic configuration that depends on changing data. And of course, the data we depend on here is changing because we're using one and the same screen for different categories, and therefore the ID and the title of the category changes every time we use that screen. One time we're using it for the Italian category, the next time we're using it for the exotic category. This function, which you can also use, this is of course supported by React Navigation. And if this is a function what you're passing to navigation options, React Navigation will call it for you and will pass in some navigation data. So it will pass in an object with some data that should help you. We'll have a look at what's in there in a second, because we can simply log this navigation data here. Let's start with that. Let's now go to this page and let's see what's in there. If I expand this here, this is the log I got, and you see, we got another navigation prop in the navigation data. There we have actions, we have navigate, pop, push. So basically what we knew, we also have get param there, and that should be useful. Because this will allow us to extract data here inside of our navigation options in the end, which should be super helpful. So in the end, we get the same navigation prop we also get on our component props. So here we can now use navigation data dot navigation dot get param to get my category ID, exactly what we did in the component. So we can repeat the code we had in the component and get the selected category, not just in the component, but now also in this function which we use to set up our navigation options. So now here we also get access to the selected category. And now navigation options, this function, if it is a function, should of course return an object with your navigation options. So what we previously directly set as navigation options when we only had hard-coded values now has to be returned, but now can use these dynamically derived data or the dynamically derived information here. So now we can still set up a header title here, and the header title now can be selected category dot title. This is how we can dynamically derive this. And therefore now if we go back, you see Italian here, you see quick and easy here, you see German here, And that just works. Please note that you also by default get a back button text, which is the previous screen's title. That's another default feature React navigation gives you. We see back to meal categories here because we're coming from meal categories. Only on quick and easy, where this would be too long next to this a bit longer title, it reverts and defaults to back, which is a good default behavior, which you could override, but which I'm happy with here. On Android, we don't have a back text, but of course we have a back button, and there the header also is populated correctly for the screens which is loaded. So that is how we can also get our data dynamically here in the navigation options. One issue you might notice though, which is most visible here on Android, is that the header on the new screen we're loading doesn't have the same styling as our header here. It doesn't have the background color, namely. Now, of course, that's easily fixed because on the navigation options of the category meals, we can simply bring in the header style and header tint color we set up here on the other screen as well. So we can copy that over here. And that just means we have to import the platform API and of course our constant color. So import colors from constants colors like this. And when we do that, we'll see that if we go there, we now have the same header style for this new page, which is of course what you typically want. What you don't typically want, however, is that you have to copy the same configuration to every screen. Because in this app, we don't have that many screens. We can certainly do that. But in bigger apps where you have more screens, that would be super annoying and super cumbersome. So it's definitely not the way to go there. So let's have a look at an alternative in the next lecture. Repeating ourselves over and over again and setting the same default look over and over again is really annoying and definitely not what we want. Well, thus far, we always worked with navigation options which we set up right next to our components. Now, you don't need to do that for settings, default settings, which you repeat over and over again. Let's actually remove this setting here from the category meal screen and only keep the header title there because the header title, of course, depends on this screen and changes with the different values we get in this screen. Let's therefore remove the platform import and the colors constant import. And the same on categories screen. There I will cut this so that I can still use it, but I will also remove it therefore from this screen and only keep the header title here, which is specific to this screen and not the default for all screens. So I'll keep that here. And I can therefore also get rid of the platform import and the colors constant import here as well. And now let's go to the meals navigator. Because besides setting up navigation options right next to your components, which is the right place for any options that are specific to that component, you can also set up options here directly on the navigator. You got two different places where you can set them up. One place is when you're using this more complex screen configuration here, when you map a screen to your identifiers. Besides setting up the screen which you want to load, which is the must-have value you have here, you can also add navigation options here and set up some navigation options for these screens here. So there we could also add the header style, the header tint color, and now we just need to add the platform and the colors import here. So let's quickly do that. Let's import platform from React Native here. And let's also import colors from constants colors. And if we do that, what you'll see is that on the categories screen, we have no color because I only set this coloring here on the category meals. But if we go to that screen, therefore, we have that coloring. So we have that same look we had before. And now, of course, we could do the same here for the categories screen. So there we can also now turn this into an object, hence add the navigation options and add the exact same options. So this same object here for this screen. Now, if we do that, we also have the color back on the categories screen. Now, the small advantage compared to the previous solution of setting this up in each component file is that we now at least have all the configuration in one and the same file. Still, we're repeating ourselves. So it's nice that you can set this up here. And for example, this would be a good alternative to setting up our statically set header title for categories screen, meal categories. So we could set this up here instead of in the component because it's static anyways. Doesn't really matter where we set this up. But besides such a use case, this isn't really an improvement because we still repeat ourselves. So I'll again cut this from here, and instead we can now take advantage of a second argument you can pass to create Stack Navigator. The first argument is an object with your screens. The second argument allows you to configure that navigator. We haven't set up any configuration there yet, and of course in the official docs, or as I get it here by my IDE, you find a list of all the settings you can set up there. One important thing you can configure here are the default navigation options. And as the name implies, this allows you to set up options that apply to every screen. Now this takes an object with your navigation options, but now these options will be applied to every screen in this navigator. So to all 3 screens here, so that you don't have to repeat yourself. So now if we do that, you see that color header here, also here, and also on the detailed screen if you go there. So now this is of course how you want to set up repeating configurations like the general style, which typically doesn't change from screen to screen. If it does change, that's fine. You can set it up on a per component basis, or here in the screen config as I showed you. But if it doesn't change, you can use default navigation options here. Now, of course, this also brings up another question. How are the settings set up here or here merged with the settings here or inside of a component? And the rule is very simple there. Default navigation options get merged with your specific navigation options set up here or here in the component. And the specific options always win if you have one and the same key of the same name. So if I would set up a default header title here, like a screen, which is of course very generic, then you would still see meal categories here, Italian here, but on the detailed screen, where I set no specific header title, you would see a screen. So your default navigation options are overridden. Now if you set up navigation options here, when you configure the screen, and inside of the component, they act on the same level, and the settings here on the screen level actually win. So if I set header title to meal categories with multiple exclamation marks here, you see that here on the categories screen, and the title you set up in the categories screen component does not win. Might be a bit counterintuitive, but this is how it is. So if you set up navigation options with the same title or with the same names here in the screen config, then the screen config wins, but no matter where you set it up, it always wins against the default navigation options if you use the same title. So therefore here I'll also get rid of the navigation options on my category screen. I don't need that here. I'm happy with setting this up directly in the screen component, but you could set it up in both places. It's important that you always remember that default options are overridden though. Now besides the default navigation options, in this second object which you pass to create Stack Navigator, you can also configure other things. If you hit Control and space, you should see a list here, or alternatively consult the official docs of course. Now, typically the defaults are just fine. But there, for example, you can set up the mode, and you could set this to modal. The default is card. If you set this, you'll get a modal-like transition for loading a new screen, which means the screen slides in from the bottom instead of using the normal animation. On Android, you don't see a difference, but on iOS, you will. That's just one thing you can change here, to change the default animation in case you want a modal transition instead of the normal push-pop animation here. You can also change the initial route name. By default, I mentioned it would be the first key value pair, but if you don't want to start on the categories screen, but for some reason on the meal detail screen, you could simply point at meal detail here instead of categories, which you don't need to set up because it's the default, and you would start on that screen as your starting screen. Of course, you can't go back now because it's your initial screen, the only screen in the stack therefore, so going back won't work. Now again, I'll reset this to categories, and you don't need to add this because this is the default anyways. It uses the first key value pair by default. So with that, we had a brief look at some options you can configure, and most importantly, at navigation options and default navigation options, which is super important to build nice looking and efficient applications without repeating yourselves over and over again, which you of course don't want. Speaking of efficiency, there is one other thing you want to do when working with React navigation, or you want to consider, and that is that you install one extra package, which is React Native Screens, which in Expo apps should be included by default, but still it doesn't hurt to explicitly install it, which allows you to actually ensure that under the hood, React navigation uses native optimized screen components provided by Android and iOS. On Android, it uses the fragment, in case you're into Android development a bit, and on iOS it uses the UI view controller, and that simply improves performance a little bit more. Here in this simple app you won't feel it, but it's a good practice to use this special package or these special screens. Now to use that, you should go to a place that runs before you render your first screen, which is the app.js file in our case here, and there you can now import use screens from React Native Screens, so from this package you just installed, and simply call that after your imports before you do anything else, so before you render any JSX code. Now, important, if you're using the latest version of Expo and React Native, which you most likely are, this is no longer use screens, but enable screens. You still call it like this, it's just a different name, and that's the only change we need to make here. This will simply behind the scenes unlock these screens, and you won't see a difference in this app, but it's a little bit more performant. So it is something I would recommend doing, especially in larger applications. Again, here you don't really see a difference, but behind the scenes, this is now a bit more efficient. Now that we got the basics about navigation down, that we're able to pass data around, let's take a step back and focus on the app we're building, which is, of course, not looking that great. And let's focus on these category items here in the grid. We can tap them, but obviously this is not an app you would like to use. Now, to make that more usable, in the categories screen here, I'll actually grab this item here, this touchable opacity, so this grid item, and outsource this into a separate component. Not something you must do, but something you might want to consider doing simply to keep your components leaner and cleaner. For that, in the components folder, I'll add a category grid tile JS file. The name is, of course, totally up to you. And in there, we need to import React from React, and we'll certainly also need some stuff from React Native to build a component in there. Namely, we'll need touchable opacity, of course. We'll need the view, we'll need the text, and we'll need a style sheet so that we can also style this here. And now we can create the category grid tile component here, which receives some props. We will need a style sheet here, which I'll store in the styles constant. And of course, as always, we can thereafter export the component. And inside of this component function, I'll return the JSX code I just cut out of the categories screen here. So in here, the touchable opacity is set up, this grid item is set up, but we'll have to change a couple of things. In the categories screen, for example, I'm setting up the grid item style here. Now we could leave it here and kind of pass it into our grid tile and then merge it together there as you learned it. But I will simply set up all the styling in the component itself because we'll only use the category grid tile, well, in the grid on the categories screen. So I'll add the grid item style here to the style sheet in this file, hence this works again. The onPress handler will not work yet, we'll fix this soon. And now we can go back to the categories screen and of course import our component. So import the category grid tile component there from the components folder and their category grid tile, and now simply, well, return this here when we render a new item. Now, of course, like this, it won't work. We need to forward some data into the grid tile for it to work correctly there. And we also need to make sure that pressing this does navigate us. Now, for that, I'll pass in the data which we need there, which is the title. So that's item data dot item dot title. And that's now a prop we can use in the category grid tile. And I also want to pass in another prop, which passes in a function which we then can execute to navigate. And I'll name this onSelect, but you can name this whatever you want. And in there, I just want to execute the code which I currently execute in onPress. So I'll cut this from here out of the category grid tile, move this back into the categories screen into this function I passed to onSelect, and now all we have to do is trigger onSelect from inside the category grid tile. And that's of course a normal pattern you know from React. So back in the category grid tile, onPress can simply point at props onSelect to trigger the function that's passed in the onSelect prop. Now, the title I'm outputting here also can just be props.title because we're getting this title prop as a prop on our category grid tile. We're passing it here. With that, we split our component a little bit. But of course, now I also want to work on the styling a bit more. So back in the category grid tile, I, for example, want to use the color I'm setting up because every category gets a color stored in that color property here. So it would be nice to use that. Hence, we can forward that to the category grid tile as well. Forward color here. You can, of course, name this prop whatever you want on the item.color property. And here it has to be .color because we named the property color here in the model. And now in the category grid tile, we can use that color to style this here. So how do we then style this? How should this look like? By adding a style to the view we have inside of the touchable opacity, because the touchable opacity component itself is invisible, but the view isn't. And there we can pass in an object and set the background color here to props.color. Now let's see how that looks like. If we save that, we wait for this to reload. Doesn't look too bad, but it's too small. It should fill out the entire grid item and not just the row with the text in there. So to improve that, I'll actually have this inline style here, but I'll merge this together into a surrounding object with another styling configuration, which I set up in the style sheet. And I'll name this container. You can name it whatever you want. Whoops, styles, container. Pull out all the key value pairs in there as well, so that we merge these styles here. And now container is a style sheet object we can add down there. And in there we can set flex 1 to make sure that every item fills out all the space it gets. And now this looks way better. And I'm still not 100% happy. I want to add a little bit of a border radius here, let's say of 10, to have some rounded corners. And of course, you can set up any styling you want here, you prefer. I will also set up a shadow color of black and a shadow opacity of 0.26 and a shadow offset of width 0, height 2, and a shadow radius of 10, and an elevation of 3, elevation for Android, if you remember, because these shadow properties only affect iOS, so that we get a little bit of this three-dimensional car look. And of course, as I mentioned, you can style this in whichever way you want. Now, in addition, I want to make sure that this text here sits in the bottom right corner and has a little bit of padding around it, of course, a little bit of spacing around it. So I'll add a little bit of padding here, let's say of 10, and now set justify content to flex end. The flex direction in the container, of course, is top to bottom because it's column. So flex end will move this to the bottom here. And now to also move it to the right on the horizontal axis, I set align items to flex end as well. And this moves it to the end of the cross axis, which is left to right in a normal view where you didn't change the flex direction. With that, we get this look, which I'd say is better. But of course, the text here, the text styling could also change. and a little bit more padding might look good, maybe 15. But of course, you can experiment with that. And also, one important side note, in this app, I'll not focus on building a totally responsive experience here. I'll try to keep this short and concise because the main focus of this module, of course, is navigation. Hence, I'll not optimize this for all possible screens and platforms. This is something you can, of course, do as a practice. I'll not do it here to not unnecessarily bloat this module. So I'll just set up some styling that looks good on these emulators. That being said, a little bit more padding might make sense. And I also want to style the title here. Hence, I'll add, let's say, title style here, set up in the style sheet. Let's add it here. And there, I want to use my font family, Open Sans Bold, which I can use, of course, because I'm registering it here in app.js. So Open Sans Bold is added now. Whoops, here. And maybe also change the font size a little bit to 22. We save this. This looks quite decent. Now there's one last thing which I want to do. On my category grid tile, on the text here, I'll set the number of lines to 2 so that any text that would be longer than that actually just gets cut off, which I think looks a bit nicer. And last but not least, you might notice that on Android for Light and Lovely, this is on the left here because it's broken into 2 lines. To make sure that this is also on the right, on the title here, I'll set text align to right, to force this to be on the right. So let's wait for that to reload. And now that's looking the way it should. Now that's not too bad here. Now you might notice that the effect looks a bit strange if I tap an item here. We get this strange extra border around it. Now one thing I will still do here, which is totally optional, but still I'll add it here. I'll add the platform API and also add touchable native feedback to actually use the ripple effect instead of touchable opacity if supported. So here I'll have my touchable component, which by default is touchable opacity. But if platform.os equals Android, and as you learned it earlier in the course, the version is greater or equal than 21, then we know that touchable native feedback is supported. So then I'll set touchable component equal to touchable native feedback like this. Use touchable component here instead of touchable opacity. And with that, we should have a nice ripple effect on Android. On iOS, we have the opacity effect, which we want. And on Android, we now have a ripple effect, but styling is off now. This, however, is something we can fix by adding an extra view around this, which receives our grid item style instead of the touchable component here. And with that, we just need to add one extra style property on the touchable component and set flex 1. I'm doing it with the inline style here, quick and dirty. You could add a separate style in the style sheet. With that, it looks and feels the same on iOS. And now also on Android, ripple effect is there. Now it's not using our rounded corners though. Instead, it renders a square or a rectangle. And you also learned earlier how to fix that. To fix it, all we have to do is on the grid item, we add the border radius of 10, and then we actually add overflow hidden to make sure that child items can't be rendered outside of that wrapping view, which means that the ripple effect can't go outside of that rounded box. Now we have that look, and that's the one adjustment I want to make here for the different platforms. And with that, that doesn't look too bad, I'd say. Now, of course, you can tweak the look of that, you can tweak the font size and so on, make that look really good on your devices you're testing. I'm happy with this look, and now it's really time to also render some recipes when we select a category here. Now the recipes, of course, should be rendered on the category meals screen, which is the screen we're loading when we selected a category. And obviously, to render any recipes, we need them. We need recipes, or meals, as I also call them here. And I will start by adding a new model, meal.js, where I define how a meal should look like in this app. Now, this extra definition is optional, but I think it makes it a bit easier to reason about our data and its structure. So I'll set up a class here and export it. And in that class, add a constructor that allows us to create new pre-configured meals based on the structure we're about to set up here. Now, a meal will be more complex than a category. It will have an ID, but it also will have some category IDs to which it belongs, so multiple categories to which a meal can belong. It will have a title, so a name, and then it will have some extra fields like the affordability of a meal. So is it pricey, is it cheap? The complexity, so how complex it is to make that dish based on that recipe. Image URL, which points at an image on the web where we have a nice picture of that meal. The duration it takes in minutes to create that meal. Also the ingredients, which should be an array. The steps we need to take to make that meal, so the instructions. And then 4 fields which help us filter. Is gluten-free, which marks whether this is gluten-free or not, so this will be a Boolean. Is vegan, is vegetarian, and is lactose-free. These are the 4 fields which I'll use in this app. Now, all of that data we're getting here will then be stored in properties. So here I'll set this ID equal to ID, this category IDs equal to categories IDs, category IDs, this title equal to title, this image URL equal to image URL, and so on, of course. So just store all the arguments we're getting in properties of that, object in the end will be created based on the class. So we'll also get our steps here, of course. We'll store the duration, we'll store the complexity, we'll store the affordability here, of course, in a property. We'll store whether this is gluten-free and also all the other filters, of course. So is vegan, this is vegetarian, should also be stored, of course. And is lactose-free, that will also be stored. And yeah, with that, I'm storing all that data. Now we can add some dummy data, some dummy meals. And of course, you find those attached again. All you need to do in the dummy data.js file is import meal from the models folder and there from meal.js, or just from meal, like this. And now attached in the JavaScript file you find attached, you also find that meals array, which you can add here. That is now just a bunch of recipes I prepared for you, which use all the fields we set up in our model. Now that's the dummy data we work with. Now let's start working with that and let's render a list of these meals on the category meal screen. Of course, only meals that fit into the category we selected, so that have our category ID. So we want to find the meals that fit into the category we selected. Therefore, actually in the category meal screen component, we're not really interested in the selected category, but we're highly interested in the meals that belong to that category. Now, for that, we can first of all import our meals array, because that holds all possible meals we have. And now we want to filter out those which actually have the category ID we selected in their category IDs array, which every meal has. You'll see in the dummy data that every meal has this array of category IDs to which it belongs. So that's what we'll use for filtering. So in the category meals screen, we want to find the meals that belong to that category we selected. And I'll store them in a constant named displayed meals. The name is, of course, up to you. And there I'll look at my meals. So that's the entire meals array. And use the filter method JavaScript offers to run a function on every meal in that array, where we get the meal automatically as an argument, and where we have to return true if it's one of the meals that we want to keep, or false if it's one of the meals we don't want to keep. And we want to keep all meals where the category IDs property of that meal we're looking at contains the category ID we selected here. So here, I will return true if meal category IDs index of, which is also a JavaScript method, the cat ID we extracted from the route parents, if that is greater or equal than 0, because that will be -1 if the category ID is not part of the category IDs. If it's 0 or greater, then we know that this meal has this category ID in its category IDs array. And this will give us an array of displayed meals for that selected category. Now that's what we want to output here. Now for this, I have my view here, and in that view, I again want to render a list. And now it will be a list and not a grid. So instead of the button, which we'll not need anymore, I'll import flat list here and then render my flat list like this. And now there, the data I feed in, of course, is my displayed meals array, because that are the meals I want to render to the screen. Now, as mentioned before, modern versions of React Native automatically look for an ID field in a meal to use that as a key in the flat list. If you're using an older version, or also just to practice this again, I'll add a key extractor here where I get the item and the index. And I know that on each meal, I'll have an ID field, because that's what we set up here in the model. And that will be what I use as a key in my list. So I'll use that here in key extractor. More important than the key extractor, however, is render item, which of course should point at a function that we use to render a single item in that list. And there I'll, just as before, set up a new function. I'll do it here inside of my component function so that I can use props. And I'll name this render meal item. The name is totally up to you. In there, I will get some item data. I know this because the flat list passes us this item data object into this function. And in there, we have to return the JSX code that should render a meal item. And there, I'll render a view. And for the moment, then simply a text component in there where I want to output item data.item.title. So just the name of the meal for now. Later, we'll also display the image there, but for now, this will do. And now render meal item is what I use here as the function render item should point at. This should render a basic list of meals. Let's see whether that works. If we save this and we now select, let's say, Italian, I see spaghetti with tomato sauce. Doesn't look too bad. Quick and easy, we see 4 meals, and hamburgers, we see the classic hamburger. Light and lovely, we see 2 recipes. So that seems to work. Looks like recipes are selected based on the category we chose. And that's, of course, great. Now it's again time to work a little bit on the styling, because I'm not sure about you, but I think we can improve that a little bit. To style the separate items, I'll again create a separate component, and I'll name it meal item. .js. Name, as always, is totally up to you. And in there, you know the game, we create a React component by importing React. We'll also probably need view, text, and style sheet, and maybe also some other things from React Native. Then we set up the component, meal item, where we receive props, and where we then return some JSX in the end, set up a style sheet here, stored in a styles constant, with style sheet create, to which we pass our object. And in the end, we export our meal item here as the file default. Now with that here in meal item, in this component, we of course need to return some JSX code for that meal item. And that's something I get from the category meal screen. There I have this view with my text in here. That's in the end what I want to output. A bit more complex than that. But I'll cut it from there and move it over to meal item, and there return this view here. But of course, we're not done with that. For one, this also should be touchable, because we can select a meal, we can select such a recipe to be taken to the detail screen. So I'll import touchable opacity. Now, of course, you could again make that differentiation and use the ripple effect with touchable native feedback on Android if you wanted to. I'll go with touchable opacity for now, and wrap my view here with touchable opacity like this, so that we can actually tap our item here. And on press, I actually want to trigger a function that I expect to get on a property, which we're not passing into the meal item yet, because we're not using the meal item yet anywhere, but which I will pass in the future. Maybe we name this onSelect meal or just onSelect, whatever you want. I'll name it onSelect meal. And I expect to get that prop on the meal item when we then use it in JSX. So that's the touchable opacity. In there, I have my view with the title. And actually, that view should be a bit more complex than that. I want to have a view, a nested view in there, like this, and another view below that. So I want to have two rows. This will be set up as a column, but these two views here will be set up as rows here. The first view should also render a background image so that the title sits in front of this background image. The second view, the second row here, should render some details about the selected recipe, like its complexity and duration. So let's start with that before we later add the image. On both these views, I will therefore add the style property and point at styles meal row, or whatever you want to name this, because it will be a row in my meal presentation here. And I'll add meal row down there, therefore, and set the flex direction here to row, of course, because, well, that should be rows of data. Now around the overall item here, I'll wrap another view where I want to set up a general style of styles meal item. And meal item then also is configured here in the style sheet, of course. And there I want to give each meal a height of 200, let's say, each item in the list here, and a width of 100% to take the full available width. And also maybe a background color of this grayish look here. We can see whether we want to keep that. For now, I'll use that. Now we can use the meal item here, and we're not done with it yet, but we can start using it here in the category meals screen by, of course, importing it. Import meal item from the components folder, and there from the meal item file, and then render this here. So return meal item here, like this. And of course, we now need to pass in some data. Data like the title, which we get from item data.item.title. And the onSelect prop, which I expect to get in the meal item, which we in the end hook up to touchable opacities onPress prop. onSelect meal, that was the name I chose. That's also something we need to set up here when we use the meal item. And this should point at a function which for now doesn't do anything, but which will later load the detail page for that meal. So now we get the title on the title prop, hence in meal item. Here, when we output the title, we do this with the help of props title. If we now save this, we should actually be able to see something here. So let's wait for this to reload. And yeah, we see our meal here. Certainly not too beautiful, but at least we see a bit more than before. Now, what I'd like to have here is a little bit of spacing around the list, but inside of the spacing, the list items should take the full available width and not just the width of the widest item, which is currently what's happening. And for that, we can go to the flat list and there add the style property and set this width to 100% to make sure that the flat list itself takes all the width it can get, width that we should have the look we want here. Now, of course, the meal items are not done, though. They don't look the way I want them to look, though we also slowly get there. Now, in the meal item.js file, we still have some work left to do, though. For example, this view here with the title will later also hold the image. And therefore, this should be way bigger than the row below it, which will later just output some details. Hence here, I will merge my meal row styles with another style object. So with the style set up in another style sheet object, which I'll name meal header or whatever you want to name it. And the same down there, by the way, for the details in the end. There I will merge this with styles meal detail so that we have combined styles. And let's start with the meal header, which we can set up here. The meal header in the end will hold the image and also the title. And I want the height of this to be, let's say, 80% of the available height. So this should be very, very large. The meal details automatically will therefore get the remaining 20%, obviously. And to see whether that works, let's output some details here. So in that view here, in that row below our title row, I also want to have some text here, and there I'll output, let's say, props duration, and then M thereafter for minutes, because duration will be a number which we treat as minutes. We just need to pass in the duration from the category meals screen, of course. So when we use the meal item, besides passing in a title, I'll set a duration prop because we're now expecting this on a meal item. We get this from item data.item, which is our meal, and there we'll have a duration property because our meals, as defined in the model here, do have a duration property. And indeed, if you have a look at the dummy data, this here is your duration which is fed in. If we save this, now we see our duration down there. And actually, we can still change that height here to even 90%. Should be higher than it was. Yeah, that looks better. And of course, you can experiment with this as well. In the meal detail row, I now also want to have some horizontal padding, so left and right of, let's say, 10, and justify my content here with space between. Keep in mind it's a row, so this will justify it horizontally so that when we have multiple items, they will be nicely distributed there. So we have 20 minutes. Let's output more information there by adding another text. And there output the complexity. So here I'll output complexity. And thereafter I'll output the affordability. Now we just need to pass in that data as well when creating our meal item. So here, besides duration, we pass in complexity, which we get here, item data item, complexity, and affordability. That's, of course, item data.item.affordability, like that. And if we save this and let this re-render, now we see this output here. Still not super beautiful, and we can definitely enhance this, but a nice start. Now, simple and affordable, or our complexity and affordability, therefore, that should be styled a bit differently. We know it will be text, and therefore I can use some JavaScript functions or methods we have available on strings. I will simply use to uppercase to convert it to uppercase entirely, like this. And now this should already look a bit nicer than before. Now, you can still tweak the styling here. I'll go with this styling here for now. And let's now add a background image above. So for this, we want to have a background image behind this title text. And thankfully, React Native makes adding such a background image really, really simple. React Native ships with a built-in component, the image background component, which we can use to, well, render an image in the background, as you would imagine by the name. You add it next to the component behind which you want to add it, and you add it before that component. So here I add image background. And on image background, like on a normal image, you set a source. Here, my source is a web image, so we pass in an object. If it would be a local image, you would use require and what you learned about local images earlier in the course. But here it's a web image, so we pass an object with a URI prop, and there we use props image, which is where I expect to get that URL in this component. So of course we'll have to make sure we pass in the URL on that prop. I'll also add some styling here, and that will be styles.bgimage, which we now can add to the style sheet down there, wherever you want. Maybe here, doesn't really matter. An important thing here, you have to set width and height because it's an image from the web, and I will use 100% for both because it should fill in the entire space it gets. Now we just have to make sure we pass in that image prop here in category meals screen. So besides the title, here I also want to pass in item data.item.image URL is the name of it. You can see that in the model, image URL. So that's what we're passing in. And And we pass this to the image prop because that's what we're expecting and what we're setting here in the meal item. And if you now save that, and let's mix things up and test this on Android, just takes a bit longer to load, which is why I typically use iOS here. But now if we test this, we see our burger here. What we don't see anymore is our title though. To show the title again, make sure that you actually wrap image background around it. This is how you tell React Native which content should be inside, above that background image. So now with that, here's our title. Not that easy to read, and we'll fix that, but it's there again. So we're getting started with that recipe here. Now let's make sure the title is a bit easier to see by giving it a style here, styles title, which we can now set up down there. And I want to set a font family of Open Sans Bold. Makes sense since we registered this font. Give it a font size, which we increase a little bit, maybe 22. You can play around with that, of course. Give it a color of white to make it a bit easier to read, and also assign a background color so that we can always see it, even if the background image would be white, in which case white text would be hard to read. By giving this a RGBA color, which is a color that has built-in transparency, so to say. And this is simply a black color, which is a bit transparent. And now also add a little bit of padding here. Padding vertical of 5 should look good, so that the background colored box here doesn't sit right on the edges of the text that's inside of the box. And padding horizontal of 12 maybe. With that, we should always see our title. And actually, we can probably decrease that transparency here. Increase the transparency, decrease the opacity. Yeah, that looks a bit nicer, I think. Like this. And the only thing I want to do now is I want to move that title down at the bottom of this image. And therefore on the BG image style, which I have here, I'll set justify content to flex end, because the background image automatically acts as a flexbox, so to say, like a view, so we can justify our content in there. And now we have that title at the bottom. We could now also center the text by going to the title here and adding text align center. And in case it's too long, too big, besides, of course, shrinking the font size, which I'll do a little bit to 20, of course, you can go to that text here, where you output a title, and set number of lines to 1, and this will ensure that the text is automatically shortened if it's too large. Like here, for the salad with cherry tomatoes. We also see a strange effect here on iOS, where we have some extra background behind our text, and not just the background colored box here. That's because I applied my background color and so on effect directly on the text. To fix this, we can cut it from the title here and only set up the color and so on there, and instead add a title container here, where we add this background color and so on and wrap this container around our title. So an extra view we add here. And it's quite normal in React Native to nest multiple such views. And on that view, we can now add style, styles, title, container. And if we save that, we should get rid of that strange behavior on iOS. Yeah, now we don't have that extra box there. Instead, we just have one background color, and the same on Android. So now this doesn't look too bad, but I'm not entirely happy. I'd like to center my details here vertically as well, and give it a little bit more space, I guess. For that, we can give the header maybe 85% of the height. And on the meal detail here, keep in mind that our flex direction is row, because we're merging meal row and meal detail here. And therefore, our cross-axis is top to bottom. So if we want to center vertically, that is the cross-axis on which we need to center. So here we can set align items, which does the cross-axis positioning, to center. And also change our color here a little bit to a little bit of a nicer color. This very light gray, F5, F5, F5 might look a bit better Yeah, it definitely does. Now, to make sure that we do really center vertically, we just need to be more explicit about the height our meal details should take. We take 85% on the header, so on the detail here, we can set a height of 15%, obviously, to take the rest. Yeah, and I'd say this looks quite decent here. Certainly list items with which we can work here. I'll now just add a little bit of a border radius because, you know, I like border radiuses. So I'll add a border radius of 10 here so that we have some rounded corners. And with that, if you go back, we're almost there, but you'll notice that the image actually doesn't respect the border radius. Now to fix that, on the meal item, we just have to say overflow hidden so that no child item can go outside of this space or this shape we're building here. And with that, that's a start, something we can work with. Now, of course, we want to make sure that when we tap such an item, we actually go to the detail page. Now, you know how we can go to the detail page, of course. It's something we did before when we went from the categories page to the category meals page. So we can use the same approach here, and of course, feel free to pause the video at this point and do that on your own. That's absolutely something you can do here as a practice. Let's of course also do it together though. So in the category meal screen, when we select a meal, on select meal, this function here should trigger because we're passing in this function through on select meal to the meal item, and there we're binding it to on press on the touchable opacity here. So that should fire on select meal. And therefore in category meal screen, in this function here, we can navigate. Now, since I defined this render meal function, where I render my meal item, inside of my component, I have access to props. And there, since the category meal screen is our component we load with the help of navigation, I can access the navigation property and the navigate method. And you learned that there we can now pass in the route name where we want to go to, and that would be meal detail. So the route name we set up in the meals navigator, this name here. This will load the meal detail page. Now we'll need to forward some data there. And the data which I want to forward here, of course, is the ID of the selected meal, so that we can then load the details of that meal on that meal detail page to render them there. So on the category meals screen here, we can set up params here on our navigate object, on the object we pass to navigate. And params takes an object of key value pairs, as you learned. That's something we did before. And here I want to forward my meal ID, which I of course can get from my item data, because item data item is a meal. And every meal, as you can see in the model, has an ID. We're storing this here. Hence here, of course, we can say item data.item.id. That's what I want to forward. With that, we should go to the meal detail page, and there we'll also be able to extract the ID of the meal we loaded. So on the meal detail screen, let's just see whether that works. The meal ID is props navigation get param, and now the name was meal ID. That's the param name I chose here for storing the param. If you chose a different name here, you need to choose a different name here, or use the same name there, of course. And now we can select the meal. For that, let's import all meals from the dummy data file in the data folder, like this. And now the selected meal here, of course, is meals find, and then we run this function on every meal there, and it's the meal where the meal ID matches the meal ID we extracted up there. That's our selected meal. To prove that this works, we can output it there. Selected meal.title. And of course, I also want to set the title in the header, and that's also something you learned. You can do this by adding navigation options to this screen here. Navigation options. And you learned that if you want to retrieve something dynamic, you do this with the help of this special function here. Navigation data is what you get there. This function is called for you by React Navigation, as you learned. And now in there, we have to return our navigation object, our navigation options object. But before we return this, we can use data we get from navigation data, like our navigation prop, which in turn allows us to get access to a param. So we can use navigation data dot navigation get param to get our meal ID here as well, and also retrieve our meal just as we're doing it up there in the component. Do the same down there for the navigation options, and with the meal selected, we can of course here set a header title to selected meal dot title, and that's something we did before. This is how we can extract data here in our navigation options and use that dynamic data there, for example, to set the header title. With this out of the way, let's see whether it works, maybe on Android. Let's go to Light and Lovely. There we have all our recipes. Let's go to the salad here. And here it is. Here's our title. We also see it here, so this is all loaded. If we go to the salmon, we instead see that. So this is all working as it should. Very nice to see. Now it's time to take the next step. Because, for example, we want to be able to mark a meal as a favorite. And for this, I want to have a star icon here in the navigation, which I can press. That's something we're missing yet and we haven't learned about yet. So it's a nice next step. Adding a button to the header, as I wanted here, such a navigation button, requires a bit of extra work initially, but thereafter is very straightforward. We first of all need to install an extra package to make that easier, because theoretically you have a lot of power here. You can add such buttons with the help of the navigation options. So here on the meal detail screen, besides setting a header title, you can set header left and header right to add buttons on the left of the right of the title. Typically you want to use right because the left is reserved for the back button. And generally you can simply return a JSX element there. So you can simply set this to text like favorite. That is something you could do here. And actually let me show this to you and therefore restart the server before we use a package. Because whilst you can just add a component here, getting the styling right, the positioning right for all the different platforms, especially if you're not just using text here, but also maybe an icon, which you typically want to have there, that can be really cumbersome. And that's why we'll install an extra package that makes that way easier than it otherwise is. So let me restart this with npm start, not npm install, npm start. And with it running again, let's reload this here on iOS and let me show you what we have here now that I render a text. You see this text here. So this is getting rendered, but as I said, having the right padding, the right alignment, the right style, the right size, super annoying if you do it all on your own because you're not just doing this for one device, but for many devices. That's why we'll actually install a special package here, which helps us with this. So quit the process for now, the running dev process, and use npm install -- save and install the react-navigation-header-buttons package, which is a package that helps you, surprisingly if you have a look at the name, with setting up some buttons in your header, so in that top toolbar here. This is a package which then will make it really easy to add such buttons. With it added, I'll restart my development server with npm start, and now I'll create a new helper component myself in the components folder, which I'll name header button, not helper, header button. There, I'll import React from React, because this will be a normal React component which we create in there, and import something from this new React navigation header buttons package we just installed, and that something which I import is header button. Besides that, let's also import something from @expo/vector icons, which should be available, but just to be super safe, you can definitely also run npm install -- save @expo/vector icons to install this package as well, because you'll need that. And the thing we need to import from that package is icons. Of course, you can use any icon set you want. I covered icons earlier in this course, and you're free to use any icon you want in your header button. I'll just work with icons because I use them in the rest of this course as well. But again, you can use any icons you want. And of course, in the header, you don't have to use icons. You could use other text as well, but typically you do use icons, of course. That's what users typically are used to from, well, other apps. In addition, I'll also import colors from constants colors and now create my component here. And that's the, let's say, custom header button or just header button, whatever you want to name it, but we're already importing this, so we have to pick a different name here to not have a name clash. And this will receive some props and will return the header button we're getting from this package which we installed. But we'll soon add some extra configuration, which is why I'm wrapping this in a separate component so that we don't have to repeat that configuration for every button we're using anywhere in the app. And then, of course, I'll export my default custom header button. So now this header button I'm using here from this package we installed, that will, first of all, receive all props we're getting with this nice little trick we can use in React where we forward all props with this shortcut by pulling out all the key value pairs and passing them to this object, which this component in the end is. So that's the first thing. We need to forward all the props, and that's super important. Don't forget this, otherwise it will not work correctly. The second step is that we add the icon component prop with a capital I. That's a prop the header button we're getting from this package expects. And there I pass in icons. So this expects a vector icon package, which can be used for rendering icons. Doesn't have to be icons, but has to be from either @expo vector icons or from the underlying React Native vector icons package on which the expo package is based on. And you can also pass in an icon size, and I will standardize this so that all my header buttons across the entire app have the same size of 23, which I found to work quite well. Last but not least, I'll also set up a color here, and I'll use my primary color, though, of course, we have to make sure that we differentiate by platform. So I'll also import platform from React Native. Because on Android, our header will have the primary color as a background. So there we want to use an icon color of white. So here I'll check platform OS. If that's equal to Android, then I want to use white here. And only if it's iOS, I want to use the primary color. So now we have that pre-configured header button. Now we can use that in the place in the component where we want to add it to our header. And that's the meal detail screen in this case. There, we now need to import something else from the newly installed package. So from React Navigation Header Buttons, from this package, here we have to install or import header buttons. So not header button, which we used in the other file, but header buttons, plural. We add this here because now, down there, where we set up the navigation options for this component, instead of using our text component there, I want to use header buttons, this component I just added the import for, and wrap this around another element we have to import from React Navigation Header Buttons, and that's item. Item is another component we import, which we can now use between the opening and closing tags of the header buttons. So here we add item. And item is a self-closing component where we describe the icon we want to render in the end. We can also give this a title, which would be rendered as a fallback, and I'll name this favorite, but we normally won't see this. Instead here, I can also set up an icon name, and now this should be, for example, iOS star, which is a valid icons icon, and you can search that expo vector icons list I showed you earlier in the course, which you also find attached to this video, for possible icons you can use here. Just make sure that you use an icon from the icon set you used in your header button. So in my case, from icons. Now this indicates which icon to use. Now here we can also add on press to register a function that should be triggered when that icon is pressed or when that item in the header is pressed. And for now, I'll just say mark as favorite here, log this in the console so that we see that this worked. We're not entirely there yet because we're not using our custom header button. That's the last missing piece. We need to import this component we created. So import header button from components, and then there from header button. That's the button we worked on. And we pass this to header buttons here because this expects a header button component prop where we point at the component that should be used to render this item in the end. Now, this is all very complex, as you can tell, a lot of nested components. This is just a setup which is a little bit cumbersome the first time you do it, but when you then use it in other components, it's really just all about copying the same setup here, changing the title, changing the icon, and changing the logic, and you're there. So that's all you have to do in the future. It's just the initial setup. That's some extra work here. With all that setup, however, if we now save this, we should be able to see our star here. This is the icon we see, and we can press this, and as I press it, you see mark as favorite is getting logged here in the console. Let's also see that on Android. There we also have the star, and if I press this star here, we also see mark as favorite. So that's working. Little side note I just saw, if we have multiple recipes, we might want some extra styling there, totally unrelated to the header button, just seeing it. So in the meal item.js file, on the meal item, I'll actually add some margin vertical of 10. Again, totally not something you need here, just there to make sure that this looks nicer if we have multiple items. Important thing here, of course, is that we have our header button, this icon. And this is how you can add buttons or icons, items here to your header. And of course, you can add more than one. Here in the meal detail screen, you can have multiple such items between the header buttons here, which you set up on header right on the navigation options. This is how you add items here. You can have more than one. For example, here we could also have iOS star outline, which is another icon, which looks a bit different so that we can see the difference. Here, now we have two here. So that's possible. Of course, you shouldn't overload this so that your UI stays clean and just works. But this is how you can add icons here to your screen. By the way, the warning I'm getting here regarding the double keys, the title here is also used as a key for your items. So if you have multiple items, you shouldn't use the same title. But I just added this for demonstration purposes anyways, so I'll simply get rid of it and we're good. Now, our star icon doesn't do anything yet. That's something we'll add later, but at least we see it. And that's really important in a module where we talk about navigation and working with the header. Now, a quick fix, which I just noticed that we need to implement. Our shadow is gone here on this category page. I didn't notice this earlier. This happens because on the category grid tile, I added overflow hidden. If I remove that here, then we have the shadow back, and it makes sense that we get it because with overflow hidden, we basically say, well, the grid item, which is this view around everything else here, that basically defines what we can see. The shape of this defines what we can see. And this simply crops the shadow as well. And well, that's of course something I don't necessarily want here. Now, of course, overflow hidden is important though, to make sure that the ripple effect works correctly. And the solution, therefore, is very, very simple. We can move our elevation here onto this grid item view, which is this extra view we added to restrict the ripple effect. So add the elevation there, maybe increase it to 5 so that we can see that better. And with that, we can see that we'll have the shadow back on Android. We have the shadow now again. Now for iOS, you could think that you simply move these shadow properties here onto the same styling object, so onto grid item as well. But this won't do the trick, as you can tell. Here on iOS, we still have no shadow because their overflow hidden still crops the shadow. That's simply a little platform difference we have. But that's no problem. We can revert this. We can leave the shadow on a container. We could also move it here. Doesn't make a difference. What we can instead do is we can leverage the platform and make sure that we only set overflow hidden if we're on Android, because we really only need it there. We really only need it there to crop the shape for the ripple effect. So we can check if platform OS is equal to Android. And actually, we only use the ripple effect if we're on version 21 or higher. So if platform.version is greater or equal to 21, if that's the case, we want to set overflow to hidden, because then we need to crop this to make sure the ripple effect works correctly. Otherwise, we can set this to visible, which is the default, so that we have no cropping. Which means on iOS, we'll not set this to hidden, and therefore on iOS, we now have the shadow again too. And on Android, we also have the shadow, but we still have the correct ripple effect. So that's a little improvement, totally optional improvement, but of course there to fix our styling, which I want to implement here to make sure we have the style again, which we wanted. So now we worked with navigation quite a bit. We're able to move forward and backward. You learned how to add icons and action buttons here to this header, how to style and control the header in general, how to pass data around, and these are all crucial things for mobile apps you're building with React Native. Of course, these are things you'll do over and over again when working with React Native to build apps. Now, this is not the only form of navigation we can implement though. We can also add tabs at the bottom so that we can switch between different sections in this app, which of course also is a typical pattern you know from mobile apps, and which is also the pattern I sketched out at the beginning of this module. I want to have two tabs in this app, one for all our meals, or in this case all our categories, and one for just our favorite meals, the meals we marked as a favorite. That of course brings us to one important question: how can we add tabs when working with React navigation? And that's thankfully not too difficult. Let's go to our meals navigator.js file, which is where we set up navigation, and there we created a stack navigator. You need a stack navigator whenever you have screens, pages in your app that are connected with such a forward-backward flow. That's the typical stack navigation, what we're using here. And of course, we'll still need that even if we now also add tabs. The good thing is you can simply have multiple navigators in your application. And that's exactly what I'll do now. From React Navigation, besides the stack navigator, the create stack navigator function, we can also import create bottom tab navigator. And that does just what it sounds like. It allows us to create a navigator that works with tabs at the bottom. So create bottom tab navigator it is. And we can simply create that additional navigator next to our meals navigator, let's say. So here I will name this meals fav tab navigator. You can name it whatever you want. I just want to be really clear about what this navigator controls, and it will control our meals and favorites with tabs. And I call create bottom tab navigator and store the result of that in this constant. The result of this, just as before for the stack navigator, is in the end a React component. So we can store that here and we'll soon be able to use this then. Now, how do we configure that tab navigator then? Just like the stack navigator, the tab navigator also takes an object where we have to inform it about the different tabs, so to say, the different sections, the different screens we want to load when we click the different tabs. And there I have two tabs which I want. One tab should be what we see here. So our stack in the end, not just this screen, but also the functionality to go to another screen. So I want to have the entire stack here in one tab and a different screen or a different stack in the other tab. And the good thing is you can use a stack or any other navigator as a screen in this navigator. So what you can do here is you can set up an identifier. Let's maybe name it meals. That is totally up to you, that name. And now you could point at a screen here. You can also use that long form with screen, but I'll use the shortcut and just directly point at a screen here. And the screen at which you point here can either be just a React component as we created here in the screens folder, or, well, since this here, as I mentioned, also returns a React component, it can also be the result of create stack navigator. So indeed, I'll use the meals navigator here as my screen to be loaded for the meals tab in the end. This is how this works. This is how we can set this up. So that's our first tab. The second tab will be our favorites. And there I have no stack yet. We might later add one, but for now, I'll just point at the favorites screen. So let's import that favorites screen here in the Meals Navigator file. Import favorites screen from the screens folder and their favorites screen like this. And now simply point at the favorites screen here for our favorites identifier in the bottom tab Navigator. This is how easy we can set up a tab navigator. The question now is, how do we use it? Well, in the end, it's now this navigator which we want to use as our root navigator in the app, because it includes our existing Meals navigator and it also allows us to go to the favorite screen. So in the end, I just use this here in my app container instead of the Meals navigator, because the Meals navigator now is nested in this tab navigator. And that is how you can combine multiple navigators in a React Native app driven by React Navigation. Because you can simply mix and match them together. You always have one root navigator, which is in your app container. And that makes sense. You have one entry point to your app. But this root navigator can, of course, have other nested navigators, as we have it here for this tab where we point at the Meals navigator. And if we now save this and our app therefore restarts, you see now we have tabs at the bottom here. And we can click them to go to our Meals stack here, and we can use this stack just as before. But I can also switch to favorites, go back to my stack, which even keeps its state it was in. And that is how easy we can add tabs. Same on Android, of course. Now, of course, it's also noteworthy that these tabs don't look that great yet. It would be nice to have an icon here and not just some text. And we'll take care about configuring these tabs in just a second. But this is how easy we can get started with tabs, and this is how you can think about using multiple navigators in a React Navigation app, or in an app using React Navigation. Now with that, let's see how we can actually add icons and how we can configure our tabs a bit more, also to use a different color than this default blue here. So how can we assign icons here? How can we then also make sure that we use the color we want to use? Let's start with the color before we add the icons. Just like the create stack navigator function, create bottom tab navigator also takes a second argument. First argument is your configuration object, where you configure the different tabs and the screens they point at. Second argument is also an object where you can configure the navigator in general. There you have a couple of settings. Again, official docs are the place to go to learn about every single setting here. One of the more important settings here are the tab bar options. This is another object, and in there you can in detail control how the tab bar appears, how it's styled. You can set up an inactive tint color, which is the color the tab has, which is currently, well, not active. You can set up an active tint color, and that's what we actually need here. You can set up an active background color and an inactive background color as well, of course, to also change the background of the tabs here if you want to. And therefore, you have a lot of possibilities to really fine-tune this to your requirements. And here I'll set an active tint color because that's all I need here. But of course, feel free to play around with that and change background colors as well and change other settings. And I'll set my active tint color to a value from my colors constant, which I import here. I'll set it to colors accent color. We haven't used it before, but now I'll use it. And that's this orange color, which we now have therefore. And this is how easy we change the color the active tab has. Now that's one thing. Please also note that this, of course, doesn't add an icon. And how would it? We're not saying anything about the icon we want to add. Now, for adding the icon, the straightforward pattern, I think, is that you go to your route config here, so to the config where you map screens to your tabs, and you use the longer form where you add the screen property, where you then also add navigation options. By the way, you could also do this directly in the component, of course, by adding navigation options just as we did it before. However, since Meals here actually is a navigator, the only place of adding navigation options to that is, of course, here or also here on Create Stack Navigator. There you could also set up a navigation options key here on the second argument on this object you pass as a second argument to create stack navigator, where you configure the overall navigator to give this navigator itself some navigation options. Because the navigation options we assign to the meals navigator, so to the stack navigator, are now the options which are taken into account by the tab navigator, which uses this meals navigator as a nested navigator. And the navigation options we can set here include a tab bar icon. We can add tab bar icon here, and tab bar icon actually is a function. It's not a single icon you point at, but instead this is a function. It's a function that receives some tab information, you could say. Whoops, should go here. That's the argument we get automatically, because this function, of course, will be called by React navigation. And tab bar icon, this function here, has to return the icon which you want to render for this tab. So in this case, for the meals tab. That means that I need to be able to use icons here, and for this we can import icons or any other icons that you want to use from @expo vector icons. Again, feel free to install this package. Normally it should be installed automatically when working with the Expo, but you can simply run npm install --save @expos/vector-icons to be sure that you have it installed. And you can use any icons that you want, but I always use icons throughout this course. I'll stick to them. With that, you can use icons as a component, as you learned earlier in the course. So here we can just return icons like this to render an icon. And you can now use any icon name you want here. And here I want to use iOS restaurant, which is simply an icon I found in the list of icons. This list here, which I also showed earlier, there it's this iOS restaurant icon which I picked, which I now use, which I point at here. This is the icon I want to render. I'll give it a size of 25. You can experiment with that, but I found 25 to look quite decent here in the tab bar. And a color, and that's now important, of tabinfo.tintColor. Because the color we set here, of course, should be our tint color we set up here. Now, of course, we could hardcode this to color accent color here, but if we then change it down there, we have to remember that we also change it up there. The good thing is, and that's why this is a function, that React Navigation calls this function for us and gives us some vital information about how our tab bar is configured in that tab info object. And that, for example, includes the tint color we did set up, so that we can dynamically retrieve this here for coloring the icon, so that if we change the color down there for the tab bar, it's automatically reflected in our icons up there. So it's a little convenience we have here, which we can use here. So with that, I'm rendering this icon for the meals. And for the favorites, we can now use a similar approach, use that longer form where we set up the screen here, and then add navigation options here, which will be merged with any navigation options we set up on favorites screen. But please note that, of course, you could absolutely also set up the navigation options here in the favorites screen component, therefore. But to keep it all in one place, I'll do it in my navigation setup here instead. So these are my navigation options for this screen. Just as for this navigator, the meals navigator, we can of course set up navigation options for a screen. That's what we did throughout the entire module after all. And there I want to do essentially the same, so I'll just copy that, add it here to this navigation options object. And the only thing that differs here is the icon I want to use. Here it's iOS star instead of iOS restaurant. And with that, if we save this, I actually get an error, because since I now use JSX in here, we need to import React, of course. That's how React works, because JSX behind the scenes is transformed to React create element, as you know. And therefore now, after adding the React import here in the meals navigator.js file, this works, and now we have icons which automatically take our tint color. And that's how easy you can add icons. Now, besides setting the icon, you might want to set the label as well. And you see that by default, the label, meals and favorites, is simply the identifier we assigned here when we set up our tab navigation, meals and favorites. Now, often that makes sense, but in case you want to have a different label, then in the navigation options of your screen, you load here into this tab. You can set up a tab bar label property, and in there, whoops, that is just a string where you could have favorites with an exclamation mark. And if you set this, you'll see that now you have favorites with an exclamation mark here instead of just favorites as before. So you can override this default label, which is assumed, which normally is your identifier. If you want a different one, you can override it. And of course, there are more options you can set, and attached you find a link to the official docs for this navigator, where you can learn all about the options you can set up on the navigator itself, but then also on the navigation options of child screens, so of nested screens or nested navigators inside of the tab navigator. So what we're setting up here. With that, we added tabs, and yes, on favorites, we're not doing anything yet. That's something that will follow, but we have tabs at least. Before we work on the favorites, let's work on the tabs a bit more, because right now we have tabs on Android that don't really look like we would expect Android tabs to look like. This looks more like iOS tabs, if you ask me. Sure, it works, and you can keep that if that's the style you want. Nothing wrong with that. But it would be nicer to have a more Android-specific look, maybe. And for that, we have a separate navigator we can create, though we have to install an extra package for this, first of all. So let's do that. Let me quit that server here and run npm install -- save. And now that's react-navigation material bottom tabs. By the way, there also is React Navigation Material Top Tabs. I'll not dive into that in this course here, but attached you also find a link where you can learn more about that alternative navigator. We'll use the Material Bottom Tabs navigator here and install this package. This is how we start this. So let's wait for that installation to finish, and thereafter let's install one other package which we'll also need with npm install -- save, and that's react-native paper. So let's install this as well. And once this installation is finished, let's restart the Expo server with npm start again, because now we installed packages that help us render an alternative tab navigator. And it's thankfully really straightforward to use and has pretty much the same or very similar configuration options than the bottom tab navigator, especially when it comes to how we set up icons and so on. Attached you find all the docs for this alternative navigator and for that yet another alternative navigator I mentioned. And let's use it by importing from this newly installed React Navigation Material Bottom Tabs navigator package here. And from there we can import the create Material Bottom Tab navigator function here. Now make sure you also have platform imported, because we'll now need this, because I only want to use this navigator instead of the create bottom tab navigator if we're on Android. So here we can check whether platform OS is equal to Android, and in that case I want to use that new create material bottom tab navigator function which I just imported. Otherwise, after the colon, we'll use the bottom tab navigator we set up in the previous lecture. So that of course leaves us with one question. How does the material bottom tab navigator work? How do we configure that? And the good news here is generally it works the same as the bottom tab navigator. There are some details you can configure on the tab navigator itself. So for example, which color to assume when and so on, that differs. But regarding how you set up your tabs and match screens and set up icons, that's exactly the same. And therefore we can actually take this entire screen config here, cut it from here, and store this in a separate constant here, which I'll name tab screen config. You can name it whatever you want, because that can be reused. And now I use the tab screen config as a first argument both in the bottom tab navigator as well as in the material bottom tab navigator, just like this. And that only leaves us with an alternative second argument, which we pass to material bottom tab navigator and just bottom tab navigator. This second argument we pass, this object we pass as a second argument, as you learned, allows us to configure the tab navigator itself. For example, set up tab bar options like the active tint color. And that differs a bit, because for the material bottom tab navigator, we don't set up tab bar options to configure our active tint color. Instead, we directly have an active tint color here in this object itself. On the bottom tab navigator, we had this in a nested object in the tab bar options. We don't have that here. Instead, here we just set active tint color like that, to colors, accent color. And there are other settings as well. For example, you can set shifting to true, and I'll show what this does and what false does in a second. And with that, that's it for now. If we now save this, this will rebuild our project and reload it on the screen. And we have the same tabs as before on iOS. That didn't change. But on Android, we now have that more material look tab navigator here, where we can now also switch like this. And that's this shifting effect, which you see here, that the tabs grow, that the label only exists on the tab which is active. And if you set shifting to false here, by the way, you simply don't have this effect. Then you always have your labels there on Android as well. So that's now a look that looks a bit more like Android, I would say. And it's therefore the look which I want to have here. And you can take this even further. Let's say we want to change the entire tab bar background color here, depending on which tab is selected, and have a nice ripple effect that changes this along the way. For this, we can go to our screen config and there to the navigation options. And there we have the tab bar icon. We can also set up a tab bar color here when this tab is selected, so to say. And for example, set this to colors, primary color. And now important, this only has an effect if you do set shifting to true. Otherwise, this tab bar color prop, which I'm setting up here, will have no effect because only the shifting effect supports this. And what we'll now have, the effect we'll now have, is that if I save this, get the same look on iOS because their tab bar color has no effect. But now you see, we really have our primary color as a background if meals is selected. If we select favorites, that changes to the other color. Now, this change, of course, doesn't look that beautiful. And therefore, we can simply change that by also giving our favorites screen its own tab bar color. So there we could say, in the navigation options of the favorites screen, next to tab bar icon, we set the tab bar color there to accent color. And what we'll now have is a differently colored tab bar, which switches from our primary color for meals here to this accent color for favorites with this nice ripple effect. Now, of course, the downside is that we don't see the icon then, because accent color for a tab bar color is not a good choice if our tint color is also accent color. So if we use this effect, we might want to use white here as a tint color, which we can always see against both the primary and the accent color. And therefore here, for the active tint color, we might want to use white instead of our accent color, because white will work for both tabs then, no matter if the tab bar is then colored in the primary color, that dark purple, or in the accent color, that orange. Therefore now you see we have this effect here and this nice ripple change to the other tab here for favorites. And I think that's a pretty sweet and easy to implement change that makes this look great on Android and certainly gives us a more distinctive Android-like look whilst keeping the default iOS look you would expect on that platform. It's really easy to implement, as you can tell. Now, a quick side note, if you don't want to use this shifting effect, which I want to use here, but if you wouldn't want to use it, then of course you might notice that the background color of your tabs on Android is not your primary color, but instead is this a bit lighter purple bluish color. Now typically you might want to change this too, of course, and as you see, tab bar color simply has no effect. This only works with shifting. Now if you want to change your background color for the entire tab bar in the non-shifting case, then all you have to do is here on the configuration of your tab navigator itself, because it affects the entire tab bar now, you can set up a bar style property, and that simply is a style object where you can, for example, set the background color to colors primary like this, and this simply changes the background color of the navigation bar for our Android bottom bar here. So that's how you can change this if you don't want to use the shifting pattern here, the shifting look. I will turn on shifting again, though we'll set this to true again because I really like this different colored tab bar. I think that's a really nice look with that ripple effect that changes the color. And that's how easy it is to implement different tab bars. Now again, there are a bunch of configuration options, both for the tab bar itself as well for the navigation options of the screens you have inside of your tab bar, and therefore you find the official docs attached where you can dive into every single option and explore them and play around with them. Now with the tabs added, we're missing content in the favorites screen. Now, we don't really have functionality to add favorites yet. If we click that star icon, that doesn't do anything. And by the way, I'm aware that we're missing content here as well. We'll add this later. So clicking the star icon doesn't do anything yet, and we'll only be able to make that do something a bit later. Still, I want to populate this favorite screen a little bit more, at least, with some dummy meals we're loading there, let's say, and at least with the functionality to also go to the meal detail screen there. Because in the end, the idea here is that we have a list of meals here, just as we have it here after we selected a category, and that we can tab on a meal to go to the details page, just as we can do it in the meals navigator. So in the meals stack navigator, I should say. And therefore, in the end, what we need for favorites, for our favorites tab, is not a single screen, but another stack. A stack for our favorites feature in this application. That's what we need here. This will then, by the way, also give us a header, which we're currently also missing. Of course, that's not too hard to implement. We can simply create another stack navigator above our tab screen config maybe. And this will set up the stack navigator for our favorites stack. So the object we pass here has to define all the screens we want to have in that stack. And that would be the favorites screen itself with the list of our favorite meals. And there I want to point at favorites screen. And then I want to have a meal detail, and I'll point at meal detail screen. And we're already using the meal detail screen here in our meals navigator, in our other stack navigator, but that's totally fine. You can use one and the same screen in different stack navigators. There's nothing wrong with that. So we can use meal detail screen here in the favorites stack navigator as well. And now I just want to make sure that I also copy my options here, my default navigation options, this second argument actually for create stack navigator, for the meals navigator, to my favorites stack navigator as well. So here as a second argument to create stack navigator, I copy in that object where I set up my default navigation options so that for this stack I have the same defaults, I have the same header style. And therefore, of course, we can also cut this from here and remove this from here and store that default setting in a constant here. Maybe our default stack nav options, that's this object which sets up the header style. We can then use the default stack nav options here in our meals navigator stack and also here in our favorites stack navigator. And I'll also store this in the fav navigator constant. Of course, you can name this constant whatever you want. Now it's that fav navigator, so that created stack navigator component in the end, which I want to use in my tab screen config. There, for meals, we were already using a stack navigator. For favorites, I was using the favorites screen, and this now has to change. This now should be the fav navigator, so that here we also use a stack instead of a single screen. And with that already, if we go to favorites, we have our title here, at least we have a header, which already proves that we're using a stack navigator there. Now, of course, a screen is not really that useful, not something I want to say here. So I want to set specific navigation options for the favorite screen. And we can either use that here when we create the favorites stack navigator with the longer form where we set up screen and the navigation options for that screen here, or we do it directly in our component. That's what I did thus far. That's what I'll do here as well. There we can set up favorite screen.navigation options like this. Use the object here. We don't need the function because I'll not derive the name dynamically here. And in the navigation options here, I simply will set the header title to your favorites. And of course, you can pick any text you want here. And if we now save that, now we see our custom title here, which is a bit better. Now, as I said, we don't really have the tools yet to store meals as favorites. That's something we'll do in a while. So for now, I just want to display some dummy meals here. Let's say the meals with the ID M1 and M2, simply 2 dummy meals. And for that, we can go to the favorite screen, and instead of displaying this view here, In the end, I want to display the same as in the category meals screen, right? I want to render a flat list, which then renders my meal items here. The only difference is which meals I render. That logic will not be the same, because that's different for my favorite screen. This, however, will be the same, and since I will reuse that list creation logic, and the only thing that differs is the data which I render, it would make sense to outsource this list into a separate component so that we can reuse that component in the category meals screen and in the favorites screen. So in the components folder, I'll add a meal list.js file, and in there I want to have a React component, so import React from React, and we'll also need to import flat list from React Native, and we'll also need to import style sheet from React Native, of course. And then here we can create our meal list component where we get props, and we export that as a default thereafter. We'll also need some styles, so we can already add style sheet create here like this. And now I want to move over my list logic from category meal screen into this new component. So I'll cut this entire JSX code, which I returned here in category meal screen, and moved it here and return it in meal list, in the meal list component. So now here I will return that view. And therefore we also need to import view here, of course. That also means we have to bring over the look. So here this screen style can also be cut from category meals, and therefore here we don't need a style sheet anymore. We can get rid of the style sheet import as well. We can actually get rid of all React Native imports because we have no React Native specific component in here anymore. And instead move that to meal list. So there in the style sheet I can add this screen which I just removed. And a more fitting name therefore probably is list. So I'll rename this. Technically you don't have to rename it, but it makes sense because this is now not a screen component anymore. It's just rendering a list, which then happens to be the only part on our screen, but that's a different story. So I'll just name this list, have my flat list in there. Now, of course, displayed meals, which I want to render, that won't work anymore. Instead, I simply expect to get some data through my props here, maybe name it list data. You can choose any name you want here, of course. And render meal item, that's also missing. For that, in the category meals, we can cut this render meal item constant here, cut it from the category meals screen, and move that into our meal list as well. So there in the meal list component, I'll add this constant which holds this render meal item function, which has everything it needs to work, except for one thing, the meal item import is missing. So we need to import meal item from /meal item, so from the meal item component. One other thing will be missing here in the meal list component as well, and that will be the navigation prop, because as I mentioned, the navigation prop is only available in components that are loaded with the help of Navigator by React Navigation, and only in that component, not in nested components. So the thing is, category meals is the component we're loading with the help of the Navigator. And if we then use the meal list in there, which we'll do in a second, the meal list will not have access to props navigation. Only the directly loaded component has access. But that will be an issue that's easy to solve. First of all, however, let's import meal list here from the meal list component. And let's return meal list here in the category meals component. And now meal list, of course, needs that list data prop which we're working with. So let's pass in list data, and that should simply point at the array we want to render, which in this case is displayed meals. And now, as I mentioned, we'll have a problem with the navigation prop. Well, we can just forward it though. We can use navigation, add such a prop here to meal list, and forward props navigation. And that is how easy we can forward this to the meal list. So now in meal list, in that component, we'll have a navigation prop again because we are forwarding it. We're adding our own navigation prop and we're pointing at the data we get on the navigation prop provided by React Navigation. That's how we have access to it again here. And with that, we should have a setup that works. So that should be our category meals screen. Let's save it and let's ignore the favorite screen for the moment and just see that our stack navigator here still works, and it seems to do that. if I test that, that definitely still works here as it was before. Now let's make sure we also use this in the favorite screen. So here on the favorite screen, we don't need to import anything from React Native. Instead, we just need to import the meal list component we just created from components and then meal list, and simply return meal list. And now the difference to the category meal screen, where we also return meal list, is of course the data we want to render. The logic for deriving that data, that's the difference. And another difference between the components is of course our navigation option setup and the header title we're setting. We can get rid of the style sheet here. We don't need that anymore here in the favorite screen. And now the data I want to render, well, that depends on my meals. So I will import meals from the dummy data JS file. And as I mentioned here, since we have no real way of setting favorites, I'll just use some dummy favorites which I come up with. So here my favorite meals, that could be my meals array, and there I want to filter for 2 specific meals. So I'll have a look at every single meal, but I only return true if meal ID is equal to M1 or if meal ID is equal to M2. And that's of course just some dummy logic so that we have something here. We'll replace this later once we really know how to manage our state and how to manage the currently set favorites. Now to meal list, to our component here, we can forward the list data prop again, which we need in there. So we can forward list data and set this equal to fav meals, just like that. So now we should have some favorites as well, and we do. We got 2 favorites. However, if I click on it, we got undefined is not an object when we try to call props navigation navigate. And yeah, the problem of course is that in the meal list, as I mentioned, we're using the navigation prop, and that's only available in the component that is directly loaded through a navigator. So in this case, that's the favorite screen. And in category meals, we solve this by forwarding the navigation prop. Of course, we need to do the very same thing here for our favorite screen. So we need to provide that navigation prop here on meal list and forward props navigation so that that navigation prop with the navigate method is available in the meal list component as well. Now with that, if we go to favorites, we are indeed able to go to the detail screen. So this is working. That's pretty decent, pretty nice. As you see, these 2 stack navigators also work independent of each other. We can be on the detail screen in both stacks separately. Here I'm on the detail screen of the salmon in the meals tab, and I can go to the toast Hawaii detail screen in the favorites tab, can go back here in the meals tab, and I'm still on the toast Hawaii details page here in the favorites stack. So these 2 stacks work separate from each other, totally independent, and that's how it should be. And this is how we can reuse some logic and how we can have different stacks merged into one and the same tab navigator. And even though some logic is still missing, the logic to really add favorites, this is a huge step forward and hopefully shows you the power of React navigation and how to set up this common navigation pattern where you have tabs and then different nested stacks. One navigation pattern is missing, which I want to show you, and that's a side drawer. So let's add this last main navigation pattern you see in mobile apps, and that's having a side drawer. Of course, React Navigation has us covered for that as well. From React Navigation, you can import create drawer navigator, which does just what it sounds like. It makes it easy for us to create this drawer-based navigation pattern, and it gives us such a drawer and all the functionality we need to control this drawer out of the box, which is of course very convenient. So we simply create a new navigator, and I'll do this at the bottom of this file. And just a quick side note, of course you could split that into multiple files and have each navigator in its own file and then merge them together into one file by importing them into one central file. That is something you could do. I found it easier for this tutorial also to keep it all in one file. It's also not too big of a file, but you could definitely split this. So I will create my drawer navigator here at the bottom of this file, and I'll store it in a constant named main navigator, because in the end that's what it is. This will be our main navigator in the end, because the tab will be inside of the drawer navigator in the end, our tabs here, so that on both tabs we have access to that side drawer, and the side drawer allows us to go to a brand new screen which will not be part of our tabs. So the drawer navigator is above the tabs navigator in the hierarchy. So how do we configure such a drawer navigator? Basically just as we did it before. It takes two arguments, and the first argument is an object where we configure the screens for this drawer navigator. Just as before, we have identifiers like tabs or meals, favs, whatever a fitting navigator is for that first drawer entry you want to have. And here I want to point at my meals, fav tab navigator in the end, because that's what I want to load there. And now the second entry is the filters screen. We must not forget that we have one other screen, that's the filters screen. We haven't used it before. Now is its time to shine. And actually, I'll wrap this into a stack navigator, even though it will be empty, so that we get a header there as well. So I will add another stack navigator here with create stack navigator. That's a very simple stack. It will have only one screen, and that will be the filters screen, which we therefore need to import here at the top, because we're not doing that yet. Let's import filters screen here from screens filters screen. And now we can use the filters screen down there. Whoops, not here, but here in the stack navigator, and name this filters navigator or anything like that. And now it's this filters navigator, which I map to filters in my drawer navigator. And I only use a stack navigator here so that I also have a header there, and for no other reason. Now on the filters screen, we'll of course work on this in a second, but on there's one thing I want to do right away. I will add my navigation options, and I will add a header title there and set this to filters or filter meals, anything like that. With that, back to the meals navigator, we're creating that stack. We're assigning the filters navigator stack navigator to our drawer navigator. And now we just have to use the main navigator here in our app container to start with that. And now if we save this, we see nothing though. Well, I said that the drawer navigator would manage all the logic for opening it and so on. The thing it does not do for us automatically is show a menu icon. So it doesn't show a hamburger button for us. That's something we have to do. And we can decide on which screens to show it. And of course, that would be the category screen, because that's the root screen for the meals tab, and the favorites screen, because that's the root screen for this favorites tab. So in these two screens, I want to add that menu icon. And I add it in my navigation options, as you learned, because there I want to add it with the help of header left. Previously, we used header right to add actions to the navigation bar, to the header, but that menu button typically is on the left, so we'll add it here. And I will use my header buttons for this. So I will import from React Navigation header buttons, this package we used earlier. From there, I will import header buttons and also item, what we also used before. And also import my custom header button. So header button from components, header button. So the same pattern we used before for adding that star icon in the action bar. Now I'll do it here for the menu icon, for the menu button. And therefore we can now go down to header left and there add header buttons. This here as a component, set the header button component to our header button component we're importing from our own custom component, and add an item in there which allows us to define the title, that should be menu, and then, very important, the icon name, and there you can use iOS menu. And by the way, you can always use the platform API here to use a different icon for Android and for iOS if you want to. And last but not least, also add on press to do something when that button is pressed. And now this should render a nice looking menu button here on that screen. And indeed we see it here on iOS and we also see it on Android. Now again, if you want a different icon on Android that looks more like the typical Android icons, the same is true for the tabs by the way, you can use the platform API to render a different icon there. To save some time, I'll use the same icons. So this is how we display the icon. How do we now open the drawer though? Well, for this we need access to the navigation prop, and we don't have that access in the navigation options like this. But of course you learned earlier that you can use the function form here, where you then get your nav data, you could say. In that function you then have to return your configuration object. So here you have to return an object in the end. And now nav data has such a navigation prop. So now here in onPress we can say nav data.navigation. That will now be available. That's provided by React Navigation, which executes this function in the end. And there you will have a toggle drawer method. You would also have open drawer if you know you only want to open it, but toggle drawer will open it if it's closed and close it if it's open. So here you have toggle drawer, and that should open the side menu. So if we save that, now indeed the drawer opens. And we can work on the styling and the text we see here in a second, but this is how you can open that drawer. Now before we take care about how this looks here, let's make sure we have the same on favorites. And of course you can also pause the video and do that on your own here, because the steps will be the same as for the meals categories here. It's a nice practice therefore, but after this short pause you have to pause this video, we'll do it together. So, were you successful? Let's do it together, and in the end it's all just about copying this setup here to the favorites screen. So I will copy this entire navigation options setup from the categories screen to the favorites screen and replace my navigation options there with it. Of course that means that I have to rename this here to favorites screen, and here change the title back to your favorites. But now I already have this dynamic navigation options creation function here, where I have the toggle drawer call here. The icon I want to use is the same. We just have to make sure we import all the things we need to import. And for that, we can grab the imports here from the categories screen as well, from the React Navigation header buttons package and from our own header button. Grab that and add it here on the favorites screen. Now with that, if we save this, this should be all. Now on the favorite screen, we also have that drawer, and you can open it there as well. And we cannot just open it, by the way. If we click on filters, we're also taken to the filter screen. There we right now just don't have a way back. But that's actually something we can also fix right away, because on the filter screen, I simply also just want to have a drawer at the top. So on the filter screen, I will also add my imports here. Whoops, header buttons and so on. And then also add my navigation options here. So copy the navigation options from the favorite screen, this dynamic function, and add it to the filters screen and replace the navigation options there. Of course, therefore, then change this here back to filters screen and change the title back to filter meals or whatever you want here. And with that, we should have a drawer on the filter screen as well. And that allows us to go back to our meals. Now, a couple of things are missing though. For example, on the filter screen, the header looks totally different. And therefore here on Android, I can't even see my button because it's white. The text here is not the text I want to display. I also want to use different colors here, maybe different fonts. So there is work left to do, but the basic drawer functionality was added. And as you see, again, with very little effort. So let's now take care about styling the drawer and that filters screen. Let's start with styling the drawer on the filters screen. That's not difficult. It's something we did before. In the filters navigator, here in the stack navigator, we in the end just have to set up the default navigation options we're also using for the fav navigator and our meals navigator. So we can just copy this second configuration object here and add this on our filters navigator here as a second argument to create stack navigator. Of course, we can remove that commented outline. But with this simple change, we're making sure we're using the same navigation bar or action bar style here. So that's a simple but useful change. Now for the drawer itself, what about this look here and the style of the drawer? Now for one, you can, if you want, control the entire drawer and change how items are laid out there and not use this default of having a list with ripple effect here on Android and a different effect on iOS. But I think that is a nice default, which I actually don't want to change. If you would want to, you can, however, replace this entire component which is rendered in here. And attached, you'll find a link to the official docs where you can learn more about this in case you need to customize this. What I, of course, do want to change is the style of these items and the text which is displayed here. Now, that's not too difficult. Let's start with the text. As a text, as you can tell, it by default takes these identifiers here, meals, fads, filters. Now, of course, it can do that, but meals, fads, that's not really a text we want to show to our users. Therefore, I want to override this, and we can do this with the good old navigation options, which, just as before with the tabs, where we also could control the label text, we have to set on our stack navigators. Either when we're creating the stack navigator, there, besides setting default navigation options for every screen in that navigator, we can set navigation options for the whole navigator itself, which is then not for the screens in the navigator, but for the navigator when it's used as a screen, which is what we're doing here. And then here we could set a drawer label and could set this to filters with a couple of exclamation marks, just so that we see that this has an effect. Now we see that here. So that's where we can set this, one option. Alternatively, here, when creating the drawer navigator, we can use that longer form where we set up a screen and where we then set up navigation options here. And these are simply just alternatives where neither of the two is better or worse. You can use either of them. And now here, I will set drawer label to meals, let's say. That seems, that makes more sense to me than meals favs. So with that, if I now open the drawer, I see meals and filters. For filters, I now didn't override the title because I'm fine with the default of taking my identifier, but for meals, I did override it. Now, what about the styling, the color and so on? Well, that of course can be controlled as well. Well, just as before with, for example, the tabs, where we also could pass a second argument to create bottom tab navigator to control the layout and the styling of the tabs in general, we can do the same for the drawer. To create drawer navigator, we can pass a second argument, which is an object to configure the drawer navigator itself. And there we get a couple of options. Again, official docs gives you an exhaustive list of everything you can configure. For example, you got your content options, which allows you to control the content in the drawer, so the drawer items at the end. And there you got a bunch of settings you can set up. For example, you can set an active tint color, which is basically the color an item has when it's active. And there we can set this to colors, accent color if we want to, instead of using that blue default. And for now, this is orange. And this is how easy it is to change this. This is all we need to do. Now, if we also want to change the font that's used there, we can do that as well. Besides setting an active tint color here on the content options, we can set up a label style here, and that takes a style object which will be applied to the underlying text component in the drawer. So we can set up things like text align there if we want to, or in my case here, simply set up the font family and set this to open sans. Maybe like this, not even the bold version. If we do that, clearly see a difference. Now I'll set it back to bold actually because that's nicer, but to see a difference, I think it was clearer without bold. So now we're using our own font here, the bold version, and our own color, and that's pretty neat, I'd say. Same, of course, also works on Android. This is how you can work with your drawer, how you can also style everything there. And with that, you learned about the main navigation patterns you can add to your app with the help of React Navigation. Now, obviously, as I emphasized multiple times throughout this module, there's a lot to configure. All these navigators have different navigation options and settings for the navigators themselves, and therefore definitely check out the official docs and simply play around with the different settings you see there to experiment with what you can do. The things I showed here and the things we changed here are probably the common things you want to customize, which is why I did show them here. But again, there's so much to do. Definitely check out the official docs. For this app, the navigation part is basically done. There's not too much else to add. Now it's time to revisit the general styling. For example, make sure we are using the right fonts everywhere, also in the tabs and in the header. And for example, also for the text here, which we're currently not. And then also fill the rest of the app with some meat. For example, the detail page here, which still has some dummy content at the moment, and also our filters page, which also just has dummy content. That's what I'll do in the rest of this module. Thereafter, in the next module, we'll also make sure that we add more logic and that we, for example, can mark something as a favorite and can therefore then add it to the favorites tab, which currently doesn't work. But for now, let's finish the styling and add the rest of the layout and content to this app. So I want to start with some font fine-tuning in my tabs here, in the header, and also the text here on my recipes. I want to make sure that everywhere I'm using the right font, my own custom fonts. And especially here in the header and the tabs, we're not really ensuring this yet. Of course, it's relatively easy to ensure that though, and let's start with the header. The header is generally styled, like the background color, with our default navigation options, which we always set up on the stack navigator, right? The default navigation options here allow us to, well, style the header, and for example, give the header in general a style and add a background color. Now, important to recognize here is that header style really only targets the box, the background, so to say. So the container in which the action items, the back button, and this title sits. The title itself can't be targeted with header style. But of course, we get an alternative to that. Besides header style, where we can style that header container, we also got a header title style, and that unsurprisingly targets the text component in which our header title is presented. And there we can style it like we can style text elements in React Native. For example, by adding a font family of Open Sans. Again, I'm using the non-bold version so that we can quickly see the difference. This clearly is not bold anymore, I guess. It's pretty clear to see, especially here on iOS. And now if I set this to bold, I ensure that I use this right style on both iOS and Android. Now for the back text here, by the way, we can also override that default, which is the default system font, by setting the header back title style. That's a separate setting we can set up here, and there we can also set the font family to, let's say, Open Sans. Not the bold version. I don't want to have that in a bold style, but I want to have it in my own font. And this should now be Open Sans here and use my own font. On Android, of course, this does not have an effect because there we have no back text. So that's one thing, that's the header. For the tabs, it's pretty similar. There we can go to our tab navigator we're creating, like the material bottom tab navigator. And this, of course, has our tab screen config and then this second object where we configure the navigator itself. And as always in React Navigation, it's the second object where we can control the general look and feel of the navigator-specific things, like in the case of the tab navigator, the tab icon color, the bar color, the tint color, or also the label style. And indeed here on the tab bar options for the bottom tab navigator, we can add a label style. And again, this targets the text component which holds our label. We can add a font family here of Open Sans bold so that we can clearly see the difference. If this reloads, now this clearly is some bold text. And actually this doesn't look too bad, so I think we can keep this. But of course, you could also set it to just Open Sans if you want the thinner version. But now it uses our own font. Now for Android here, the material bottom tab navigator also has some configuration options, but actually it doesn't have a label style. What you can do there instead is on the separate tabs you're loading, so in the navigation options of the tabs you're loading, where you're also setting the tab bar icon and so on, there we can add tab bar label here, where we could set a label like meals, multiple exclamation marks to override what we use as a label, now both on iOS and also on Android. And that can actually be a string like this, but you can also set this to a React component, to a text component, namely. And then in there, you can set up your label, meals. But of course, now here you can add style and add any styles you want. So a little bit of a workaround since there is no other built-in way of styling this for the material bottom tabs navigator, but better than nothing. So here we can now set font family to Open Sans bold. And if we do that, we of course also have to make sure we now import the text component from React Native, because otherwise we can't use it down there. And now with that, we also get this on iOS, of course, because we're sharing the config. We'll fix this in a second. But now this is how we can set up our own style there as well. But of course, we now lost the color, which is a downside of setting this manually here. And since we only need this workaround here for Android for the material bottom tabs, the easiest fix is to use the platform API and only set this tab bar label to this text component if we're on Android, because only then we need this workaround to set the font family. So I'll check if we're on Android, and if that's the case, I'll return a text component here. Otherwise, I'll just return the text meals. And then the advantage of just returning a text here simply is that our other settings, which set the tint color and the label style and so on, will kick in and will not be overwritten. If we set our own text component, we'll disable all that default feature, all these default features which are built into the bottom tab navigator. The problem with the material bottom tab navigator is that it simply doesn't have all these default features built in. So there we need to override this, but we only need to do this for Android on the other hand. And now we can copy that and do the exact same thing, of course, here for favorites. Render favorites as a text on iOS, and of course also in the text component for Android. And with that, we now should have a style that works. And this looks good on iOS. There, we basically didn't change anything. And on Android, there, we now also have our own custom fonts. So that's a little bit of a workaround, which is required here, unfortunately, when working with the bottom tabs navigator, but also not too hard to implement. And with that, we're making sure that we're using our own custom font everywhere in the navigation-related features of our app. Now, there is one other place in the app where I want to use my own font. That's here in the recipes list. This text here, simple, affordable, and the duration, that's not using our own font, and that's something I want to change. And that's, of course, our meal item here. There we have these three text components. And these simply need to get a style that uses our own font. Now, by the way, earlier in the course, you learned about alternatives to that. Instead of assigning a style and repeating the style assignment here, you could also create your own wrapper component, as we did with body text earlier in the course, which is simply wrapping the built-in text component that always sets your own font family. That will be an alternative. Or you set up a global style, which you import into this file. And actually, now that I think about it, since we'll have more text later, I will create my own wrapper component here. And I'll have my, let's say, default text.js file here. You can name this whatever you want. And in there, I'll import React from React, because I'm creating a React component, and import text and style sheet from React Native. And now this is a thin wrapper around the built-in text component. So default text, this component here, is simply a component which returns the built-in text component around props.children, so that we can use default text with opening and closing tags and in between pass our text. And there I'll point at styles.text here to assign my own text style. Make sure style sheet is imported for this. And then use the style sheet to create one down there and store it in the styles constant. Of course, also export default text thereafter. And now here in text, I will simply set up a font family of Open Sans. That should be my default here. That's the only thing I'll change. And now we can use default text whenever we have text in the app that should use our own custom font family. So, for example, here on the meal item, we can now import this custom text. So import default text from /default text from our own component there. And now use default text down there instead of the text component, which I'm currently using, just like this. And with that, if we now go there, this actually uses our own custom font. It doesn't look that different, but it is our own font. This is especially clear if we go there and we change this to Open Sans bold, of course, because the bold version is always a bit easier to recognize. But I'll change it back to the non-bold version. So we have our own custom text here as well. You could style other things here as well, add colors, add icons, whatever you want. I'm done with my styling for the moment. Now I want to make sure that we have more meaningful content here on the detail page before we then also later work on the filters screen here. So let's focus on the meal detail screen for now. So the part here where we view the details of a selected recipe. Right now we just have the dummy content there of the meal detail screen, and that's of course not the content I really want to have there. Instead, what should be in there? Well, if we have a look at our meal model, it probably makes sense to have the image there. Please keep in mind that the title already is shown in our header. So it makes sense to have the image here at the top maybe, and below that, maybe just, again, repeat duration, affordability, and complexity, just as we're doing it here below our recipe. And then, also below that, list all the ingredients and the steps it takes to, well, make that dish. So that's in the end what I want to have on this page here on the meal detail screen. And therefore, I think it makes sense to first of all add a scroll view, because we'll certainly have a lot of content on there that will most likely not fit onto one screen and certainly not on all possible device sizes. So I will add a scroll view here and wrap that around my content here. Now we'll have a couple of different sections here. For example, at the very top, I want to have my image. For this, I will also import the image component from React Native here so that we can render an image here, not a background image, but a normal image. And I want to add this, let's say, here right at the top, something like that. Now, after the image, I want to have a view with the duration, affordability, and complexity, as I mentioned. So basically, the same setup we have in the meal item. This here, you could say. And therefore, I'll actually copy the view from there, and then we can adjust it as we need it here in the meal detail screen. So I'll just replace this view with the copied view. Of course, that requires us to import the default text component here. So let's add this. Let's import default text from components default text. So that's the next row. And thereafter, I want to have my ingredients and the steps you need to execute. So we can add some text here where we say ingredients. And there I want to also apply a style, like styles text title, something like this, or just title. Because I want to have some bold header here, maybe increase the font size. Below that, have my list of ingredients. So list of ingredients, and that's of course not the final content. Instead, we will render a list here. And below that, I'll repeat this here, because then I want to have a title where I say steps, and then a list of steps below that. And now I'll get rid of this old content down there, and that's what I want to work with. Now, of course, all the styles are missing, and all the props duration and so on, that doesn't yield anything. Instead, we have to work with the selected meal here, selected meal duration, selected meal complexity, selected meal affordability. And for the image, for example, I want to add a source here. Source, since it's a network image, is an object with a URI property, which points at selected meal.image URL to load this. And we also need to apply a style there to set a width and a height. So here I want to point at styles image, let's say. And all these styles are missing, as I said, so let's add that. Here for this style, I also want to say styles.details maybe, because we're displaying the details of this recipe. And let's go down to the style sheet, therefore. Remove the screen, which we don't need anymore. Instead, let's add image and details. Now for details, we need to set the flex direction to row, because that should be all the details in a row. We can add a little bit of padding in all directions, maybe of 15. And also add justify content of space around to nicely distribute our detail items here. That should be good. In addition to that, on the image here, we also need to add a style. There, the width should be 100%, let's say, to take the full available width. And for height, I'll go with 200, though of course you could dynamically calculate this with the dimensions API, for example, to always take a certain fraction of the available height, or simply play around with different values here. I'll go with that and have a look here. And that doesn't look too shabby. That's not too bad. Now, you could definitely also try some bonus work here, some bonus tasks, and for example, color these details, simple, affordable, and the duration, depending on whether it's rather short or depending on the different values you have for simple, for the complexity and the affordability. It's not something I will do here, but you can have a look at the meal data, of course, to see which values we have there to derive what's short, what's a medium duration, what's a long duration, and to see which values are getting used for complexity and so on. And then you could actually add some if checks to apply different styling to the different values we're outputting here in the meal detail screen for these details, so that you color the text differently depending on whether it's long or not. It's not something I'll do here because it's just some extra work that doesn't really add much to the navigation, which is the focus of this module. So instead, I'll focus on ingredients and steps. And their first step is to make sure that title here is styled properly. So let's add title to the style sheet. And in there, I'll add font family and set this to Open Sans Bold. Set the font size to 22 maybe, and set text align to center the text in the middle. And with that, if we check this looks quite nice. Now I also want to output my ingredients and my steps, of course. And for that, it's important to understand that in the dummy data, these are arrays. These are my ingredients, for example. These are my steps. And you see there's just text in these arrays. So I just want to output my text here as a list. And I'll not use a flat list because you could do that. You could have scrollable containers in there, so to say, but I will simply render the ingredients and the steps on top of each other. So here we can use a good old approach we know from vanilla React for Web 2, which I also showed earlier in the course. We can use our selected meal and there the ingredients, which is an array of strings, and map this into an array of components. That's how you can output a list of data in React and also in React Native. And often you use flat list, but here we don't need to because it's not an infinite amount, so we don't need these optimizations, and we have a wrapping scroll view around the entire screen, so we will be able to also scroll if we're outputting more than fits on the screen. So we're absolutely fine using this approach. Therefore here I will have my single ingredient in this map function, and map is a method built into JavaScript, as you know. And here we need to return a JSX element now, and what I want to return is a text component where I simply output ingredient, because ingredients is an array of strings, so ingredient is just a string. And then here we also need to supply a key. That's a requirement by React. And we can use ingredient as a key because we'll always have each ingredient only once. So that is guaranteed to be unique. That's how our meals are set up. And with that, if we save this and we have a look at a recipe here, we see our ingredients. Now for the styling, we can certainly do something there, and I will do so in a second. But before I do that, let me repeat this for the steps here. Replace this text with selected meal.steps, and then output each step here, which is also just a string, and which is also unique, in a text. With that added, we should also see the steps for our meal. Indeed we do. Now again, styling can be improved a little bit, and we'll do just that. And I think it makes sense to create a separate component or a render function for this. And I will create a separate component. We'll store it in the same file though, because we really only use it in that file, but you could also create a new file, totally up to you. There I'll have my list item, which receives props, where I return. And now here I want to use a view, which I'm importing as a wrapper, so that I can style this container, and in there have my text, where I output props children. And now that view here will get a style from styles.listItem maybe, so that we can style this nicely. And here, of course, I don't want to use text, but actually default text. Also here, of course, so that we take advantage of our own custom text. Now for the list item style here, let's go down to the style sheet and add list item. And each list item should have some margin, a vertical margin of, let's say, 10, and a horizontal margin of, let's say, 20, so more spacing to left and right. And let's also maybe add a border color of a light grayish color here with hashtag CCC and a border width of 1. We'll see how that looks like. And then also add a little bit of padding in there, 10 in all directions. And we'll see how that looks like. Now we just need to make sure we use our list item component, and we use it by returning that instead of text here when outputting the ingredients. We still pass ingredient between the opening and closing tags of our own custom component, because there we're using props children that does use the content which we pass between opening and closing tags. And we do the same for our steps. With that, let's have a look at this. Yeah, doesn't look too bad. Got our steps here, got our ingredients. Of course, you can refine this styling, fine-tune it to your requirements, to the way you want it to look, but I'm actually quite happy with that. And with that, we got a basic detail screen. And of course, this detail screen also works for our favorites because we're using one and the same screen there. So that looks quite nice. The filter screen is what's now missing. So let's move over to the filters screen. And there right now I just have my dummy content, the filter screen, and that's of course not what I want there. Instead there, I want to have some text at the top actually, where I say available filters / restrictions or something like this, where I want to point at a certain style object with styles. Let's name it title maybe, because it will be our main title here. And below that, I want to have my different filters. Now, how does a filter look like? We need some switch, some checkbox, something like this that allows us to turn a filter on and off, and a label for that. Now that means that probably a view makes sense to group label and that switch together and position them side by side probably. And I'll give that view a style of filter container, something like that. And in there, as I said, I want to have a text with a label, for example, say gluten-free there, and next to that a switch. And thankfully React Native has a built-in switch. It's named switch. The switch component renders a nice switch which we can use. So here we can just use switch like this and render this onto the screen. We'll need to configure this, but to get started, we can use it like this. Now for some basic styling for the title and the filter container here. Let's go down here. Let's add filter container and title here. And the title is pretty straightforward. There I want to use font family Open Sans bold and a font size of 22, a margin in all directions of 20, and also set text align to center this. The overall screen, by the way, should not center items on the main axis anymore. So vertical centering should no longer happen. And for that, we can simply get rid of justify content center. And filter container, on the other hand, should position the switch and the text next to each other in a row. So here we can set flex direction to row. Justify the content maybe by adding space around, and align items on the cross axis in the center so that it's centered vertically. Now let's have a look at that. If we save this and we go to the filters screen, this is what we got. Here we got our switch, and as you see right now, it's always jumping back. That's something we'll take care about in a second, but generally we see it. And here on filters for Android, we got an Android switch, which also jumps back, but which conveniently is already pre-styled for Android. So that's actually another component built into React Native, which has a default look for Android. So that's not too bad. One thing I want to change is for the filter container, I want to assign a fixed width of, let's say, 80%, and actually change this here to space between, not space around, because I think that looks a bit nicer now. Yeah, definitely. Also on Android. And now we can make sure that this switch actually works and that it doesn't jump back when we trigger it. For that, you need to know that for switches, you manually need to manage their state. And that's actually not new. In React, it's often the case that for these input components, you need to store what the user enters and feed that back into the component to reflect that in the updated UI. And we do this with state management. So we import the use state hook from React so that we can manage state here in this functional component. And then here I'll have my gluten state, and I'll name this is gluten free and set is gluten free. Use state, initially that's false. And now on that switch here, you have a value property. That's a property built into the built-in switch, where I feed an is gluten free. So this takes a boolean, which indicates whether that switch is rendered as active or not active. So if it's marked as checked or not checked, I should say. And you have an onValueChange property, which takes a function that fires whenever the user clicks that switch. This function here gets the new value. So if the switch was in the false mode, in the unchecked mode, the new value will be true. And the other way around, of course. And we can use that to update our state and set is gluten free to the new value. And since we also feed this state back in, now our switch should be changeable and should stay in that updated mode. So now if we have a look at this, now we can really toggle that switch. And that's an improvement. The styling of the switch is not what I want, however. It uses some default color. Of course, I would want to use my colors that I use in the app all the time. And for that, we can import our colors constant, of course. So import colors from constants colors. And the switch has another property that helps us with styling here. We can add track color, which allows us to customize the colors for that switch, so the background color and so on. And track color takes an object as a value, hence we have an object which we pass here to this dynamic binding, where you can set a background color for the false state, so if it's inactive, if it's unchecked. And there I'm fine with the default actually. This looks good to me. But you can also set one for the true case, which is the case that it is checked. And there I want to use colors, primary color. And of course you can take any color you wish. If we do that, and I go back to filters, now we use our own color here, which of course is more in line with the rest of this application. And obviously this will also work here on Android. We can also set the thumb color, which is, well, the color of this thumb here, which is green here on Android. And this just takes a string, a color string, so a hex code, for example, and there we can also point at colors, primary color. And if we do that, on iOS now it has this color, and the same on Android. Now, of course, on iOS, that doesn't really look that good. There, I would like to keep the default, and the solution is pretty simple. We can, again, use the good old platform API, import this, and then here, when assigning a thumb color, I check for platform OS equal to Android, in which case I want to use the primary color for my thumb. Otherwise, I'll set this to an empty string, which means it will use the default, which is white on iOS. And with that, here we have the same look as before, which I like on iOS, but of course you can also fine-tune this to your requirements. And on Android, we will still have the look we saw before. If I go to the filter screen here, which looks good there as well. So that's this switch and how we can add it. Now we just need to repeat this for all our other switches as well. So all the other filters, I mean. So I can copy that view and add it again for lactose-free or for vegan. But if you find yourself copy and pasting over and over again, as we're trying to do it here, that's always a good case for creating a separate component or a function that renders this reusable code. And here, again, I will create a separate component in that same file because I really only use it in there. Again, you could also go for a separate file if you wanted to. I'll name it filter switch, and this gets some props. And in this component, in the end, I return this code we set up before with the view and the text and so on. And of course, now the text needs to be dynamic. There we could set this to props label, and it's totally up to you what you choose here because you'll be the one passing in the props values later anyways. And of course here, what happens on value change and what we pass to value also differs. So here, this should be props state, for example, or props value, or whatever you want to use. And here for on value change, I'll simply point at props on change, for example. But again, all these props names, of course, are totally up to you because you'll be the one using that component. And we will actually use it now here, like this, a self-closing component, where we now can set a label because I'm expecting a label prop here. If you named it differently, you need to name it differently here, of course. And the label, of course, is gluten-free because I'm about to replace this switch here. Then we need to pass in a state because I added a state prop here to manage my value. If you named it differently, you need to name it differently down there as well. And here I'll point at is gluten-free at my state. And onChange needs to be provided because here I'm using the onChange prop to bind it to onValueChange. So this should point at a function, and of course here I will simply keep this function here. And since I just use onChange here to forward it to onValueChange, we get the new value argument here as well. Now we can get rid of this view down there and just use our filter switch component, and now simply repeat that, which is of course way easier. So now here we can also have lactose-free, vegan, and vegetarian, and we need to add 3 new states now. So here, let me replicate this. We have is lactose free and set is lactose free. Here we have is vegan and set is vegan. And here we have is vegetarian and set is vegetarian. Now we just need to make sure we use the states in the right places. So for the second filter switch where we have the lactose-free filter, I forward the is lactose-free state and I update set is lactose-free, of course. For the vegan switch, I forward is vegan and we update it with set is vegan. And for vegetarian, we forward is vegetarian and we update set is vegetarian. Like this. Okay, that should be it. If we now save this, we should have a filter screen with our different filters, which we can set independently because we're having independent states. I think it would be nice to have some spacing between these rows. So let's implement this on our filter container here. We can simply add a margin vertical of, let's say, 10, and this should, or 50 maybe, a bit more. And this should make sure that we have some spacing there. Yeah, and this looks quite nice. Now with the filters rendered here, of course it would be nice to have a save button here at the top that allows us to, well, save any changes to filters we made. So in the filters screen, we already have one header button on header left. I now also want to have one on header right, so on the right of my header. So header right here is basically the same as we have it here. So we can just copy this here because we want to have header buttons there with one button. That will be the save button, and the icon we can use there is, for example, and of course you can pick a different one, but here I will go with, for example, save. And now when this is pressed, however, that will be a bit tricky. Of course, we fire a function, we could console log saving filters here. Now the actual logic for saving and applying filters is something we'll take care about in the next module, but still there is some issue with that. If I save it like this and we go to the filters, of course we can press this, this works. But what would be nice is that we then really gather our current state of filters, so basically get a snapshot of our current state here, And for the moment, log this to the console. In the next module, apply this somehow to filter the recipes we're showing on the other screens. Now, this might sound trivial, but we'll have a problem here. Our filters, so the information which filters are set, that's all stored in these state variables here, right? And that's part of our component. Our button, however, is in the navigation options. And yes, there we get this nav data, which, for example, gives us the navigation prop in the end. But what we don't have here is access to the state of our component, and that is what I need here, though. And now this here is really an important pattern, which might look like a strange hack or workaround, but which is the way of actually communicating between your navigation options and your component if you depend on changing data in your component inside of your navigation options. So in the navigation options, you need information about data that changed in your component. This is also an approach you find in the official docs of React Navigation, by the way. We can use params, so that thing we passed between screens, to communicate between our component and the navigation options. And this might sound strange, but this is exactly what we'll do now. Let's say here in our component we add a new function, and I'll name this function here save filters. You can name it however you want. It's a function that takes no arguments, but that has one job. It will create a applied filters constant, for example, which is an object which gathers our filters. So there we could have gluten-free as a key, and we store is gluten-free as a value. We have lactose-free as a key, and we store our current is lactose-free state value. We do the same for vegan with is vegan, and we do the same for is vegetarian and is vegetarian, like that. And thereafter, I will console log this applied filters thing. Now the thing is, I would like to give access to this function, which is part of my component, to my navigation options, so that I can trigger this function from inside the navigation options. And for this, we can use params. Let's add useEffect so that we have a way of executing code whenever our state changes, because that's when I want to forward this updated function, which basically captures my current state, to my navigation options. So here I can add useEffect, and useEffect takes a function which runs whenever our state changed and whenever the component re-rendered. And in there, we can now use props navigation set params. We haven't used set params before, we only worked with get param. We didn't use set params because before we only set params when we navigated to a new screen. Then, for example, as in the categories screen, we passed our params like this to the new screen. But we can use set params to update the params values for the currently loaded screen. Now here on this screen, we got no params, so it's empty. Hence, we can set params to a brand new object here, and I want to add one entry there, but you could add as many as you want. I want to add a save key, and you can take any name for that key which you want, and point at save filters, so at this function. I don't execute the function, I don't add parentheses, I just point at it. I just use this variable, which holds a pointer at this function in the end, and forward this value, so forward this pointer or store this pointer to that function in that save key, in that object, which I now set as params in this screen, in the filters screen. This allows us to go to the navigation options, and there we have access to nav data and therefore to navigation, right? And that means that here, for the save button, when pressing this, we can actually use navdata.navigation get param. That is how we can retrieve a parameter, and that's available here in the navigation options too, save. And I can retrieve that save parameter, which I'm setting here in useEffect. And I know this is super strange the first time you see this, and it looks like a really dirty hack, but it is not. This is a valid way of communicating between your component and your navigation options, which you typically need when having action items in your navigation options. This will get us access to our parameters, and there we access the save parameter. The save parameter will be this function, and we update the value in that parameter whenever our state changes. And we need to do this because in this function, this is recreated whenever our state changes, and it locks in the latest state values, and that's of course what we want when this function gets executed eventually with the help of params through that button in the navigation options. So we use params as a way of communicating between our component and the navigation options. Kind of a workaround, but indeed the one you find in the official docs as well, and the way of how you communicate here. Now, before we save this, there are two things we need to do though. UseEffect right now runs whenever this component updates. In the end, it should only run when save filters holds a new value. So I'll add this second argument to UseEffect, which is this array of dependencies, and there save filters. So this variable here, which holds a function, is a dependency. And right now, this will always rebuild when the component rebuilds. So it's not really a dependency that helps us, but we'll soon fix this. And props also is a dependency. Now, actually, to avoid unnecessary re-renders whenever anything in the parent component changes, I'll use a different way of extracting my navigation prop. I'll use destructuring here, like this, navigation equals props. This is a syntax which uses object destructuring, which means props is an object, and this pulls out the navigation key and stores it in a brand new constant of the same name, so of the same navigation. It stores the value in the navigation prop in that navigation constant now. That's what this syntax does. And the advantage is that we now have a navigation constant here, which we can use in UseEffect without props, because we have this stored in a separate constant now. And now we can add this as a dependency, which means when this changes, this will rebuild. But if anything else in the props changes, this will not unnecessarily rerun the effect. Now, to make sure that save filters only updates when our state changes, we can import the use callback hook from React, another hook built into React. And this allows us to wrap a function so that this function is actually cached by React and is only recreated if its dependencies changed. We wrap this around our save filters functions just like this. So we pass this function as an argument to use callback. And use callback also takes a second argument, which is an array of dependencies. And there we need to specify all the dependencies we have here that could change and that would lead us to, well, recreate that function. And that essentially is the case if one of the four states here changes. So is gluten-free, is lactose-free, is vegan, and is vegetarian are now all dependencies of use callback, and that means this component function here will be recreated if any of these states here changes. If anything else causes this component to re-render, will not recreate this function. And that's in turn important because that save filters function is a dependency of UseEffect. So if that is recreated, UseEffect runs again, which updates our params. And we want to keep this to a minimum and not constantly update our params, but really only do that if we need to do it. With this in place, we should now be able to press the save button and see the filters we chose. So let's go, to filters here. And now this breaks. Do you have any idea why it would break? The problem is, I have navigation here as a dependency in UseEffect, and I explained why I have it, right? That I don't want to have props in its entirety and so on. A problem just is, when we call set params, we add new params to our navigator in the end, and what this also does is it causes navigation to change. So in the end, I have an infinite loop here. If I remove navigation here as a dependency, then this will work. If we now save this, now if you close both apps here with the help of the task managers and you then restart that on both operating systems, you'll see that now this indeed works and you can hit save here. Though what you'll not see is the output in the log here. That, however, makes a lot of sense because if you have a closer look at the save button in our header, then what I'm doing here in onPress is I'm in the end executing this function, but what does this do? it retrieves our parameter saved in the, or stored in the save key. What is this? Well, that is, as mentioned before, a pointer at the save filters function. So we retrieve that pointer. If we then don't do anything with that pointer, we're, well, not doing anything. That is a pointer at a function, so of course we need to execute it, like this, by adding parentheses. Alternatively, we simply get rid of this anonymous arrow function here, and we simply bind on press to the result of retrieving our pointer here like that, because then this pointer at the function will be executed for us when we press this. That's the alternative. So now if we save this and we therefore let this reload, we go back to the filters. If I hit save here, we now see our output in the log. If I scroll up a bit here, everything's set to false. If I now set lactose-free and vegetarian to true and I hit save, we see another log, and there indeed vegetarian and lactose-free is set to true, which is exactly what I have here. So now that is working. Let's confirm that it also works on Android by going to filters there as well. Let's set lactose-free to true and save this. And if we do so, that's our Android output here. Lactose-free is true, everything else is false, so now this also works. So this workaround can be a bit tricky to wrap your head around, and avoiding this infinite loop here also is important, making sure that you use callback here to avoid unnecessary rebuilds of this function here also is something you should do, so that when you update the params and therefore this component rebuilds, you don't also rebuild that function and therefore also enter an infinite loop. But with that, we have a way of communicating between component and navigation options, which is typically a pattern you need when you have action items in your action bar and you want to trigger something that depends on data managed in your component with the help of these buttons. This is it for this module. Our app isn't finished yet. Setting our filters here doesn't do anything after all. And in addition, we also can't really work with favorites. We just have our dummy favorites here. So of course there still is work left to do, but we'll do this in the next course module when we dive into state management and using Redux in such a React Native app, because we'll need to manage state across multiple screens, and one of the easiest ways of doing that is with Redux. So in the next module, we'll finish this app and introduce Redux and state management before we thereafter dive even deeper into React Native and many other cool things we can do with our apps there. So now that we know how to navigate around in our application, an important building block has been covered, because you'll need navigation in basically any mobile app you're about to build. What you'll also need in most mobile apps you're building is a state management solution. And here we'll use Redux for that, which is a popular state management solution for React. Now, state management simply means that we need to manage the data our app relies on, like for example in the app we built in the navigation module, where we had meals, where we could mark meals as a favorite and set filters, where we have data that we set in one area of our application and we need it in another area too. And getting that data around effectively and updating part B of our app if part A changes, that's what state management is about. That's what's currently missing in this app we built in the last module, and that's what we'll tackle in this module. State can be complex, and it's important to understand this to understand which problems state management solutions like Redux actually solve. If we had an app like this, which is not the app we built, but which could be an app you're building, where you have two different areas, one where you manage your users, where users can sign in, where users can manage their dashboard, see their dashboard, and so on, and one where you have products in a list which users can add to a cart, then these areas are actually not totally independent, but in your app they will be rendered on different screens, so pretty separated from each other. But the question whether a user is signed in, which you need here, might also be relevant in another part of your application. And right now, you normally would have to pass that data around manually through props by passing it from component A to B to C to D all the way up to E, where you then maybe need this. That's not really very convenient. Instead, you want to have an application set up where something changes. For example, a user signs in, or in our Meals app, you set a certain filter and you save that. And then this information is kind of propagated to your app and automatically passed to the places where you need it, but not through props, but with some behind-the-scenes mechanism that helps you regarding this. And that's where Redux is a common solution we use in React and React Native apps to manage that state. Now, how does Redux work? First of all, Redux is a third-party library which you can add to React Native to use it there. And it's all about having a central store. Redux introduces a central store in memory, not a database, but it's in memory, in JavaScript memory, so to say, where your application state, so the data different parts of your app depend on, can be stored in. And then when in one component you have something that wants to manipulate that state, for example, we're setting a filter or we're marking a meal as a favorite, we then dispatch a so-called action that's a predefined information package, you could say, having a certain schema which can be handled by Redux as configured by you. This action reaches a so-called reducer, and you will be the one writing that reducer as a developer, so you can control which kind of action a reducer accepts, so which kind of information package your reducer requires. And that reducer then receives the action and derives a new state based on the old state, which then updates this centrally stored state. So the reducer is there to update the state in the end. And when that store changes, when the state in there changes, you can also have subscriptions to that store from other components. These subscriptions will be triggered when your state there changes, and the updated state is then passed on to the places in your app, so to the components who are interested in these changes. For example, this component here could be interested in some updates. Well, then it can set up a subscription, and it will be informed about the update and get the new state through its props or also with React hooks, as you will learn in this module. This is how Redux works, and that's the idea behind Redux. Now, one important note, if you're a bit further into React, you also probably know the React Context API, which is built into React. This can also be used for some behind-the-scenes state and data management, but it's not a good replacement for all use cases where you use Redux. I'll not dive deeper into this here because this isn't really a course about the in and outs of different React constructs. Instead, we want to learn React Native here. But attached, you'll find some resources that help you with that comparison between React Context API and Redux and when to use which. In this module, we'll use Redux, which is very flexible, which you can definitely use. And I will show you how to set it up with React Native and how you then, of course, may work with it. We'll continue working on the app we built in the last course module with our recipes here and with the filters we could set and so on. And there are two things we need to add where we will need Redux. One is that we actually can mark a recipe as a favorite by clicking that star icon, that this actually marks this as a favorite, and that we, for one, also change this icon to show whether that already is a favorite or not. But then more importantly, that we can see that recipe as a favorite here in the favorites tab. And the other thing where we will need Redux is here in the filters. There, when we set a filter and we then save this, of course, this should have an effect on the meals we're loading here in our meals tab in the list of meals when we selected a category. There, this should be reflected what we set on the filters. So that is what we work on, what we'll need Redux for, and for that, let's install Redux and let's get started with it. To get started with Redux, I'll quit my Expo server here, the npm start process. I'll quit it temporarily and install a package, and that would be Redux. And in addition to Redux, we also need to install React Redux because that's also required to then work with Redux. So both packages need to be installed here. And whilst they are installing, we can already get started working on our code files there a little bit. Because in this project, I want to add a new folder now, and that's the store folder. Now, you can name this folder whatever you want. It doesn't have to be named store. Redux doesn't care. But this is the folder where I want to manage my Redux setup in, because Redux is all about that central state store. So here in that store folder, we can now get started with Redux. And I won't cover Redux in the greatest detail here. I have a complete React and Redux course for that if you want to learn the ins and outs of that. For this course, I actually assume prior React and Redux knowledge, and therefore this will only be a brief refresher. Redux in the end is all about reducers, actions, and then building a store based on these reducers and actions. Now for that here, in that store folder, I'll add an actions folder and I'll add a reducers folder. Actually, we'll only have one action and one reducer file in this project, but if you had more files than that, having separate subfolders might be a good idea to keep it organized, and that's why I create them here, even though for this simple app we wouldn't need that because we won't have that many files. Let's get started with the reducer. In the reducer folder here, I'll add my meals.js file, and that's the file where I want to manage my meals reducer state updating logic. So that's in the end the file where we will write the logic for marking a meal as a favorite and for managing our filters. Now, a reducer in React is just a function. So here I will create a function, name it meals reducer, name is totally up to you. And this function will actually receive two arguments: the state, the current state snapshot, on which you can build up on and derive a new state, because a reducer in the end will have to return a new state, which is then taken by Redux and stored in its store. So you get the current, the old state here, and you get the action, because the reducer function here is executed by Redux whenever a new action is dispatched, and therefore we get access to the action here so that we can find out if we need to act and what we need to do. So inside of this function, in the end, then you need to return a new state, and it's in its simplest form. That, of course, means we return the current state, which on the other hand means that this reducer doesn't do anything useful, but we'll change that. Now, when we first execute our app, we also want to set up an initial state, which is used initially, so which initializes our state when this app launches. And for this, I'll add a new initial state constant here, which holds a simple JavaScript object, and in there, I want to store a list of my meals and then also a list of my filtered meals, because we'll need both a list of all meals and a list of the meals that fit the filters the user set. And I also want to have my favorite meals here. So 3 types of meal arrays, which I store in the end. And of course, that's just one possible approach you could take here. You can certainly find other ways of managing our data here, but I like this one. Now, what I'll need in this file is my meals dummy data. So I'll import meals from my data folder and there from the dummy data JavaScript file. And I'll initialize meals here with my meals dummy data array. Filtered meals also is initialized with that because initially when this app starts, we have no filters set up. Favorite meals, on the other hand, initially is an empty array because, again, when the app starts, we'll have no favorite meals. Of course, in a real app, you might want to store that state on a server so that when the user closes the app and comes back later, you don't start from scratch again. But that's not something we'll do here. You'll learn how to reach out to a server and save data there and load data from there in separate modules later in this course. Here, we'll keep this simple to focus on Redux. So this is my initial state. Here, in this function, we can now use a JavaScript syntax where we assign our initial state as a default value for the state argument, which means that when this reducer function runs and state is undefined, which is the case when Redux executes our reducer for the very first time, we'll get started with that initial state. So that will then automatically load our initial state, so to say. Because when Redux gets started and starts up, there will be one initial action dispatched, which is used to run through the reducer once, and that will then load our initial state. So with that, we can work with some initial state, which is nice, but which on its own doesn't help us too much. For the moment, that is it though. Let's now connect this reducer to Redux such that we can actually use our Redux store everywhere in the app before we then start dispatching actions and do more useful stuff in the reducer. Hence here, for now, I will just export the meals reducer as a default here. And now in app.js, which is the file where our entire app starts, we need to set up our Redux store. For that, in here, we import create store from Redux. In addition, we'll need to import combine reducers from there. This allows us to now create a store. We'll just need our reducer. So here I'll import my meals reducer from, and now point at the store folder, the reducers folder, and there the meals.js file. And now, maybe here, we can create our store here by calling create store. Now, create store takes a reducer in the end, which you need to pass in. Now, of course, here we have a reducer and we could pass this in, but in bigger apps, you might have more than one reducer because you often have reducers for the different feature areas of your app. One for authentication, one for your products, one for, let's say, the support area of your app. And you need to merge all these single reducers, these different reducers, into one root reducer. And that's what the combine reducers function does. Again, here we wouldn't need it because we only have one reducer, but to already show you the approach you could use with multiple reducers as well, I will use it here as well. So I will have my root reducer here, which I create by calling combine reducers. Combine reducers takes a JavaScript object where we now map our single reducers, our different reducers, to keys. So for example, here we could take meals as a key, but that name is totally up to you, and connect this to the meals reducer like this. And what this does is it in the end merges this meals reducer into this root reducer and will later be able to work with the state managed by the meals reducer. So with this state, which is initialized like this, with the help of this meals property, we'll be able to access this state, this slice of the state with this property later, but you'll see all of that. So that's our root reducer, and now we just have to pass the root reducer to create store. This gives us a store, and now what? Now this store needs to be provided to our application. And for that, we need that other package which we installed, which is React Redux. From there, we can import the provider component, provider like this. We then wrap provider around our root app component in the end. So around the topmost component, which holds all other components that will eventually interact with our store. And the meals navigator is pretty good for that because that holds all our screens. So it holds all components that will eventually need to dispatch actions or access our state. So read from our state. Hence here we wrap the provider component around the meals navigator. And now provider takes one important property, one prop, which you have to pass, and that's the store prop. And of course there as a value we pass our store here. So this constant store, which holds the created store, is passed to the store prop of provider. And behind the scenes, this gives us everything we need to now interact with Redux, with the Redux store, in any component, any screen, or any other component in our application. Now let me restart this with npm start. And for the moment, this won't make a big difference, but our app should certainly still work. So it shouldn't crash because of that. So let's just verify that this is the case. And let's reload here by pressing R twice on Android and Command R on iOS. And let's see whether that still loads as it should. Yep, that's looking good here on iOS, and I'm pretty confident that it will also load just fine on Android. Yep, that's working too. So now Redux is set up, our store is initialized, but we're not using it. So as a next step, let's make sure we use our store before we then take care about actions and doing some real work in the reducer. How can we use our store? Well, keep in mind that in the end here, I'm managing my meals, not my categories, because we have no action planned that would change anything there, but I'm managing my meals here. So one great task would be to go everywhere in our app where we are importing meals from the dummy data and get rid of that import and instead get the data out of our store, because the difference will be that we can later add logic to change the data in our store, whereas our dummy data will never change. So we should import data from our store so that we can thereafter add logic to manipulate that data. For example, to restrict the meals we're displaying. So where do we need the meals then? On the categories screen, we're not importing meals, got a couple of other imports we can actually get rid of, but that's just a side note. We're not importing meals. Categories can stay there because, again, we'll not have any logic that changes that. So we can move on. The category meals screen is a different story. There we are importing meals. And now the goal is to get rid of that import and get the meals out of the Redux store. The question, of course, is how do we do this? Again, the React Redux package helps us with that. From that React Redux package, we can import something. We can import a hook, the useSelector hook. This allows us to select a slice of our state, of our globally managed state, and use it in this component. Now, I'm using the hook here because that allows us to use this in a functional component. You also might be aware of another approach where you actually import the connect function and wrap your export with that and use map state to props, map dispatch to props. That's something you can use as well. It will absolutely work, but this is a bit leaner, so I will go with useSelector here. With that added, now when we use our meals, we're not using them like this. Instead, now we can get them with the help of useSelector. So to derive our displayed meals, what I'll do here is I'll create a new constant, available meals maybe, name is up to you, and useSelector here, like this, because this will retrieve me data out of the state and return it. So that's what I'll then store here in this constant, the returned value. And useSelector takes a function that will be executed for us by React Redux, a function that gets the state as an argument. Automatically, React Redux, which executes the function for us, will provide the current state, the current Redux state to this function. And it then is able to return any data we want from that state, from that global store, from that global state. And I'm using these terms interchangeably here. So how can we retrieve data from that state here in the function body then? And I'm using the shortcut arrow notation here, where on the right side of the arrow, this is automatically returned if it's not wrapped in curly braces. Well, to get access to something from the state, we have to go back to the place where we create the store. There, I pass in a root reducer, which is created by combining all reducers. Again, we only have one, but I explained why I did this. Now there we have this key, meals, which is totally up to you. You could name this whatever you want. This gives this slice of our state, which is managed by this reducer, an identifier. And we can now use this identifier to get hold of that part of our state for which this reducer is responsible. So in the end, a state that will look like this initial state. So in category meals screen, here I access state.meals or whatever you chose as an identifier in combined reducers. And then here I'll access filtered meals. Not meals, which I would also have there. We also have meals in here. But I want to respect any filters that are set. Right now we have no logic to set them, but that will change in the future. So here I want to get my filtered meals so that I always get the meals that I really should be able to display. The meals that respect the filters set up by the user. And now it's the available meals, which I want to filter even more here to find the meal for the category ID I selected, or the meals for the category I selected. With that, there is no more meals uppercase in this file. That's all just lowercase here. And we got rid of that import successfully. Now let's move on. In the favorites screen, we're also importing meals. And just as before, we should get rid of that. So let's do this. Instead, also just as before, I'll use useSelector from React Redux to get my meals from the store. And therefore here where I use meals, well, I will actually get my available meals with useSelector. Again, this gives me a state and I can access state.meals.filtered meals. But now actually here for the favorites, I don't want to respect any filters that were set, because in my opinion, it makes sense that when we want to view our favorites, we always see all favorites. You could of course have a different logic and go for the filtered meals, but I will use just meals here. So .meals might look strange. This selects the slice of our state, and then in this slice, this meals thing here accesses this meals property in our state slice. But of course, if you have a look at your reducer, this only partly makes sense, right? Because we have a favorite meals property here. And indeed we do. So actually, we don't need to filter our favorites like this anymore, and this was just a dummy filter anyways. It always took the meals with M1 and M2 as an ID. Instead, for our favorite meals, we can just get them by accessing here on our meals state slice favorite meals. So this property, because we will later manage the favorited meals in a separate array in our store. So that's even easier here. Very short code. So with that, we got rid of the meals import here as well. Let's move on to the filters screen. There is no meals import here. The meal detail screen on the other end has one. So here I want to get rid of it. And now here we'll need that other meals property, which I showed a second ago, because again, here we can use selector from React Redux to select our meals, because in here we now have our component here where we use our meals, and there I want to have an array with all meals because I'm trying to load a single meal by ID, and therefore my basis, my array in which I look for that ID, should of course be an array with all meals and not filtered, because I don't care about any set filters. Here I'm looking for a specific meal with a specific ID, and I want to get a full list of meals. And that's therefore where we will need this unfiltered meals list we're managing here. So therefore here we can now get our available meals with use selector, and there again we use state meals.meals now for real, and now we can use available meals here to find the meal with that ID. With that, we got rid of this import here as well. We can also remove the button import now that I see it, but we will actually have a problem. You might notice that in the header, I actually also try to find a meal from the meals array, and we removed that import. Now the problem also is here in the navigation options, we can't use the use selector hook because you can only use hooks inside of other hooks or inside of functional components, and this is neither of that. It's a normal function, not a functional component, and also not a hook. So we can't use selector in here, so that won't work. Now of course we could bring back the meals import, but that would be kind of cheap because in real applications you will sometimes have that situation where you need data from your Redux store in your navigation data. And therefore in the next lecture, we'll tackle this and make sure that we can also get access to this here. How can we solve that problem that we here need to find a specific meal and we can't really use our selector here in the navigation options? Now there are two possible fixes. Fix number one is that we again use the good old params to communicate between component and navigation options, as I showed it in the navigation module. Here in the component, we are loading our meal. So of course, here we can use props navigation, set params, and now set the params to a new value here. And now we can use set params to forward the selected meal or its title to the header. And whatever you set here as params, by the way, will be merged with the existing params, so this will not override them. So you'll not override your meal ID, which you're retrieving here. That will still be there. You're just adding something new. You're only overriding a param if it already exists in the params. So here we could add the meal title key and set this to selected meal.title. Now this means that I send these params to my header when this component renders in the end. Now, since this will change props, we would typically end up in an infinite loop. So to break this, we'll use effect here, as I showed it in the navigation module, and actually do that inside of use effect. So here we can use effect, and as a dependency, I'll specify an empty array for now, and then set params here inside of the use effect function, and I won't have an empty array here. Instead, my dependency here is my selected meal. When that changes, I want to forward the new information to the header. Now we'll see if that works. Let's go to the header, and there we can now retrieve that from the parameters. So here I have my meal title. I can get this with navigation data.navigation get param meal title. That was the name I chose when setting the params. Here. Now with the meal title selected here, we can set header title to the meal title and comment this line out because it won't work anyways. And let's give this a try. Let's save this and go to the detail page. And whilst this works, you'll see a problem. When this loads, initially there is no title, and this only pops in after a while. So only after this is fully loaded, we see that title pop in, which isn't too beautiful. And the reason for that simply is that our logic here works, but since useEffect runs after the component has been rendered for the first time, we wait for the component to render for the first time until we send the params to the title. And that means that when this transition is still playing and the rendering hasn't been fully finished, we're not really showing that title. That's why this might not be the optimal solution here, and I will comment this out. A better solution here, as cheap as it might sound, but there's also a solution which you can often use, is that you simply forward the title which we'll need here from inside the component you're coming from, so that you load it when you're in the component that will go to this component, and you send it to this component before it's loaded. So let's send the data in advance, and we're coming from either the favorites screen or the category meal screen. There, we're in the end tapping an item in the meal list, and in both items, in both components, favorite screen and category meal screen, we are using meal list, which is good because that means we can go to meal list here, and there we have this navigate action. And now simply besides passing the meal ID, it would be good if we here already pass the meal title, because here we have it available, right? Item data, item title, that's our title of the meal. By simply supplying it here, we solve all the problems we have on the other screen. So that's definitely the approach we want to use here. So by setting that param here on the component where we trigger that navigation action to the meal detail page, we fix this issue because now you see the title is there right from the start and we have no problem at all there. And the same, of course, also on Android if we give it a try there. My emulator is just a bit slow, but you can generally see it there as well. So that is how we can work with data in the header when we need it from Redux. And with that, we have a solid first state. We're able to use our Redux data. What we're not really able to is change it. So that's the next step. We want to add some logic so that we can change the data, that we can mark favorites, and that we can filter our data. Let's start with the favorites. I want to make sure that when I'm in a recipe, I can click that star and that adds this as a favorite and shows it here in the favorite screen, where I currently see nothing because I removed these dummy favorites. For that, I'll start in the store folder in the actions folder and add a new file there, which I'll also name meals.js. You can name it differently if that's confusing to you, but we get these two files, meals.js here in actions and meals.js in reducers. And in the actions meals.js file, I will set up some Redux actions, which typically starts by setting up some unique identifiers, which I store in constants. And that will be toggle favorite. You can use whatever you want here. The value you store here typically is the same identifier. So this is the identifier value, and that is simply stored in a constant so that we don't have to manually type this later, but we can always import this constant and avoid typos. Again, if that's brand new to you, definitely check out a dedicated React Redux resource first. Now I'll also use the action creator pattern here, which means I have that identifier here, but now I will also export a function that creates me an action, because an action is not just an identifier often, and in this case that's the case, it also needs some extra payload, and therefore we actually have an action which is an object with identifier and payload. And therefore here I'll add a function that creates me such an action object, and I'll name this toggle favorite like this, so like the identifier but in camel case. And this is a function that can receive some data because I will be the one calling it. And that should return a JavaScript object which describes this action. So which has, let's say, a type. That's typically how you call that identifier field, but you're generally free to use whatever you want there. And in my case, that will be toggle favorite. So I point at this identifier. I use this string as an identifier. And then any extra data you want. For example, here, I'll need to add the meal ID of the meal, which should be toggled. And that means that this function also needs to get this ID as an input, because otherwise I can't store it in the action which I create. So this is my action creator for the toggle favorite action. Now in the reducer, I want to act when I get such a toggle favorite action. And for this, I'll use a pattern which you probably have seen if you worked with Redux before. I'll use a switch statement here and switch on my action type, because keep in mind that action will be an object with a type property which identifies the action that occurred. So I switch on that action type, and then I handle different cases for the different actions I might have. So here I have the toggle favorite action. For this, you need to import toggle favorite from actions meals. And that's why I'm storing this in the separate constant, because now I don't have to manually type toggle favorites where I might have a typo in there. Instead, I just use that constant at which the string is stored. And now here, I run whichever logic I want to run to then work with that action and change my state such that the meal with the meal ID that's part of my action is added to favorite meals or removed from there if it already was part, because it's a toggle action here. I want to add items that aren't favorites yet. I want to remove items that are. Side note, in the switch statement, I also will add a default case where I just return the unchanged state. We shouldn't really reach that, but in case we do, well, then that's what we do. But back to the toggle favorite case. In there, I now want to, in the end, find out whether my meal with the ID that's part of the action, because I'm adding the meal ID to the action, if that meal is already part of favorite meals. If yes, I want to remove it. If it's not, I want to add it. So for this, I'll start by finding the index of the meal in the favorite meals array, because if that is then -1, I know I didn't find the index, so it wasn't part. If that's greater or equal than 0, I know that the item was part of that. So I'll have my existing index here, and I get this by using state favorite meals. Whoops, and there I need the equal sign. And state is simply my current state snapshot, which I get, and there will have a favorite meals property. And I can use the find index method, a normal JavaScript method, which I can use on arrays, to get the index of an item that matches a certain criteria, which I set up here in a function I pass to find index. This function runs on every meal in the array. And if it returns true, then it gives me the index of the element for which it ran true. So here, I want to return true if meal.id is equal to action.mealid. That simply means that the meal I'm looking at in my favorite meals has the same ID as the meal for which this action occurs, and that means if that is true for any item in favorite meals, that the meal we're trying to toggle is already part of the favorites, so we'll have to remove it because this will now return us the index of the item, therefore existing index will be greater than -1, and therefore we can then use that index to remove it. If this returns true for no item, so if this in the end returns -1, I know that the item isn't part of favorite meals yet. So existing index holds very important information, and hence I will use it here in the if statement and check if existing index is greater or equal than 0, which means we already have that meal as part of the favorite meals, or not. Now in the if case, so the item already is part of the favorite meals, I want to remove it. So here I will in the end return a new state, because in your reducer in the end you have to return a new state, which is a new object where I first of all copy the existing state with the spread operator here to pull out all the key value pairs of the existing state so that I don't lose any state and don't overwrite any state I don't want to overwrite. And then I will only overwrite the favorite meals, so I'll add this property again to overwrite the existing favorite meals with my new favorite meals, which should in the end be the old favorite meals without the item on this index. And now here to get my updated favorite meals, I'll create a new constant, updated fav meals. There I will first of all create a new array and populate it with my existing meals. So with my existing favorite meals like this. And I do this to create a copy of that array so that I don't manipulate the original array if I now start working on that. Because now I want to take my updated fav meals, call splice here, and then remove the item at the existing index and only that item. So this will in the end take this updated fav meals index, edit it and remove the item at this index and edit this array. That's why I copied it so that I don't edit the original array. And now we can use this updated fav meals array here and store this back as favorite meals into our store, because that will be the favorite meals array without the meal we just removed. In the else case, which is of course relevant if we're not finding a product, so we want to add it, here I also want to return a new state where I first of all copy the old state, and then I will override favorite meals to basically be my old favorite meals. And now I can call concat, a JavaScript method built into, well, JavaScript, which returns a new array, which takes the old array and adds a new item. And there I want to add the meal for that ID here. And of course, I can find that meal on my state there on meals. This is this property. State here always refers just to this state structure here, by the way. And now here I can find the meal which I want to add. And since this gets very long, I'll actually outsource this into a new line. So my meal, which I want to add, can be found with the find method, which runs on all meals. And there, if meal ID is equal to action.mealID, then I have the meal I want to add. And it's this meal which I concatenate to my favorite meals so that I add this to that array. That should be logic that works and that manages our favorites. Now we need to make sure that we actually dispatch this action whenever we click that star icon in our header. To dispatch the action, let's go to the meal detail screen, because that's where we have our star icon here. And when I press this button, I in the end want to dispatch an action. Good news is dispatching actions is very easy. We got use selector. We also got use dispatch, which in the end gives us an easy way of firing a function. The bad news is that this, of course, can only be used in the component body here, in our functional component, and not in the navigation options. So we'll again have to work with set params to communicate between navigation options and the component. But that is something we can, of course, do. So here in meal detail screen, I'll simply start by calling use dispatch. And what this does is it gives us a dispatch function, a function we can call to dispatch new actions. And I'll store it in a constant named dispatch. Next, I want to create a toggle favorite handler, which is a function which in the end should dispatch this action. So here I want to call dispatch, which I have available thanks to this hook. And now to dispatch, I need to forward the action which I want to dispatch. And for this, I'll use this action creator toggle favorite here. So we just have to import this. Import from the store folder, there from actions, and there from the meals.js file. From there, I want to import toggle favorite, not the identifier in all caps, but this action creator function. With that imported here in dispatch, we can call toggle favorite like this. And now here we need to forward the ID. And that, of course, is the meal ID, which we're already extracting up there. Or selected meal.id would also work, whatever you want. I'll simply go for the meal ID like this. Now we can reactivate use effect to communicate to our header. Not with this line though, but instead with props, navigation, set params. And now here I'll name this toggle fav, the name is up to you, and point at my toggle favorite handler. Now toggle favorite handler should therefore be added as a dependency here, and to avoid infinite loops, I'll again use callback, which I import from React, to wrap this function here. So here use callback is wrapped around this function, and we need to specify dependencies here. And dependency number 1 is dispatch. React Redux will make sure that this never changes though, so that's a dependency which will never change. Dependency 2 is meal ID, and that also shouldn't change whilst we're on this page. It will always have the same value. So with that, this function shouldn't really be recreated, which means this effect will never rerun unless it's recreated, which only is the case if we had a new ID, in which case it would be good that this is recreated, but otherwise this won't change. And hence we should have a secure communication channel here. Now in the header, we can now extract that handler. By the way, we also don't need the meal ID here anymore. We can now simply get the toggle favorite function out of our navigation data, navigation get param, and then I named that toggle fav, so that's the param name which we can extract, and this should give us access to this function which we pass. Now toggle favorite is what should actually be executed when we press this button. So here I will point at toggle favorite because this holds a pointer at this function, and therefore this function will be executed when we now press this star. Well, we'll see if that works. Let's save that. And go back to the spaghetti here and click this star and click to favorites. And that looks good. Spaghetti are part of the favorites. Let's click the star again here and go to favorites, and it's gone. That makes a lot of sense. Click it again. It's back. Go to the detail page here in the favorites tab and click on the star and go back. Well, it's gone. Let's also verify it on Android for the schnitzel maybe. Favorites is empty right now. Let's go back and click the star. Go to favorites. Here it is. Go back. Click the star. And it's gone. So this logic generally works. There are a couple of things I still want to work on. For example, I want to change the icon based on the favorite status. I also want to show some text in the favorite screen when it's empty. But generally, dispatching and using the data works, even if we need it in a header. Let's start by changing that star icon based on whether this currently is a favorite or not. I want to have that filled star only if it is a favorite and an empty star if it's not. So in the end, in the meal detail screen, we need to swap that icon which we're rendering here based on the favorite status of this meal we loaded here. Now again, problem here is we can find out whether that meal is a favorite or not in a very easy way in the component function, but not really in the navigation options. So again, we'll need params to communicate between these two. But overall, that's not too difficult. What I want to do here is I want to get my favorite meals with the help of useSelector in the meal detail screen component function with the help of state and then state.meals.favorite meals. So I want to get all my favorite meals, and now I simply want to check if that meal is part of the favorite meals. And actually, we can therefore refine this and even name this current meal is favorite. And in the selector, not just return the favorite meals, but add a bit more logic in there and simply add a check where we call sum, which is also a built-in method, which returns true if the condition which we're about to specify is true for at least one item in that array. And there I check for every meal that's in there if the meal ID is equal to the meal ID I retrieve here. And hence I have to swap lines. So here I get the meal ID of the meal we're loading on that detailed screen. And then I check my favorite meals if that meal ID is part of them, which would mean that this meal is part of our favorites. So with that, we have this current meal is favorite information. Now we need to pass it to the navigation options. And again, we can do this with useEffect, maybe down there. Just as before, provide a function here and an array of dependencies. In the function here, I'll set props, navigation, set params to merge more data into my params. And that is maybe the isFav param, name is up to you, which holds the current meal is favorite value, so that value which we just derived. And now a dependency of that function, of that useEffect call, is of course current meal is favorite. When that changes, I want to forward the new information to the params and therefore to the header. Otherwise, this effect shouldn't rerun. So now back in the navigation options, we can retrieve that information here. Is favorite can be retrieved from navigation, data.navigation with the help of getParam. And there I named this isFav. Here it is. So that's the name by which we can retrieve it. Now we have the isFavorite information in the header, and we can now use this to render a different icon here. So instead of always rendering iOS star, I'll have a dynamic expression here, and I'll check if isFavorite is true, If it is, then I want to use iOS star, which is this filled star. If it's not, I'll render iOS star outline. That will be an empty star. With that, we hopefully have a setup that works as expected. If I go to the spaghetti, now this is an empty star. If I click this, it's a filled star, and it's part of the favorites. If I then go to the detail screen here, you see, takes a bit until the star is filled out here as well. We'll have to fix this. If I now click it here and we go back to meals, there it all's updated. And that's the magic of Redux. It updates one part of the application if something related changes in another part. That's exactly how it should behave here. So that generally works. The only thing that wasn't too beautiful is that this star here initially is empty and only gets filled out after this is loaded. So we can fix that, but other than that, this is working as it should. Now to fix this initially empty star, again, we can use a workaround I explained earlier. For that initial header data, we don't want to wait for the first render to finish. Instead, we should pass this initial data into this component when we navigate to it. Hence, it's time for the meal list again, where we have this navigation action, to also forward this isFav key already. So this key which I tried to extract here in the meal detail screen, down there, get param isFav. I want to pass the current value when we load this component, when we load this screen here from inside the meal list, which is the component which triggers that navigation to meal detail. Now, of course, there, item data item is a single meal, but that doesn't hold information about whether that's part of our favorites or not. But of course, we can find out whether that's the case or not. In the meal list, we can also tap into the Redux store, not just from the screen components. So here I can also use selector from React Redux like this. And then in my component here, I can get my favorite meals with the help of useSelector, where I get my state and then return state.meals.favoriteMeals to get all my favorite meals. And now when we render a single meal item, we can use that to find out whether that meal item is part of our favorites. By the way, you can't use useSelector in there. That would not be a valid usage because you must use React hooks only on the root level of your component function, not in nested functions or nested if blocks or anything like that. So using useSelector in here is not allowed. But we can use our favorite meals in there, of course. And therefore here we can find out whether this is a favorite by simply checking the favorite meals and looking for the meal where its ID matches the item data.item.id, so the ID of the meal we're currently rendering. Therefore, its favorite will hold the item we found there. Alternatively, we use sum here, which is a built-in JavaScript method that will return true if any item in favorite meals matches this condition. So if isFavorite is true, we know this item is a favorite, and therefore we can use isFavorite as a value for isFav, which we pass as an initial param to the meal detail screen. And now this flickering star, which initially is empty, should be gone. Now if I mark this as a favorite here, and I'll leave this and I come back, it's filled out right from the start. Also on the favorite screen, of course. So that's that. This is how we can work with favorites. Let's now make sure we show some dummy text here on the favorite screen in case we got no data to display otherwise. And thereafter, let's take care about our filters. Now for the fallback here on the favorites screen, it of course matters to us whether we have favorites or not. So we can render a fallback here in a very simple way by not rendering the meal list if fav meals, if this array is empty. So all we need to do here in the favorite screen component is we can check if fav meals length is equal to 0, let's say, which means we have no favorite meals, or that can't really happen in this app, but if for some reason fav meals is false-ish, which is what this checks, so if it's not set, if either of these two things is true, then I will not return my meal list, but a view with, let's say, a text in there where I say no favorite meals found, start adding some, and let's actually be clear about the casing here. So that's the text I could render as a fallback. Now important, since I use view and text, we need to import this. So view and text from React Native should be imported here, otherwise we'll get an error. And now we can add some styling here with, let's say, styles dot content or whatever you want to name it. Import style sheet from React Native therefore, and now let's add a style sheet here right before the export. Styles with style sheet create, and in there add this content key we're referring to with flex1, and then just as we did it before, justify content center and align item center to center all content vertically and horizontally. So this is the content style property which I apply to this view. With this we show this text. Now of course, instead of using text, we could actually also use our default text. Now that I think about it, that's what we have it for. The default text, which uses our font from components default text. So let's use default text here instead of the built-in text component to have our default font. And now if we save this, what we have is this text here. If we have no favorites, as soon as we start adding some, so if we add these two items here as favorites, for example, we'll of course see those. And only if we remove both here, we'll see the fallback text again. So that works like a charm. This concludes the favorite recipes part. Now it's time to make sure that we actually filter our recipes, because keep in mind, in category meals screen, we're actually retrieving our filtered meals from our state. And right now, of course, in our state, that filtered meals property always holds all meals and never changes. And that's something I want to change as a next step. Again, let's start by adding an appropriate action. That starts by adding a identifier, which I export here. And I'll name this set filters, and set filters here as a text as well, and create a fitting action creator function, set filters. And here I expect to get an argument with my filter settings. That should be an object in the end with the is gluten-free, is lactose-free, is vegan, and is vegetarian data in it. And I will return an action object where the type, of course, is set filters, so this identifier. And then the filters, well, that's my filter settings object. So this object with all the, true or false values for the 4 different filter criteria we have. That's the action creator. Now what shall we do in the reducer? In the reducer, we now need to handle that new case. So here, before default, I'll add the case where I handle set filters. And for that, you need to import the set filters identifier from the meals actions. And in set filters, the goal now, of course, is to update our filtered meals to reflect the filters setup. Now keep in mind that this action will contain the filters key, which in the end will be a JavaScript object which has something like gluten-free true, lactose-free false, and we want to reflect these settings in our filtered meals array. So here I'll have my applied filters, let's say, where I simply extract the filters from the actions. That's of course a step you could leave out. I'm just trying to write understandable code which speaks for itself. So I'm just extracting the filters set up by the user, and we'll take care about dispatching this action later. And then here I'll set my filtered meals, create a new filtered meals constant based on my total meals, so not the filtered meals, but all the meals available. And there I want to filter them with the built-in filter method JavaScript offers. Filter always returns a brand new array, which is good because I don't want to edit any existing array just yet. I want to get a new array instead. And that will be an array where it keeps all items for which this function we pass to filter returns true, and drops all items where we return false. This function will run for every meal, and then now in this function we can go through all the filters the user set and check whether that meal matches any of the filters and therefore should be dropped, or if it passes all filters, so to say, and should be kept. So here we can check if filters dot gluten free, and I simply expect that my filters, applied filters, that this object I get has a gluten free key. If that is true and my meal is not gluten free and hence I need to add exclamation mark here, then I know that this meal should be dropped, right? Because it is not gluten free, but I have a filter that it should be gluten free. So I will return false and I don't care about any other filters because it already doesn't match this filter. I can drop it. If we make it past this if check, we can check the next filter. Applied filters lactose free. If that's true and my meal is not lactose free, same logic as before, with the gluteins, I can return false and drop it. Next if check. If applied filters vegetarian is set and my meal is not vegetarian, so same logic as before again, I can drop it. Because I might have passed the other filters, but if the meal is not vegetarian, but I'm looking for vegetarian meals, then I should get rid of it. And last but not least, applied filters .vegan. If I'm looking for vegan meals, but my meal is not vegan here, and by the way, here I'm just leveraging all these properties that are part of my meals. If we have a look at our models at the meal, there we do have is gluten-free, is vegan, and so on as properties on every single meal. So every single meal has the information for which filters it should be included or excluded. So every meal has that, and I'm just using this here in the reducer. So therefore here, in the vegan case, I also want to return false. And only if I make it past all these if checks, I know I have a meal that matches all filters I set, and therefore now I can return true. I'm still inside of that filter method, and I return true, which means I want to keep that meal in my filtered meals constant, which is my new array. And now overall, after deriving this filtered meals array, I have to return a new state by copying the old state, and then I want to override my filtered meals here with the filtered meals I derived here. So filtered meals on the left of the colon is the property in the state object, so essentially this property, and filtered meals on the right side of the colon refers to this constant. I can also name this updated filtered meals to be clearer about this. This is how my state gets updated when filters get set. Now, of course, we need to make sure we also dispatch this action eventually. We want to dispatch this action on the filters screen, of course, because that is where we do set all these filters. Right now, we manage them here in internal state, and that will stay this way because we definitely need our filters there. But now, of course, I want to dispatch an action when the save button is pressed. Thankfully, I already have the connection to the header set up with useEffect and set params. So all we have to do is replace console log here with dispatch. Now, of course, to use dispatch, we first of all need to import the use dispatch hook here from React Redux like this. And now we can use that hook here to get access to the dispatch function. So const dispatch equals use dispatch executed as a function. And now we can call dispatch here to dispatch an action. Therefore, we also, by the way, need to add dispatch as a dependency, but React Redux will make sure that this never changes, so this won't ever trigger a re-render. Still, we have to add it. So that's dispatch. Now, important, we also need to import my action creator from store actions meals. And of course, I'm talking about the set filters action creator because I need to call that here to create an action I pass to dispatch down there, and set filters once this applied filters object which I forward. And there I have gluten-free, lactose-free, vegan, and that should be just vegetarian. Important, because the keys you set up here have to be the keys you're looking for in your reducer. Otherwise, this will not work. Important. So really make sure those are equal. Otherwise, this logic will not work. So now we're dispatching this whenever the save button is pressed, and this hopefully should adjust our filtered meals, and that should then be reflected on the category meals screen because there we're retrieving the filtered meals. Let's give it a try. Let's save this. And for example, this burger, probably not vegan. So let's go to filters, turn vegan on, save this, and I get an error. Can't find variable actions. Thrown by the meals reducer, so let's have a look at that. Yeah, it's not actions. Of course, it's action. That's the name of the argument. So that should be action. Minor mistake, just a typo. Let's give it another try. Go back to filters, turn on vegan, save this, and now go to meals, hamburgers. And I'm not seeing them here, which is good because that means it's filtered out. My spaghetti with tomato sauce, that's still there because obviously that is vegan. At least this is without the cheese. So that's there. In German, the schnitzel is gone. Quick and easy. The salad is there, which makes sense. Let's also try another filter. Gluten-free. Now the spaghetti should be gone for sure. So let's have a look. Yep, they're gone. Salad is still there. Spaghetti are gone. So this logic seems to work. Now important, if I disable gluten-free, and therefore I see my spaghetti again, if I add them as a favorite, and then I add this filter again, of course, under meals, they're gone. Under favorites, I see them because that's the logic we set up. That favorites doesn't take the data from our filtered meals, but just cares about whether it's a favorite or not. You could, of course, change this logic, but here the logic is what it is, and only the meals and the categories here are filtered out according to the filters you set up here. Now, it would be nice to have a nice little fallback message here if we have no data because of our filters. And therefore, in the category meals screen, I also want to check here if displayed meals length is 0, which means I have no meals to display. And then I want to return a view here with my default text in there, actually. And that means we need to import both. We need to import a view, and we'll also need the style sheet from React Native and import the default text component from components default text, and then add a style here, styles dot content, and the default text we display could be no meals found. Maybe check your filters. Just a hint that maybe your filters are disabling the recipes you should see here. Now let's just add that styles constant here, where we create a new style sheet. There I want to set up that content key where I use flex1, and then again center the content horizontally and vertically with the help of these flexbox properties, like that. If we now give this a try and maybe test this on Android just to mix things up, even though it's a bit slower, I can go to my filters there, set gluten-free, go back to my meals, Italian, therefore this is not there, so I get this message. On the other hand, quick and easy, there I do have a meal, and hence I don't get this message, and therefore this doesn't look too bad. And of course, let's also try disabling this filter again and go back. Here are the spaghetti. So that is now all working, and this is how we can manage our state with Redux. So in this module, you learned how to set up Redux, and as I mentioned at the beginning, it's not a Redux from the ground up module. I expect that you do have some general knowledge of Redux, and this was more of a refresher, but you learned how to implement Redux in a React Native application. As you see, it's not too difficult, especially when working with hooks, and you also learned how you, for example, can then use Redux data also in your navigation options with this set params trick, which isn't really a trick, but really the way to do it. And in general, you learned how to wire up your application to the central store, how to dispatch actions, how to add a reducer, and how to add logic to it so that when we change something in one part of the app, it can also be used and reflected in a different part. And that's what this global state management with solutions like Redux is all about. Now, even if you would use a different approach than Redux, if you would build some state management solution with React hooks only, which is a bit more advanced, the general way of reasoning about this would be the same. The way you pass data between your component and the navigation options would be the same. So that's something which you'll need in basically any bigger app you'll build, and it's also something we'll continue using throughout this course. We'll also need state management there in other apps. And hence, this hopefully is helpful to you. And with that, we're well prepared to move on and continue building apps. With the important knowledge regarding how to navigate in your app and how to also manage state, which is a crucial thing in pretty much any app you're building, it's now time for another app. In this and the next course modules, we'll work on a shopping app. And in this module, we'll build it regarding the navigation we need there, regarding the state management we need there. Of course, we'll also work with components and add some styling. So this module here is a great practice module. And in the next lecture, where I sketch the app and where we plan the app, I'll also challenge you to build the app on your own as a practice. And then we'll also use this basic app in the subsequent modules to dive deeper into other aspects we haven't really touched on yet, like handling user input, sending HTTP requests, adding authentication, such stuff. So therefore, you can also skip this module if you want to, but then you should be willing to download the final version of the app and manually go through it, understand the code, understand what we did there, and maybe jump into some selected lectures of this module if there's something which is not clear to you, because in the next modules we'll build up on this app. But I would definitely recommend that you don't skip this module, but instead follow along or try it on your own, because this now is a great practice of all the things you learned thus far. And with that, let's dive in and let's see what we built before we then start building it. So let's plan the app we'll build, and we'll build a basic shopping app, a basic online shop in an app, you could say. So therefore, in this application here, we'll definitely need a bunch of products which can be listed. So we'll have like a products overview screen where we see these cards with our products, with an image, with the title and the price, maybe something like this, and also a card or a add to cart button and a details button. So basically a button that allows us to go to a detail page and a button that allows us to add this to a cart. Because if you do tap this cart button here, so if you do select this cart button, then this is added to a cart, and you can reach that cart with an action button here in the action bar. So in the top header, there I want to have such a cart icon, probably a bit nicer than what I drew here. But this icon here in the end allows us to go to a separate page thereafter, a separate screen of this application, where we of course then can also go back, where we will see like a total sum in dollars here, which our total cart items add up to, and then a list of our items like a book and what this cost and something like this. So basically we see our cart here, we see a sum of that, and then we see the individual items. And of course I also want to have a button that allows me to order what's in the cart. And actually, well, that button should be not below this. So here we'll have an order button. Actually, this should be here. So here I want to have one row where we have the total sum, and then next to it, the order button. So that's basically the goal. But you could place this wherever you want. In the end, we want to have a button that allows us to order whatever we have in the cart. And on each cart item here, I also want to have like a trash icon here, which allows me to delete an item from the cart. So where this places an order, this icon over here will basically just delete an item from the cart. So that's the idea. Of course, if you add the same item multiple times to the cart, you should not add multiple rows for that. But instead here, I also want to show like a quantity of the item, which simply increases if we add it more often to the cart, and which decreases if we delete it, until all items are deleted, in which case the entire row would be deleted here. So that's how this cart page will work. This is the overview page here. Of course, therefore, we can also tap the detail button, or maybe the item in general, so anywhere on the image or anything like that, and then we should be taken to a detail page. So that's another screen in this application where we of course also can go back. That's the detail page of the icon where we should see the image, where we should probably see like the title here in the header. So that would be the title of the item. Then below that we see like the price, we see the description, and we probably want to have a to cart button here as well, where we can also add items to the cart here. So that's the flow regarding our products we have here. Now, the important thing in this app will be that we can not just see products and shop them and add them to cart and so on, but of course that we can also view our orders, and most importantly, that we can also add new products. Hence here we need a drawer, and this drawer will present us with a couple of options. Now, the first option, of course, is that we go to our shop, so to say. That's this part here, where we are on when the app starts. The second option should be our orders, and the third option should be like a manage products option, where we can manage our own products which we want to offer to other users. So as I said, shop is basically what we see already. Now, if we tap on orders, well then, I want to be taken to a screen where we of course also can open that drawer, because that will then allow us to go back. But on that screen we should see the orders, where we basically have items where we kind of see like the sum of that order, the date, and then also a button where we can tap on, where we see more details. And if we tap this button, then we have this optional area which opens or closes, and in there I basically want to see the items of the order, which is basically what we had in the cart. So we had 2 books in here with a price of 19, for example. Well, then this would show up here in the detail area when we open this. So that's the idea here in the orders. We can expand an order so that we don't just see the sum and the date, but that we also see the cart items we placed in there, basically. So basically what we had here in the cart, that's showing up in the orders. So that's the orders screen. We also have manage products, and let's draw that here maybe. Manage products is another area of this app where we also have that menu button to open that drawer again, so that we can reach the other parts of the app. But here in the manage products screen, where we have our own products, so the user products, and in this app we won't add authentication yet, but we'll add this later. But here we have our own products. Here the idea is again that we basically see a list of products which is pretty close to what we see here on the shop screen, so that we have like our cards here with an image, with the title and the price maybe. So we can reuse this list here probably, but of course the options we have on each product, that differs. Instead of adding it to a cart and viewing the details, we can delete it, that's one button, and we can also edit it. Of course, we can only edit our own products, but again, we'll have no real user mapping here. We can do this with some dummy user ID, which we attach to each product, but that's it for now. So we have the edit and delete button. Now, in addition, here in the header, so we need more space here, in the header, we'll also have a action button that allows us to add a new product. So basically, that should just be a little bit broader here. I drew this too narrow. So we have this action button here, and this action button here, this plus button, this should take us to a new page where we can add a new product. So this will take us to the edit product page here, where we can of course go back, and there we can add a new product, and that allows us to add a title here with the text input, and that text input can also be below the title label. You can build this however you want. We should be able to add the price. We should be able to add a description here. Might be a multi-line input here. We of course need to be able to add an image URL as well. So that's what we can add here. And then we need a button here in the action bar, a checkmark button or anything like that, which allows us to confirm this. We'll not care too much about all that user input handling here at this stage, because I'll have a separate module where I dive into all the details there, how you can do this in an elegant way, how you can add validation. So here in this app, we'll keep this very basic. We'll not check whether the user entered something correct or anything like that. We'll do that later in the course. Here we just gather that basic input. When this button here, this checkmark button here is pressed, we're taken back to this page, and of course we use Redux in our state management system to add a new product to the list of products, which then also shows up here in our shop and which shows up here in our product list, of course, which we can administrate. So that's what we have here. Now if we tap edit here, if we select this edit button here, then we're also taken to that same edit product page, but of course now we have some pre-populated values here, pre-populated with the product we loaded, and there are certain fields which we can't edit. For example, the price should not be editable, because if the price would be editable, then if we had it in the cart already, that would be a problem. So we'll not allow editing the price here. We will allow editing the title, the description, and the image URL though. So that's something which is possible. So that's the one difference. We have pre-populated fields and the price is not editable. If we press the check mark in the edit mode, and we can find out whether we're editing or not by the fact whether we received a product ID as a parameter, for example. So once we're done editing, we can press that checkmark icon, and then we're also taken back, and we simply save whatever we edited here back to our product. This is the app here. As I mentioned, this will be a basis for the subsequent modules as well. There we will then also add HTTP requests, authentication, we'll do all that foreign validation here in a more elegant way, and so on. But this module here now is a great practice for how to build such an app, for how to work with components, style them, how to add navigation, because obviously we have a lot of navigation in this app, and how to manage our state in this shopping app. As I mentioned in the last lecture, you could skip this module, but then you should definitely dive into the finished code so that you're able to follow along in the next modules. But my recommendation, of course, is that you either try this all on your own, and of course your result will not be the same I get, so you should definitely also watch my videos thereafter to see how I did this, and so that you have the same code basis to follow along. But this will be a great practice even if your result differs, because there is no wrong or right approach necessarily. Or B, your other option, of course, is that you don't try it on your own and you just follow along. Also a valid option, but I believe you'll get a bit more out of the course if you do try it on your own first. But in the end, do whatever you like. In the next lecture, we'll dive right into this and start building this app. For this module and for this app we're building, again, you'll find a starting project attached to this lecture, which you can use to, well, get started with this. Or you can create a new Expo app on your own, of course. Now, this is the app I attached, very basic app with a new app, which we can barely see, which doesn't matter because we'll not keep this text here anyways. And we only got that one app.js file. Now, a lot of the things I do in this module will be things you saw in the previous modules, because obviously that's the core idea here. We'll practice what we learned thus far, and there will be some new things or some patterns which might be interesting to you as well. Now, of course, in this app, which I sketched out in the last lecture, we'll have a couple of screens. So therefore, we'll definitely need navigation, and hence I'll add a navigation folder so that I can store my navigation configuration there. And that's, of course, just one possible setup. As I mentioned before, you can work with any folder structure you want, and that works for you. Besides the navigation folder, I also want to have a screens folder here. In that screens folder, I also want to store, well, the screens we can navigate between, and I'll add a components folder for all my regular components. Of course, screens also are React components, but the normal components I mean here are the components we don't directly load as screens, but which we embed into screens instead, or into other components. So that's what we'll have here. I'll also add a constants folder, because again, I'll work with my color constants here so that I can use my pre-selected colors throughout the entire application. Now, there are a bunch of different ways of getting started. What I like to do first in my apps is that I start with the screens. Even though if I don't add the content to all of them yet, I like adding this general structure so that I can always see what I still need to work on, which features are still missing. So therefore, I'll add the screens which I'll have in this app. And here I'll do something which I haven't done before, which is totally optional, but I'll organize my screens into separate subfolders. I'll have one folder with my shop-related screens. And of course, since we'll build a shopping app, all screens are kind of shop-related. But here I want to have the screens which directly help us with viewing our products, with adding them to the cart, and so on. And then I want to have a separate folder, and that's my user folder, you could say. There I want to have the user related screens. So that would be my user products and administrating products. That is how I will divide this, but of course you can organize that however you want. So in the shop folder here, for example, I want to have my products overview screen, and that will be the screen we see when the app loads, where we have all the products to work with and where we can then select a product or directly add it to the cart. We'll therefore also need a product detail screen. That's the screen we see when we select a product and we want to learn more about it. Then we can click it or tap it and are taken to that detail screen. We'll also need a cart screen. That's unsurprisingly the screen we see when we add an item to the cart, or not which we then see, but which we can visit to view the item there. So that's something we can do there. And I'll also add an orders screen where we can view our orders. Now you could, by the way, argue that the cart screen and the orders screen kind of belong to the user folder because they are kind of exclusive to the user. Every user has its own orders and its own cart, and therefore you could go either way. I believe they're a bit more on the shop product related side, but again, that is totally up to you. In the user folder, I want to have my user products screen. So that will be the screen where I see a list of all the products that belong to that user, and the edit product screen, which is the screen we'll use for adding new products or for editing existing products. We will be able to reuse that. These are the screens we'll work in throughout this module, and we'll not populate them with live all immediately right now. We'll instead work on that step by step, but it is what we'll need. Now, of course, there also is another folder we can add already, and that's the store folder, where we will manage our Redux store and our Redux state therefore, which is our state management system I want to work with, which we of course need because we got many screens that all have to work on kind of the related data, and hence we need to manage that data, our products and what's in the cart and so on some global level, and Redux is really great for that, so we'll definitely need that. On the same note, we also need to install some packages, so I will run npm install -- save and install Redux, and also React Redux. We'll also need React - navigation because, of course, we'll add navigation again, so we can already throw that in there. I will also already add React navigation - header buttons because I will add header buttons here, and I want to have these nicely styled and positioned buttons without having to do all that styling positioning on my own. And that should be it for now. So we'll install all these packages already. We'll need them throughout this module. And with these packages installed and these basic files created, we have a solid base setup to get started with. Now, besides these packages, we also need to install two other packages with the help of the expo install command, and that's React - native - gesture - handler. So expo install React Native gesture handler, and also the React - native - reanimated package. Both packages also need to be installed with the expo install command. Now, of course, it's all about populating that with live. And there, I want to start with the first screen we'll actually see, which is the products overview screen. The goal of the products overview screen, of course, is to present a list of all the products we can order. And therefore, here we'll, of course, have a normal React component. So we need to import React from React. We'll also need to import a bunch of things from React Native for sure. For example, I will need a flat list here because I will output a list of products. We don't know how long that list it will be, but it potentially is very long, so we want to be able to optimize it for scrolling, and that is what the flat list does out of the box. And we can import more components as we need them. So these are the two base imports. Now with that, I'll create my products overview screen, overview screen component here, simply in this function form here where we receive props, and then we have to return some JSX here in the end. And in the end, I will also export my products overview screen here as the default of this file. Now, with that, the question, of course, is what's in there, what's inside of our component. And in there, I, of course, want to render my flat list. I want to render my flat list of products. Now, of course, we have no products yet, but we can add some. Just as before, I will therefore add a models folder where I can define how a product should look like. This is not a must do, but it can help you organize your data and make sure that you never accidentally work with different types of products where you simply forgot to add a certain property in one place of your app. So therefore here in the product.js file in the models folder, I'll create a product class which has a constructor where I define how a product should look like. And I want every product to have a unique ID. It should also have an owner ID, which is the ID of the user who created it. It should have a title. It should have an image URL. It should have a description, and it should have a price. These are the things that make up a product for me in this application. Now, of course, when we receive all these things as arguments in the constructor, I want to store them in properties of this object, which we can create with the help of this constructor. So therefore, I do this assignment, which you also saw before, where I store all that data we receive in properties of the created object. So here we store the title, the image URL, the IDs, and of course, description and the price. With that setup here, we have a blueprint for a product, and we will use that in Redux, and we will then in the end get such a list of products here in our products overview screen. Now, to get it there, we need to tap into Redux, and for that, to be possible, we need to set up Redux. So let's go to the store folder now, and in there I want to have an actions subfolder and a reducers subfolder. In this app, by the way, we will have different reducers and actions, unlike in the last module here. So for the moment, we'll start with the products.js file here in the reducers folder, and I'll also add a products.js file in the actions folder. Again, if it's confusing to you that we have the same name here in different folders, you can always see in which file I am here at the top here with this breadcrumb feature. And of course, you could also work with different names in your app if this is confusing. I think it's pretty clear, though, in which file I am working. It's clearly selected here as well. So let's start in the products reducer. And in there, I want to define my initial state, because this kind of defines how my products related state slice will look like. And now, of course, as always in programming, there is more than one possible approach. I think it makes sense to say that we have a list of available products, that's an array, and of user products. And user products, these are simply the products which we created. So where the owner ID is the ID of the currently logged in user. And for the moment, we'll have no login feature, but later that will be the case. For the moment, you will just set this up in a dummy way. Available product should be all products, or maybe also only the products which we didn't create, so that we can't buy our own products. Though in reality, in most shops, you can also buy what you sell. So I think we can also just take all products here. But that's something you can also fine tune in your application. So we have these two product arrays. Now in the reducer here, which is a function where we get the state, which should be initialized with our initial state and should take this as a default value, and where we get an action. In there, we will later handle different action types so that we can, for example, add a new product and so on. For the moment, I'll just always return my state here. Therefore, I will always return my initial state, of course, and that will allow us to then tap into Redux and at least get that initial state. Now, of course, without the possibility of adding new products, our initial state isn't that useful, though, because it has empty lists of products here, so nothing we could render. So just as I did it before, I'll also add a data folder and set up some dummy data in here, which we'll not use throughout the entire module, but which we can use for now so that we have some products to get started with. And for this, you find attached this dummy data.js file, which you can just take to replace yours, or where you can just copy in the content into your dummy data.js file. And what I do in there is I import my product model. So of course, therefore, you should make sure that this path is correct for you if you just copied my code. And then I set up this products array here where I have a bunch of dummy products. And now it's important. We got the ID of the product, then we got the owner ID, then we got the title. And you should make sure that your product model is set up so that this order is correct. So here we got the title. Then we got the image URL as the fourth argument you receive. Then you have the description as the fifth and the price as the last argument. So make sure that your product model is set up in the way that this is the order of arguments. This is what you have here. In the end, I export this array as a default, and therefore now in this product reducer, we can simply import this. So there we can import products, our list of dummy products, from the data folder and there from the dummy data.js file. And we can simply initialize our available products with products here for the moment. And the user products can also be initialized with that, though for the user products, there is one little difference which I want to make. I want to filter them for a certain owner ID, because in the end, not all products will be created by us. Instead here, I will filter that dummy array, look at every product and only include products in my user products array where the owner ID is equal to U1, which if you have a look at the dummy data is simply the case for some products, not for all of them. Some of them have the U1 owner ID, and this will be the products I use here as user products, as a dummy setup. With that, our reducer for the products is set up here. We can ignore the product's actions for the moment. We'll of course add some later. And now we can go to the app.js file and set up Redux there as well. For that, we need to import something from Redux. And of course, we also need to import something from React Redux. Now, there's something we need to import from Redux here. That is, of course, the create store function and the combine reducers function so that we can create one root reducer. At the moment, of course, we have only one reducer, but as I mentioned in this app, we will actually have multiple reducers in the end. So here you definitely need to combine your reducers. And from React Redux, we need the provider component, which we wrap around our app to, well, provide something. We will then, of course, also need to import the products reducer, or however you want to name it, from the store folder, there from reducers and there from the products file, so that we can thereafter create our root reducer by calling combine reducers, where we then pass in an object where we map, let's say, to products, but that key is up to you, our products reducer, and later we will add more reducers there. And then we can create our store with create store, and this in the end takes our root reducer as an argument. And thereafter, down there in the JSX code, I will create my provider component. In between the opening and closing tags, I will then also later have my screen. For the moment, we'll not have anything there. This is not valid JSX, by the way, but we'll fix it later. And for the provider component, of course, we have to set the store prop and set this to the store constant, or the store in general we're creating here. With that, Redux should be set up. With that, we'll later be able to tap into it here from the products overview screen. And with that, of course, the next step also is to add navigation so that we can see that products overview screen. So let's continue working on these steps next. So I'll go to the products overview screen, because before I add a navigator, I want to be able to at least see something on that screen. And therefore here we now need to import use selector from React Redux, because that will allow us to tap into the Redux store and get our products from there. So here, in the end, what we can do is we can get our products and store them in a constant products by calling use selector. And as you learned in the previous module about state management in Redux, use selector takes a function which automatically receives the state, the Redux state, as an input, and which then returns whatever data you want to get from there. And there in the Redux state, I want to tap into my products slice, and you have to use the name you used here in combine reducers to get the state, the data managed with the products reducer. So here I'll say state products. And now in that slice of our state, I want to get the available products. So let's get .available products here. And this is this short arrow function syntax where the part on the right side of the arrow is automatically returned. So that's what's now stored in products, and therefore here on the flat list, we can of course set the data prop equal to our products here, which we selected because there will be an array, and that's exactly what data needs. I will also add the key extractor here. Depending on the version of React Native you're using, you won't need this because every product in our app has an ID, and newer versions of Flatlist also look for ID and not just for a key. But in case you are working with an older version, then you need to set up this key extractor function. And this takes a function which gives you the item it's looking at, and you need to tell it what should be your unique key on that item, and of course that's item.id. Again, newer versions of React Native don't need that. Now with that, we also need to provide the render item prop, which points at a function that renders our different list items. And in here, I'll start simple and we'll refine this later. And for the moment, I'll just import the text component from React Native and output the title of the product in a text component. So here we get our item data, and the return value of that function, which we have to provide to render item, should return a JSX element in the end. So here I will return a text element, and in there output item data.item.title. And I can do this because item data is received by React Native. This has an item prop. That's also something React Native gives you. And each item here, of course, is just one item in our products. So therefore it is of this type of data, and therefore it has a title prop, of course, because that is what I'm assigning here. So we will have a title prop here, which I can output. And of course, this is not the final form of how a product should look like in a list, but it is what I use to get started so that we see something on the screen. With that, talking of a screen, it's of course time to set up the navigator so that we can really see something on the screen and that we have screens. Hence here in the navigation folder, I'll add my shop navigator.js file. And in there, we'll add a bunch of navigation throughout this module. So we'll definitely need to import from React Navigation. And I will, of course, start simple with a normal stack navigator, which we can create with the help of the create stack navigator function. And then we'll simply create it here, and I'll name it the products navigator. That's what I store here, the result of create stack navigator. And the result is a React component, if you remember. And if you also remember, create stack navigator takes a JavaScript object as the first argument, where we map screen identifiers to React components that should be loaded as screens. So here, of course, I will start with the products overview screen, and I import that from the screens folder, and there from the shop part, and there from the products overview screen file. And therefore, the first thing I want to map in this stack navigator here is products overview, or however you want to name this, which is mapped to products overview screen. Now, of course, for this stack navigator, which will eventually have multiple screens, I'll also pass a second argument to create stack navigator, which is an object that allows us to configure the entire navigator. And there we can, for example, set up default navigation options for every screen. And there I want to set up my header, background color, and so on. So here I'll set up a JavaScript object where I can set the header style to another JavaScript object where we can set the background color to any color of your choice. And that's now where the constants folder will come into play, where I will add a colors.js file where I simply want to export a default JavaScript object with a primary color and an accent color, and you can name these keys whatever you want. And now I selected some nice colors which I want to use here, but you can use whichever color you want. My primary color will be having a hex code of C2185B, and the accent color has a hex code of FFC107. Now, therefore, back in the shop navigator, we can import from that constants folder, so from colors, which we find in the constants folder, like this. And then here, the background color I'll set up for the header style here is colors.primary. Now, with that added, I'll also add a header tint color, which colors the title text, for example. And I'll set this to white, because this primary color which I set up is like a pretty strong pink reddish color, and therefore white is the color we should use so that it's clearly readable. And I actually want to differ regarding how the header looks like based on the platform we're running on. So it's time to import platform from React Native. And one side note here, in this practice app, I will actually not focus too much on platform differences and responsive design. I will do it to a certain extent so that there is some basic difference between the different platforms and that the app looks good on different device sizes. But I will not test it on a broad variety of device sizes. You learned everything you need to make it as responsive as possible. So definitely feel free to always tweak this more than I do it here in this module. In the end, I just want to make sure that this module doesn't take hundreds of hours. So therefore, I'll keep this to a minimum. With that said, platform here seems to be important to me because I really want to have a different look on the header based on whether we're running on iOS or Android. So the background color is actually not always the primary color, but instead I will only set this if the operating system we're running on is Android. Otherwise, I'll set background color to an empty string, which means the default will be taken. And therefore, for the header tint color, this also should only be white if we're on Android. Otherwise, I'll not set it to an empty string though, but instead I want to use the primary color as a text color on iOS, so if we're not on Android. With that, the products navigator is set up. Now, as you learned in the navigation module, you don't export this navigator. Instead, you wrap this in an app container, which you create with the create app container function you get from React Navigation. So here we can now export default create app container and pass in the products navigator like this. This is now the export navigation setup, and this is what we can now use in app.js. So in app.js, we can now import our shop navigator from navigation shop navigator, and that's now what I use inside of my provider tags here. So the shop navigator like this. This also means that we can get rid of these React Native imports because we use none of these React Native components in this component anymore. With all that work, we should now be able to actually run our app and hopefully land on the products overview screen where we see a basic unstyled list of product titles. So if I save that now, save all these changes, and you make sure that you have npm start running and you have emulators up and running where you loaded this, I get an error that object is not a constructor evaluating new product default. The problem should be that in my model folder here, I forgot to export my product class as a default. That, of course, needs to be added here. Otherwise, you can't import from this file. Makes sense. So now this works, and now indeed here I see my product titles. We also see the different header. What we don't see is a header title because I haven't added any. Hence, in the products overview screen, we can of course add our special screen-only navigation options, which will be merged with the default navigation options we set up directly on the navigator. By using products overview screen, our constant here, which holds our component, and adding the navigation options property. And here we can use static navigation options for the moment, add a header title, and set this to all products, for example. And if we now save this, we see all products here in the header. So this is now actually looking decent. We can see our products. Of course, these products do not really look the way they should look. So the next step will be to make sure that here we actually do get the look we need in this application. So let's make sure that our product items on the product overview screen look a bit nicer than they're currently looking. Right now, of course, every product item is just rendered as a text component, and that's not really what I want here. Instead, I'll remove that import and I'll create a brand new component that should be responsible for my product item. Now, one important note regarding where we create that component. We can create it here in the products overview.js file as well. We can, of course, have more than one component per file. So here I could add my product item component, or however you want to call it, like this. Then we can use this component in this file, which is, of course, what I plan to do. This is a pattern you can use if you have a component that's really strongly tied to another component and you're only splitting it so that each component is a bit more readable. Once these separate components get very big, you should still consider splitting them into separate files though, so that your files stay small, and if people want to have a look at one of the two components, they don't have to scroll over the other component they might not be interested in. So that's one thing to keep in mind. Of course, if you also plan on using a component in yet another component, you should always store it in a separate file, not only so that you can export it as a default, because you could also export this if it's stored along with another component. That's not the main reason, but mostly to make it really clear that this is a standalone component that might and will be used in different parts of your app. Now, the product item here will not only be not super small, which on its own would be a reason to put it into a separate file, but I will also use it in a different component later, or in different places of the app. It's not just relevant to the products overview screen. And therefore, I'll add it in the components folder, and in that components folder, to kind of organize my components a little bit, I'll add a shop subfolder where I want to place all the components that are directly related to the shop feature or to features in general of my app. So in there, in the shop subfolder, I'll add this product item.js file. And you'll see which other folders I will add here later. Now again, all these patterns and practices I'm showing you here are just possible ways of doing this. In general, in my courses, and in this course too, I show all the best practices you can use, but often in programming, there is not just a single right or a wrong way. So the practices and patterns I'm showing here are practices and patterns you'll see in other projects too. But you might also see other folder structures. In the end, you can always work with the structure that works for you. There isn't a right or wrong choice here. I just want to explain my reasoning for using this structure, which hopefully helps you understand why I use it and why this might be worth a thought. So here, the product item file, the product item.js file, of course, will hold the product item component, which is a normal functional component that receives props and in the end will return JSX code. And therefore, since it holds JSX code, we need to import React from React. And in here, I'll also import things from React Native, because here I'll now work with these React Native primitives to really build my component. Because from there, I'll need the view, I'll need the text. I also want to use the image because we'll display the product image here. And also the style sheet, because we'll definitely also style this. Hence, we can also already add a styles constant here, which we create with style sheet create, to which we pass a JavaScript object. And in the end, we export this product item here as a default, of course. Now in here, in this component, we can start creating the JSX code that makes up product item. And this will be a presentational component, which means there won't be any logic in here. We won't manage any internal state. This will just be a component we can use in other components to get the right styling and layout out of the box. So this component here will be responsible for using certain React Native components and laying them out and styling them in a certain way. So in here, I in the end want to return a view which wraps everything, which organizes everything, which we can also style to get this card look with maybe a drop shadow, maybe rounded corners, whatever you want. And in there, we'll now have different parts. For example, we'll definitely have the image in there, the product image. I also want to have the title and the price, so we'll need some text in here. So for the title here, and here then for the price in dollars. And below that, I also want to have a view with buttons. So here we can use the built-in button component for the moment, where we can then add a product to the cart or also view the details. So where we have these two options basically. And of course, we'll need to add on press handlers here. So that's the very basic skeleton, probably not the final one. We'll have to see how we can style everything here. But that's the layout I want. I wrap my buttons here into a view, by the way, because I want to have them side by side in a row. And by having a view around them, we can style that view such that it uses flex direction row and so on. So that's the setup we can work with here. Now let's add some styling. And for that, I want to use, we're going to start here on the surrounding view, where I set up styles product like this. Therefore here in the style sheet, I add product like that, add my product key here. And of course, now again, it's totally up to you how you want to style this. I want to have that card look. So therefore, I'll add a shadow color, which can be black, a shadow opacity, which can be 0.26, a shadow offset, where I have the width offset of 0 and a height offset of 2, and a shadow radius of 8 maybe. And as always, play around with these values to find your configuration. Now you might remember that shadow only works on iOS. So for Android, I'll add the elevation property here and set this to 5 maybe. Again, you can experiment with different values there as well. And I want to have a border radius of 10 because I want rounded corners. And again, that's something I want here, something you don't have to do. I'll also add the background color of white to make sure that our card here, our product, always has this background color, even if our main app should use a different background color later. So that's my product, my wrapper here around the entire product. I additionally also want to set up my height here. Every product should have a height of 300 pixels. And of course, that is a value you can also tweak to your requirements. You could, of course, also make this dynamic with the dimensions API, as you learned it in the responsive module. And I'll add a margin of 20 in all directions around every product item so that we have a spacing in all directions. With this setup, we can start working on outputting something. So the image needs a source, and we'll get a network image here because if you have a look at the dummy data, all these image URLs here are, well, URLs. That's also what we have in the model. We expect a URL here, so to a network image. And that would be the default, of course, for any shop you build because you'll never include all the product images into your app, at least if it's not some in-app shop for a game. But if it's a shop where people can create products, obviously people will create products dynamically after your app was distributed. So it's impossible for you to include all images into your app. Instead, they have to be stored on a server. So therefore, here we need to pass an object to source where we set the URI property. And that will now be received from outside because this product item component is presentational. So any data to display needs to be passed in through props. And there we could expect the image prop, but as for all the props in your own components, you can pick any names you want. For the title, I expect to get a title prop. And for the price, I expect to get a price prop. I'll keep the dollar sign here, by the way, because price will just be a number. And of course, I want to have a dollar sign in front of this. Now, one little note here, I want to make sure that the price I get always has exactly 2 decimal places. And we can achieve this by calling toFixed on this and passing in a 2. toFixed is a function available on numbers in JavaScript, which converts this to basically a string with a fixed amount of decimal places. And here I restrict this to always be 2 decimal places. That's normal JavaScript, nothing specific to React Native. Now, when we press the View Details button, then I will trigger props on View Detail. So I, again, use a name here, which you can configure or name however you want. But the idea here is that props on View Detail points at a function, which in the end is executed when this button is pressed. And therefore here, if this button, the card button, is pressed, I'll point on to a function which I expect to get on the onAdd to card prop. Again, you can name these props whatever you want, but when you use your component, you have to make sure they are available and that they get values which are functions, which then are triggered through these buttons. Now we're getting all the data. Now for the image, since this is a network image, we need to set up the width and height because the image can't see that in advance, as it could do it for a local image. It can't do this for a network image. So here I'll point at styles.image and I'll add this image key to my style sheet therefore. Now, again, it's generally up to you how you style this, but I'll set this to have a width of, let's say, 60%. Keep in mind that the overall product has a height of, a width of 100%, but a height of 60% because the overall product item here has a height of 300. And I want to have the image in there. That should also take up the majority of the height, but I also have the title and the price and my buttons, and these should also fit in there. So I'll give the image 60% of the height so that the other things here can split the remaining 40% amongst them. So with that, that's the image. Now, of course, the image isn't everything we have here. We also do have, well, our title, we do have our price, and I want to style that as well. So for the title, I'll add the title style here. And for the price, I'll add, let's say, a price style. And here, for these buttons, I'll also add a style to the surrounding view, and I'll name this actions. And of course, all these style names, as always, are totally up to you. Here, I want to add my title and, well, the price and the actions property to my style sheet here. And now for the title, you can of course style this in whatever way you want. We have no custom fonts here. I will add some soon, but for the moment I'll just ignore that and just start with a font size of 18. And I want to add a margin vertical, so top and bottom of 3, or 4. So very small margin, but still some margin around this title. For the price, I'll set a font size of 14, so a bit smaller, and I'll also give this a color, which should be maybe 888, which is like a grayish, dark grayish color. Now, actions is placed on that view, which holds the buttons, and therefore I want to make sure that the buttons sit next to each other, so in one row. So I'll give this a flex direction of row here, and I will also justify the content to have all the remaining space between them. And in addition, I want to align items in the center vertically, so along the cross axis, which for a flex direction of row is the vertical axis. With that, we have some basic styling. Now let's use that component before we refine the setup and the styling. So the product item component, which we do export here in the product item file, can now be used in the products overview file by importing product item from there. So let's point at our components folder, there at the shop subfolder, and then at product item. And now this is what I want to use here when I render my items. Product item can be a self-closing component because all the data is received through props and not between the opening and closing tags. Now, of course, we need to set up all the things we expect here. We expect the image, the title, the price, and our 2 event handling props here. So that's what we need to provide now. Hence here on product item, I'll start with the image, and that of course is item data.item.image URL, and you always must remember that item data.item points as a product as defined in our product model, and therefore it will have an image URL property written like this. If you wrote it differently, you of course need to access it differently. Besides the image, we'll also have a title, which is item data.item.title. And besides that, we'll have the price with item data item.price. And then we have our 2 event handlers here, because we do have the onViewDetail prop and the onAddToCart prop we need to add. So onViewDetail will do something later. For now, it's just an empty function. And onAddToCart will also do something later. For now, it can also be an empty function. This is how a product item should be rendered. With that, if we save this, this is what you should see. It's not perfect yet, but we're getting there. This is not too bad, actually. Of course, what you notice is that the buttons are colored in the wrong way, that this space isn't really used in the way it should be used down there, that we maybe also want to center this text, but these are, of course, things we can work on. So to refine this, back in the product item component here, let's start with our two texts here. They should, of course, be centered. That can be done in a very simple way by wrapping that with a view, moving these two texts in there, giving that view a style, and of course you can name this however you want. I'll name it details, because we kind of lay out the product details there. So I will add my details style here to the style sheet, and there I'll just set align items center. This uses a flex direction of column, the default, and therefore centers on the cross axis. It always does this, but the cross axis for flex direction column is of course left to right, so it centers horizontally, which is what I want here. And I'll also give this a height of 15%. Keep in mind that the image takes 60%, so we give this maybe 15%, so almost half of the remaining 40%, not quite half. And I'll add a little bit of padding here, of 10 maybe. And for the buttons here, these are in my actions property. There, I want to set the height to the remaining 25%. Whoops, that should be a string, of course. Because we have 60% here height, then we have 15% here, hence here I want to have the remaining 25%. And if we now save this, this looks way better. Now some padding to the left and the right would also be nice for the buttons, so on this actions style property I'll add a padding horizontal of 20 maybe, so that we have some internal spacing left and right. Now to change the color of the buttons, we can just go to the button components, which are built into React Native, and set the color prop here to colors, which you therefore need to import from the constants folder and from the colors file there, and set this then to colors primary, also here for the second color, the add to cart button, the second button therefore. So now we have our buttons here, add to cart and view details, and this doesn't look too bad. The one remaining thing which you might notice is that we don't have rounded corners here at the top, and the reason for that is that our image basically is like an overlay to our background, and the background is the surrounding view. The image has no rounded corners, and therefore it overlaps our rounded corners we have on the surrounding view. To fix that, we can wrap the image into a separate view. And as I mentioned earlier in the course, it's really normal in React Native to have a couple of nested views, because to this view we can now attach a style, which we can maybe give an image container identifier, which we can now add to our style sheet. And now I'll give this image container my width and height here. And on the image, I'll therefore just add a width and height of 100%, because it's now inside of the container. This here refers to the parent, so to this container. So a height of 60% will then also be applied to the image. But on that image container, we can now add a border top left radius of 10 and a border top right radius of 10, so that we round these corners. And now important, add overflow hidden here, because this will ensure that any child in there, which is our image of course, can't overlap what we set up here. So now with this setup, we add our rounded corners here back to the top. And now these are the image items I want here. And of course, it's also a scrollable list where you also see that these images are lazy loaded automatically, which we can continue working with. Of course, the next goal could be that we can also view the details screen. Let's make sure we can go to the product details screen. This screen here. And for that, first of all, in the product details screen component, well, I'll set up a component by importing React from React. Then in there, we probably also need some things from React Native. For example, it can't really hurt to have a view and a text in here, and also a style sheet, and also the image component. By the way, the order of these imports here, of course, does not matter. I also want to have a button in there because I want to have an add to cart button in here as well. And actually also a scroll view, because This detail page could have a very long product description or could be viewed on a very small device, and therefore it should definitely be scrollable so that we can always see all the content. With that, here I'll add my product detail screen component. Again, a functional component where we receive props. I'll set up my style sheet here with style sheet create and store it in a styles constant, and of course export the product detail screen as a default. With that, let's start simple and return a view here with a text where we say the product detail screen, which is just there so that we can see that we successfully navigated there, and so that we can actually use this because we have to return JSX to have a valid component. Because the first thing I want to do is adjust the navigation, and for that in the shop navigator.js file in the navigation folder, we can import the product detail screen here from our screens folder, the shop folder, and there the product detail screen. So that's the file we just worked in, of course, and map this to an identifier here. I'll name it product detail here. These keys, as you learned in the navigation section, are always up to you. So now we mapped this screen. This will be our starting screen because it's the first key value pair. This is a screen we can go to though, we can navigate to. And to go there, we need to go to our product's overview screen. And when we click on view detail, this is in the end the signal that we want to go to that product detail screen. So here in this function, we can call props navigation, navigate, this navigate function, which you learned about in the navigation section. And then there I showed you one syntax where you pass in a JavaScript object, where you set up a route name that could be product detail, and that will take you to that screen. So now if we save this, we click on view details, indeed we go to the product detail screen. Now, as an annotation in the navigation section, I also showed you that, of course, that the alternative syntax to that is that you just pass in the screen name as a first argument to navigate. So you can do that as well, and it will just work as well. If we also test this on Android, this is how we can go there. Now, obviously, the goal is not just to go there, but to also forward our data, or our ID of the product at least, so that we can load the product data inside of that component. Hence, as a second argument here, I pass in a JavaScript object, which will be my params for this navigation action. And there you can have any key value pairs you want. I'll add a product ID field here. Again, this name is totally up to you though. And this will be itemdata.item.id because itemdata.item points at a single product, which has the look we set up here in models, and this has an ID prop. So of course we can access this here and forward it. With that in the product details screen, we can extract this, of course. That's also something you learned earlier and which we can just practice here. We can get our product ID here by simply calling props navigation get param product ID, and this will extract our product ID from the parameters we received. Now we can use that ID to get our product, and of course our products are stored in Redux. So in the end, we need to import useSelector here from React Redux so that we can use it to select a single product. Our, let's say, selected product, this constant name is of course also up to you, is now selected with the help of useSelector, which receives our state, our Redux state. And then we can drill into the product's slice. Again, that slice name is what you use here in combined reducers, products in my case. And there we can get access to all available products. But of course, here I don't want to load all available products, but instead I can use the find method to find a single product with that function that I pass to find, which runs on every item in the array, where we get the product where this function returns true. And it should return true if the ID of the product I'm looking at is equal to the product ID I extracted from the route parameters. This is how we select a single product. And this single product can then be used here. So here we could output selected product.title, for example. If we now save that and we view the details, indeed here I see red shirt. If I do that for the blue carpet, I see blue carpet here, so that's working. Would be nice to see that in the header as well. And there are two options. We could now use navigation, props.navigation set param here, and also wrap this in a use effect call, of course. That would be better to set our title with set param and then use it here in the navigation options, which we have to add to products detail to extract it. Or actually a bit easier, we go to products overview, which is where we go to that page. And besides passing the product ID, we also pass the product title, because here we have that easily available. We get it with the help of itemdata.item.title. Now we set this param as well, and this makes it super easy to extract it in the product detail screen. There in the navigation options, we can just now add product detail screen, navigation options. And this is now the functional form, because we need to extract this in a dynamic way from our route params. So here we get this nav data object, which also has a navigation prop. We need to return our JavaScript object, our navigation options config object here. Whoops, this should be options, of course. And in there, we can set the header title to navdata.navigation.getParam product title, or whatever you chose as a identifier for this. So here I'm using product title because in the product overview screen, I'm setting this to product title. With that, we're setting this header. Let's see whether that works. If we try to go to that screen, that's looking good. Now we also see the title of the product here in the header. That is working. Now, I mentioned earlier that we should not just be able to go there by pressing view details, but maybe also by pressing the product in general. And for that, we can go to the product item. And there, of course, we have the view detail button, but now we can wrap the entire item, of course, in a touchable. And there we can use touchable opacity and wrap this entire item with touchable opacity. So wrap this around our entire view here. These buttons still will be triggered standalone, but now we can also press anywhere else. And there on press, I now also want to trigger the same the view details button does. I want to trigger the function we receive on view detail. So I will simply forward this to on view detail. And with that simple change, we can press anywhere on this item to be taken to the detail screen. Also on Android, where this, however, looks a bit ugly. And in general, it would be nice to have this ripple effect there. Now, you also learned how you can implement this. We need to import touchable native feedback for that and the platform API, so this platform object. And now here in product item, we can set up our touchable component here, or whatever you want to name it. Should have a capital character though, so that we can use it as a JSX element. And this by default points at touchable opacity, let's say, but if platform OS is equal to Android and the platform version is greater or equal than 21, which is the Android version we need to support the ripple effect, we can set touchable comp equal to touchable native feedback. And now we can replace touchable opacity down there with touchable CMP, so with that variable which holds two different kinds of components depending on where it's running. And now if we do this, we still have that opacity effect here, but we have a ripple effect on Android. However, only down there, not on the image, and also not respecting our rounded corners, as you can maybe see. Now to fix the issue that it's not on the image, all we have to do is we have to change some configuration there. We just have to add the use foreground prop here. Now on touchable opacity, this will have no effect, but on touchable native feedback, this makes sure that the ripple effect is not applied to the background, but actually to, well, the foreground, which means also to elements that are placed on top of our touchable or inside of our touchable component. So therefore now this is also on the image. And to respect the corners, the rounded corners, I'll actually do this a bit differently. I'll add the touchable component inside of my surrounding view instead of outside, like that. And now here I'll add overflow hidden on that product style which is on that view, which is now around my touchable component. With that, however, my shadow is lost, as you can tell. And here I now even get an error that I need a single React child. Therefore, let's actually tweak this a little bit and let's add an extra view in here. An extra view that wraps everything, my entire touchable component, inside of that outer view. And on that extra view, I'll add a style of styles touchable, or whatever you want to name it. And this touchable style is now added down here in my style sheet. This now gets the overflow hidden prop. So we add this here. And this now also receives the same border radius we have on the entire card. So border radius of 10 here. And this will now make sure that we keep our shadow, so that still works because overflow hidden would have cropped this. And now to get rid of that other error here as well, we can simply wrap yet another view around all the content inside of touchable component so that it will fulfill this criteria of having only one child item inside of touchable component. And now with that, we have the same behavior as before on iOS. To cart, by the way, does not trigger this details navigation, which is good. And on Android, we now also have the ripple effect, which respects our rounded corners, which takes us to the detail view, and to cart also does not do that, which it shouldn't. So with that, now we have the navigation we need, we have the look we need here. Now we can go to the detail page, and we should now maybe make sure that this detail page also looks the way it should look. On the product details screen, we started working on that already, but we're not really, outputting anything useful there. Now it's time to change this. For that, I'll replace the JSX code we're currently using there with the scroll view, because as I mentioned earlier, we'll output our image there, our product description, and this could be a very long description, or we're simply viewing this on a smaller device or in landscape mode. So we definitely want to have some scrollable content there. And by the way, we don't need flat list here because the content will not be infinitely long. We know pretty much that it will not be that long in advance, so scroll view is perfectly fine. And in that scroll view, we can now add an image component, which outputs that product image at the top, let's say. And below that, we can then maybe add our button to allow us to add this to a cart. And below that, we can have our text, like displaying the price, and then maybe the text for the description. So for the image, we need to set up the source prop, and that is an object which has a URI property. And of course, we have our selected product here, so the source is just selected product.image URL, because a selected product is of, well, the type we define in our products model. On the button here, we can add a title of add to cart, because that's in the end what this button should do. And on press, well, does nothing for now, but later will add this to the cart. Then here, I want to output the price. We don't need to output the title because that's already part of the header, so we see the title there. But here I want to output the price in dollars by referring to selected product.price to fixed to, which I did before. And then down there, also the description. So here we have selected product.description, like this. Okay, so that's looking good. Now it's time for some styling, of course. For example, for the image, we'll definitely have to set a width and a height because it's a network image. So here I'll add the image style, which I have to add to my style sheet. Now for the texts here, this text should have a style of price maybe, which we have to add. And then this here, this text should have a style of description maybe. Sounds like a fitting name. Now in the style sheet, we have to add all these things. So let's start for the image. There I'll add a width of 100%. This should really take the full available width, and a height of 300 maybe. And of course you can play around with that. You could also use a percentage value for that, or use the dimensions API to kind of calculate this dynamically. Thereafter, I want to have my price. That price text should have a font size of 20 because people should of course be able to see it. A color of that grayish, this dark grayish color I used earlier already. And a text alignment of center so that it's always centered. Also a margin on the vertical axis of 20 maybe, so around it of 20. And then thereafter the description actually can have a font size of, let's say, 14. Let's see whether that works. And in there also use text align center, something like that. If we save that, let's have a look at that. Doesn't look too bad. Now for the button, I want to set a different color, so I'll add color here and set this to colors, which we need to import, of course, from our constants folder, colors.primary. And now if we save this, this looks quite nice. On Android, you see that the button sits directly below the image though, and that it's a full width button. It's the same here for iOS. There we just don't see it, but if I tap here, you also see that this button gets pressed. And that's actually not what I want here. So what I'll do is I'll wrap this button in a view, which I'll give a style of, let's say, actions, even though it's only one action here, but you could maybe have multiple buttons here for different things. So I'll add my actions key here to the style sheet. And there we can set, for one, a margin on the vertical axis of 10 to top and bottom, and align the items in the center, which, because the default flex direction is column, centers it horizontally. And now we have more spacing here, and we see this even better on Android, more spacing, and the button now does not stretch as it would be its default align item setting anymore, but instead only takes as much width as it needs and is aligned in the center. So this is the setup I'll go with. Of course, you can still tweak this in different ways if you wish to. To me, this doesn't look too bad. Let's also view like a different item, maybe also this one. Yeah, that's all looking quite nice. Now for longer text here though, you see that's not that beautiful. There should be more spacing. So actually on the description, I'll also add a little margin horizontal of, let's say, 20, so that we have spacing around this. So that if we have another look at this, you see now this automatically jumps into a new line, which it should. Okay, so that's looking good. Now we have the product detail screen. Now before we continue, I want to bring my own fonts and use those because I'm not happy with the default fonts. Now we added fonts multiple times in this course already, so it's not too new how this works. In the assets folder, I'll add a fonts folder, but again, you can store them wherever you want. Attached, you find the two fonts we've been using throughout the course, Open Sans Bold and Regular. And now we have to load them when the app starts in the app.js file. There, you now can import something from Expo, and that something is the app loading component. And you also need to import star as font from expo-font. And to make sure that this is available, run npm install --save expo-font to install this into your project and ensure that you can use it. Now these are the two things you need to install there. With that installed, we can add a new function here, maybe name it fetch fonts. This is a function which in the end takes no arguments, but in there I can now call font load async and return that, because that returns a promise, and fetch fonts should return a promise. And there pass in a JavaScript object where we map the fonts we want to load. And there I'll have open-sans, which I map to my require import here, where I point at the assets folder, fonts folder, and then open sans regular. And also add open-sans-bold here as a key, and map that to require /assets/fonts/open sans bold, so that both fonts are imported here. Now fetch fonts, of course, needs to be called, and that should be called by our app loading component. Hence, we also need to import use state from React so that we can control whether the data has been loaded yet or not, so that in the functional component here, we can have our font loaded state and set font loaded. And initially with use state, that is false. If that should be true, I want to render this output. Therefore, as long as it is false, hence the exclamation mark here, I want to instead return the app loading component, which prolongs our loading, our startup screen. And there we need to provide the start async prop, which points at the fetch fonts function, which is the function which is executed when this component is first rendered. And then on finish, which executes a function once this loading is done. And in this function that is to be executed, I'll set my font loaded to true so that we no longer render app loading, but instead we render this content. Now our fonts get loaded and now we can use them. And I want to use them in two places. My product item, which is the component we render on the product's overview. There, of course, we have some text. We have our title and we have our price here. And it's there where on the title, I also want to set a font family of open-sans-bold. And on the price, I also want to set a font family of open-sans. And on the product detail screen, it's the same. The price should maybe get a font family of open-sans-bold to have the bold style, and the description will just get the open-sans font. Now that's not all actually. In the shop navigator, in my main navigator here, in the default navigation options, I also want to use that font in the header. So the header title style here should actually be an object where I set the font family to open-sans-bold, to use the bold open sans font there. And the header back title style defines how that back text, which we see on iOS, is styled. And that should also use a font family of open sans, though, not the bold version. With that, if we now save this and this reloads, we can see our own font is getting used now. We also see that here on iOS, our title is therefore cut off. That's something we'll have to fix, but in general, this now looks the way it should look. Now let's make sure that title being cut off is fixed. And for that, in the product item here, which is where we have that title, here, this title should maybe have a reduced margin, vertical, of only 2, because I still like that distance, and now the 15% of height we give to the title and the price suffice to share this, and therefore now this looks the way it should look. Now we're using the custom font. We can go to the details page. I'd say it's now really time to also make sure that we can add items to the cart, and we therefore make this to cart button work. For the add to cart feature, we'll need to work on two things. One is, of course, that we can have a cart screen, that we have an icon here in our header that takes us to the cart screen where we can see like the total sum and the cart items, and where we have that order now button. But I'd say that's the second step, because the more important first step is that we add the logic to manage cart items, and that involves Redux. For this, I'll add a brand new reducer, a second reducer, which I'll name cart.js, and also actions file. And this is now actually an actions file we will populate. We'll do that with the products file later too, once we dive into adding products and so on, but for now, let's start with the cart feature. So here, in the cart.js file in the reducers folder, I'll set up my initial state for that cart slice. And again, it's all these separate reducers and the state they manage that make up that total Redux store, because in the end, that's what you then combine here with combined reducers into one root reducer and one big state in the end. We just have these individual substates to make managing the data easier. So here in the cart reducer, how should the state for our cart look like? Well, our cart will have a bunch of items, could be an array, and a sum, which initially is 0, so a total amount, you could say. You could, of course, also name this total amount, maybe, to make it really clear what this is. So these are the two things that make up my cart here. And as always, I can't emphasize this enough, there is more than way of implementing this. So if you want to manage some other data here as well, definitely do so. There is no single right or wrong approach. This is just my approach of building this app. Now, it's important that for this cart here, I want to make sure that if we have an item in the cart already, let's say the red shirt, and I click to cart a second time, I don't add 2 items to this array, but I still only have one item in there, and instead every item in that items array should be an object where I manage like the ID of the product maybe, where I have the title and the quantity of the item in the cart. So that would then change to 2 if I click on it a second time. Therefore, you could actually also argue that items maybe shouldn't be an array, but maybe a JavaScript object, because that allows us to store the ID of the product as a key, and the value could be an object with the title, with the quantity, with the price. And that's just an alternative. You could also do this all with an array, but that's actually the approach I will use. Now, the reducer I export, therefore, is a reducer, which of course gets a state, which has our initial state as a default value and an action as an argument, which in the end needs to return some data. So in the end, it needs to return a new state, which is then used by Redux. Now we need an action to continue. So here I'll export a constant, an action identifier, and I'll name this add to cart. The identifier is up to you. I'll go with add to cart like this. And in the actions file, I will create such an action creator function. So here another constant, which I'll name add to cart, which receives, let's say, the full product object, which I want to add, so that I can pull out the information I need. And then in here, we have to return such an action object, which has a type, which is add to cart, and then our product. This is just a way of creating these actions that makes it very simple for us to do that inside of our components. So in the end, the cart reducer, in all reducers actually, but the cart reducer is the place where we care, will get that add to cart action. So here we need to switch the action type and handle the case that it's add to cart. And therefore you should import add to cart from that actions folder and there from the cart file. Now, it's by the way important, this action, when it's dispatched, is received on all reducers, but if you don't handle it with a separate case, your default case will kick in, which normally should just return your current state slice for this reducer, which means the state slice for this reducer is unchanged. Here, however, in the cart reducer, I of course want to change my state, hence I do handle the add to cart case here. And now in add to cart, what should happen there? Well, we get our added product. We can pull that out of the action because there in the action we'll have a product key. That's what we just set up here in the action cart.js file. So we'll get our product, and I'm storing it in a constant added product here with which we can work now. And we'll have our product price here, which is of course added product.price, and we'll have our product title, which is added product.title. Before we continue, let's define how a cart item, so what we store here, should look like, the value we have in there. So I'll go to my models folder and add a cart-item.js file here, and then add a cart item class, which receives a constructor, and before I forget it again, which needs to be exported here. And now in that constructor, I expect to get the quantity of the product we're about to add, the product price, the product title, and the sum for this item. If we have 3 times the red shirt, our sum would be 3 times $29.99, so roughly around $90. Now what I don't get here is the product ID, because I will use that as a key inside of my object here, which items holds. And that will become clearer once we implement it. So here in the cart item, I just store all the data I receive, quantity, product price, and I have that data in there, which I need to output later. So product title and the sum, like this. And now back in the reducer, we can of course import this cart item class from the models folder and from cart item here. And now back in that add to cart case down there, we first of all need to find out whether that product is already part of our items. Now, as I mentioned, I'll add every new product by adding a new key to items, which is the ID of that product. Since that is unique, we always have each key only once. and then the value will be a card item as we just defined it in models. And hence I know if the ID of the product I'm getting here is already a key of items, then this already has our item as a card item. So here we can simply check if items for added product.id exists. So if that returns something true-ish, so not undefined, then we already have the item in the cart, which is okay, but then we just need to change the quantity. Otherwise, we'll need to add a brand new item. So let's start with the else case, because that's the case we'll first encounter when we add something for the first time. There we need a new card item, and I create that with the new keyword and the card item class we defined. And in there, we need to provide the quantity, which of course is 1 if we just add a new item. We need to provide the product price, the product title here, and the sum. And the sum, of course, initially is just our product price, right? Because if we add one item of that price, then the sum for this card item is our product price. And now this new card item has to be added to our card items here. So here we return a copy of our state, and we set items equal to a new object where I copy all my existing state items in, so that I copy my existing items object here, and then I add a new key with this dynamic syntax with the square brackets, where the key name is added product.id. That's what I meant with the ID of the product being the key in our items object, and the value is our new card item. This is just the syntax you have to know. It's vanilla JavaScript. This is how you can add or access, as up here, a dynamic property instead of hard coding it as a string here. By the way, this up here should of course also be state.items. My mistake. So with this, we should add a new card item here. Now, if we already have an item in the card, then of course we don't create a new card item. Instead, we want to update the existing one. So I'll have my updated card item here. And for that, I still create a new card item, but I'll pre-populate it with some existing data. For example, the quantity here. We get that from state items for the ID of the added product, because that should already be part of the state items. We're checking this here. And this will have a quantity key, of course, because such an item here in my items is just of type card item, so it will have a quantity property. And we simply add 1 to that, because we're adding a new card item, so we have to increment this. Now, card item as a second argument takes the product price. That, of course, since we will build the app such that the price never changes, which would add a lot of complexity here, we would have to manage the card in a totally different way in that case. We would have to store each card item as a list of transactions for this card item, which is too much for this here. So since this never changes, since the price never changes, we can in the end just take the prod price we're getting or take the existing price we stored before, because that again will never change. The title might change, and I want to store the most recent title here, so I will definitely take the one of the product we're getting here instead of my old snapshot. And last but not least, the last value here, my total sum for this card item. That, of course, is the current sum. So I access state items for the ID here, sum, plus the product price. Because we add one new item here, we have to add the price times 1 to the current sum. That's the updated card item. Now with that, we can return our new state slice here by copying the old states and setting items equal to, and now important, to an object where we copy state.items, but where we now again set added product.id. And yes, this exists already, but with that we simply override it with our updated card item. So we do the same update we do down there. Now that, however, is not all we need to do. We need to change the total amount as well, because that of course changes. So when we add an item for the first time, then the total amount should be basically our old total amount, so state total amount plus product price. And it's the same if we add an item to an existing cart or when it already exists in there. Because in the end, our total always just is the old total plus the price. Because we always add one item of that product. That's how this app will work. So our update statement here is almost the same. The only thing that differs is here how we create that cart item. Therefore, we can, of course, also reuse this code, move this out of the if-else block, and instead of having two different constants here, we can create a variable before we enter the if statement. Updated or new cart item, maybe that could be a name, because we don't know what it will be in advance. And then here in the if branch here, we set updated or new cart item to this updated cart item. Here, on the other hand, we set it to this new cart item. And here we then always use the updated or new cart item. And with that, we have some code reusage here and, well, don't repeat ourselves, which is always good. One other side note, copying the state here, of course, is always redundant because we always set both items and total amount. So if you always only have these two fields in here and you always change to both, you don't need to copy the existing state. If you ever introduce another piece of data to your state slice here, which you don't change down here, however, you need to copy your old state so that you don't lose that additional data. Hence, here I will leave that copying functionality, even though we don't technically need it here. But if we ever should change our state, we're safe that we don't forget to copy it and we therefore lose data. Whoa, that was a lot of work. With that, we can start dispatching this action. And of course, I want to dispatch it from the product's overview and the product detail screen, because in both screens I have add to cart buttons. So let's start on the product's overview screen. There, to dispatch Redux actions, we need to include the use dispatch hook here. With that here, we can simply get access to this dispatch function by calling use dispatch like this. And now when we click on add to cart down there, we can dispatch our action here. And of course, by the way, instead of using inline functions here, you could have functions stored in separate constants inside of your functional component here as an alternative. I'll stick to inline functions for now, and I will import all my actions here as cart actions from the store folder, and there the actions folder, the cart file. Now, this is an import syntax which merges all exports from that file together into one object. We only have one export here, therefore you could also target that specific export. Later we'll have multiple exports, and therefore I'll use this approach. So here we then dispatch cart actions dot add to cart, and this is a function we have to execute. This is our action creator function, and this as an argument takes our product. So in the end here, we have to pass an item data dot item, which is just our product here. The product detail screen, therefore we do the exact same thing. We import use dispatch from React Redux. Therefore here we can get access to the dispatch function by calling use dispatch. And then for this button here in the inline function or in a separate named function, if you like that, you can call dispatch. Now we need to import our actions, and I'll use the same syntax as before, where I import everything as cart actions from the store folder, the actions folder, the cart file. And now cart actions, call add to cart here, and forward the selected product, which is our product we want to add to the cart here. This hopefully dispatches actions such that the item is added to the cart, but of course right now we can't confirm this. Well, actually we can. You can spin up React Native Debugger, and I haven't used this before, but in there you can now hit Command or Control T to open a new tab, then confirm this port here, and then go to your apps, and in there open the debugging menu on iOS with Command D, on Android with Control or Command M, and click on Debug Remote JavaScript. Now mine opened on port 19003 actually, so I opened the React Native Debugger on the wrong port. So let me again hit Command T or Control T in the debugger and choose 19003. Use whatever port opened for you in Chrome. Click Confirm, and now this connects to your running React app here in the debugger. make sure you close your Chrome debugger and then reload your app. Now this should connect here. And now not only can you inspect your app here as I explained it earlier, no, you can also have a look at the part up there, and that is your Redux debugger. There you can see what Redux is doing for you. The only thing you have to do for this to make it work is install a new package with npm install --save dev, because it's a development dependency which we only need during development. And there install the Redux DevTools extension. Go to your app.js file thereafter, and then import this from this Redux DevTools extension. You can import compose with DevTools from there. And that's a function you pass to create store as a second argument. You simply execute it there like this. Now, by the way, this is code. This import and this usage you should remove before you deploy your app, because this is only something that should be running during development, not in your production app. So you need to remove that before you deploy your app, but during development that is fine. And with that added, if you now save this, you'll actually see that here in this Redux inspector, you see an init action being dispatched. You didn't see that before. That's an action which automatically is dispatched when your app starts. If I now click on to cart here, you also see the add to cart action. And now here, you can view details about that action, like the data that was attached to it, and about your state here. And there you see, for example, this is my product state. And where is my cart state? Well, that's of course missing, because whilst we have the reducer and the action set up in the app.js file in combine reducers, we're not including the cart state. So there, let's import the cart reducer from /store reducers cart. And now with that imported, we can add it to our combine reducers object. And now there we add a cart slice, for example, point at the cart reducer, and therefore now this gets included into our Redux store. With that, if you now wait for this to reload and you click on to cart again, now in this add to cart action, under state, you'll see that now there's a cart slice, and now you see there's a total amount. You see there is an item with the key P1, which is our product, with a quantity of 1, that price, a sum of this. And if I now click on to cart a second time here, there's another action dispatched. And if we have a look at the state after this action, we now see, cool, only one item, but now with quantity 2, product price per item is this, but the sum is this. This is the shirt. If I now dispatch the blue carpet as well, we got to add to cart one more time. And there in the state, we now indeed see there are 2 items in there, P1 and P2. P1 is unchanged, but P2 was now added. And the total amount also looks good to me. So this seems to work, and this is how you can look into your Redux state whilst your app is running without outputting it here. Now, of course, we also want to output it visually, but this is a nice way of looking into your state behind the scenes with the help of the React Native debugger. Now, we'll close it here because it slows down the app a bit. And therefore, here in the debugging menu, I'll also stop my remote debugging and close the inspector here entirely. Also, back in the app.js file, I will get rid of the compose with DevTools thing here so that I don't forget it later. But you can always add this here or leave it here whilst you are developing so that you can look into your store. The main takeaway for us here is that this seems to work. And with that working, of course, we can now work on adding an action button here to the header and make sure we can go to the cart page from that, or with the help of that action button, so that on the cart page we can output our cart information. To add the action item to the header, I'll do something which I did in the navigation section as well. In the components folder, I want to add my own header button. And now for this, I'll add a new subfolder in there, which I'll name UI. And my idea here is simple. I have the shop folder, which holds all the components that I use in my shop, that output some shop-related information. In the UI folder, I want to have some general UI building blocks, which I of course also use in this shop application, but which are not really focused on outputting shop or product-related data, but which are simply there to provide some default styling or layout. And it's in this UI folder where I will add my own header button by going in there and importing React from React, and then importing header button from React navigation header buttons. This package I installed at the beginning of the module. If you haven't done this, make sure you npm install this package. And then also import ionicons from @expo vector icons. Now, to be super sure that you have that installed, run npm install --save @expo vector icons so that this package is available in your project. These are the imports I need here. Now I also want to import my colors from the constants folder, and there are the colors.js file. And now in here, I'll add my custom header button component, which is a normal React component in the end that receives props and needs to return some JSX. And I will, of course, export my custom header button here in the end. And now the JSX that is returned here is the header button I'm importing from React navigation header buttons, but I have to configure this in a certain way. Whoops. Use the header button here from React navigation header buttons. For one, this should receive all the props we get here, so we just forward those. But in addition, I'll set my icon component here to ionicons, so that we always use ionicons for rendering that. And of course, you could use one of the different vector icon sets provided by Expo Vector Icons as well. I'll set the icon size to 23, which I found to work out really well, but of course you can experiment with different values here as well. Also, maybe if you're using a different icon set, try out a different icon size. And for the color, well, there it depends, because on Android we have like a red background here. For iOS we haven't, so we need to set a different color based on the platform we're running on. So I'll actually import the platform from React Native here, and then we can check the platform here, and if the OS version is Android, then I know I have this solid filled background, therefore the icon should be white. On iOS, on the other hand, the background is not filled, it's transparent, and therefore on iOS I'll actually set my icon color to colors.primary. Now we can use that to add an icon here on the products overview screen. There in my navigation options here, I want to add my header right section, so icon on the right of my header. And for that here, we need to import a couple of things. We need to import header buttons and item from the React navigation header buttons package we installed. I, of course, also need to import my own header button from components, UI, header button, so this component we just worked in. And now down there, header right is header buttons as a wrapper to possibly have multiple items in there, but I will only add one item, a self-closing element. On header buttons, before we continue with the item, we have to set the header button component equal to the header button, so to our own header button here. And the item can now be configured. It should receive a title, which can be card. It should receive an icon name, and I actually want to use a different icon based on the platform we're running on. So therefore, from React Native, I will import platform. That is optional. You could use one and the same icon for both platforms, but I think it also looks good to have different icons. And then here I'll check platform OS, and if that's Android, then I want to use the MD card icon, which is the Ionicon card icon for material design, and otherwise I'll use the iOS card icon. And again, you can find all available icons in this icons list I showed you earlier in the course, the Expo Vector icons list. And last but not least, when the item gets pressed, we probably want to do something, and for now I don't do anything, but we'll change this soon. If we now save this, we should see this icon here. Here it is. Here's our card, also on Android. And now we just have to make sure that when we tap this, we are taken to our card screen. For that, of course, we have to add some logic or some output to the card screen. So inside of the card screen, we of course have a normal React component. So we import React from React. We also import something from React Native, and that something is a view component to wrap our screen, maybe. We'll probably output some text as well. we'll have a couple of cart items being listed there, which we can do with a flat list to have optimization built in. Probably want to style some things with a style sheet, and I'll also import the built-in button component. Now my cart screen here, as always, is a React component, and I'll set up this styles object here with style sheet create so that we can style this component as well. And in the end, we export our cart screen here as a default. Now, you can, of course, build this cart screen in whatever way you want. I will build it such that we have a view. And in that view, I want to have two main sections. The topmost section is like the summary, where I see the total amount and where I have the order now button. This will be in one row, so I will have a nested view here where I can position items next to each other, where I have like a text, where I say total, and then here $, and then my total price maybe. We can also nest this. You can have nested text components if you remember, without issues. To give this a separate color, for example. So for now I hardcode 19.99 in there, but later this will be derived dynamically. So that's one thing. And in addition, in that same row here, I want to have a button with a title of order now, where I can press it to, well, place an order, clear my cart, and add this to my orders, which we have yet to manage, and output it on the order screen in the end. Now below this summary section, I want to have a flat list with my separate cart items so that we can really see what's in the cart, which products are in there, how much of each product is in there. So that's another thing I will output there. For the moment here, I'll just add a view with the text of cart items as a placeholder, but again, this will be a flat list in the future. But let's start with the total here. To get that total, we can tap into Redux because there we are managing our cart. So we can use selector from React Redux, as you learned, to get data out of our store. And here I have my cart total amount, maybe, which I get with the help of use selector from my state.cart slice. .cart here, because in the app.js file in combine reducers, I assigned a key of cart here to my cart reducer. So here I have .cart, and then there, inside of the cart reducer, I manage my total amount in the total amount field. So that's what we need to access here, total amount. This gives the cart total amount, and we can now use that down there. And with that, to ensure that this also looks good, it's time for some styling. So on the topmost view here, I'll add a style of screen maybe, because this wraps the entire screen in the end. Then here on that view, I'll add a style of summary because that holds all the summary items. Then here on this text, I'll add a style of summary text. And then here, I'll add a style of amount so that we can style this amount text differently. So 4 styles I want to set. Let's go down to the style sheet and add screen, summary, summary text, and then also, what did I name it? Amount. And of course, it's, as always, totally up to you how you now want to style this. Now I'll start with the screen. In the end, I want to take the full size of the screen if we need to, with the flat list later. But I will start simple, and we'll just say that I want to have a margin in all directions, actually, here, of 20. So around everything, so that there is some space around everything. Then here, summary, which is our box with all the items in there with the order now button and our text, should use a flex direction of row to position items in, well, one row. I want to align items in the center to make sure they're centered vertically. And on their main axis, I want to use justify content space between, so that items have the free space between them. And items are this text here and this button. Besides that, we can add a little bit of margin here, maybe also of 20, which is mostly important also to have some spacing between the summary and our flat list. Therefore, I'll actually use margin bottom here to only have some margin to the bottom. And I want to add a padding of 10 here because the summary should be kind of in an elevated box. And for this box here, I'll go to my product item component and I'll copy my shadow setup here and the border radius maybe I have here and the background color, so that I have the same look here in the card. And that's of course up to you whether you want it or not, but I'll copy that in here. For the summary text, I now want to use a font family of Open Sans Bold to really highlight this total, and a font size of 18. And for the amount text in there, I'll set the color to colors.accentColor. Now for that, important, of course, you need to import colors from the constants folder. And then I use accent and not primary to really have this stand out. To see whether that looks the way we want it to look, we need to make sure that tapping this header button in our product overview screen actually takes us to the card screen. And for that, two things are required. For one, we need to navigate here, but before we can do that, we need to register the card screen in our navigator. So I'll do that first. I'll import my card screen here from the screens folder, unsurprisingly, from the shop folder, and there from card screen. And now that's the third screen I add here to this stack navigator. Card points at card screen. With that setup added here, we can go back to the product overview screen. And there we now need that function form for the navigation options, because nav data then allows us to tap into the navigation prop and call navigate. Hence we need to wrap this in another object which we return. And then here we can call navdata.navigation.navigate. And there I go to cart. And this, of course, is the identifier I just picked in the shop navigator here. This one. With that, let's see. If I click here, there we are. This is my total. Actually, I think the accent color isn't that great there. So I'll actually go back to the card screen and style this to use the primary color as well. But the main thing is we can go there. And if I now try to add items to the cart, I added the shirt twice and the carpet once. That total amount looks good to me. Let's also try this on Android, of course, to make sure it works there as well. And generally works. I added one more red shirt, and therefore here we also see an issue with the way this is displayed. To fix this, on the card screen, make sure that on the price, we always just output 2 decimal places on amount with 2 fixed 2. Now, by the way, in case you're wondering where this was coming from, this long number, this is no bug or nothing related to React Native. This is normal JavaScript behavior when you're working with floating point numbers. And of course, 2 fixed should not be called on the style here, but on the card total amount. So this was a normal behavior, not a bug. This is how JavaScript internally kind of stores floating point numbers, you could say. But now we make sure that this is output correctly with 2 decimal places. Missing thing is the button, and here I now actually want to use colors, accent to have my accent colored button. So if I now go to my card here on iOS, this is how the button looks like there. This is now how it looks like on Android. We can always press this. Of course, I want to disable it though if there is nothing in the card. And for that, we now need to get our card items as well. So card items can also be fetched with use selector, also from the card slice, but there it's the items prop from the card reducer we're interested in. So if I have a look at the card reducer, there you see we have the items property. This is an object which I'm retrieving now. So card items is an object, not an array. Actually, an array would be better for me here though. And therefore, I'll use the long form for getting this, and I will return an array here and not an object. So we can get our transformed card items here, for example, by creating a new array here inside of this selector function. And then we can add a for in loop to go through all the keys in state.card.items. So to loop through all the key value pairs in this card items object we have in there. And I want to add each of them as an item to the transformed card items. So there I will push a JavaScript object which has a product ID, let's say, which is just my key. Because in a card items object, the product ID is stored as a key, if you remember. So now I add this to the product ID property in this object I add to the transformed card items array. And besides that, I'll have my product title, which is of course state.card.items for the given key dot product title. If you have a look at your card item model, you see that their product title and product price are the property names that hold the product title and product price. So that's how we access both. So I'll do the same here for the product price. And thereafter, I also need the quantity, which is state.card.items for the given key dot quantity. And of course, also the sum, which is state.card.items.key.sum. Again, basically just what we had here in the card item. So what I'm doing is, so to say, I'm creating a new card item, not with my model though, because it's a card item with an additional product ID property, so that I have this in here. And now it's this transformed card items array, which I return after this for loop, so that this selector in the end returns an array and not an object. So card items is now an array, which makes it easier for us to use it in the flat list. And it also allows us to check here on the order now button whether we want to disable it by simply checking the length of this array we now have in card items. So here on the button, we can set the disabled prop, which it supports, thankfully. This is a built-in component which simply has a disabled prop. And there I can check if card items length is equal to 0. If it is, then I know it's empty, and then indeed I want to disable the button. So disabled receives true or false. By default it's false, but I'll set it to true if card items length is 0. And now you see if I go to the card screen, this is disabled. If I add a product though when I go there, it's enabled. And of course, you could also use a different color for the order now button if you wanted to. Now with that, we're one step closer to the finished card screen. Of course, the next goal is to output the card items. Onto the card items. Now, again, I will create a separate component for each card item I want to output here. I could do it in here, but again, it will be a bit of a longer component, and I don't want to bloat this file with it. And I will actually also use it in another place later, which might sound strange given that we only have one card screen, but you'll see where else we can use a card item later. So for that, let's go back in the components folder, and there in the shop folder maybe, and add a card item.js file next to the product item. Now, of course, we have a normal React component in there, so you know the game how those are created. We import React from React, and then here, since this is the component that should output something, we'll import a bunch of components from React Native, the core primitives with which we built the UI. I'll need a view, I'll need a text, I'll need a style sheet here for sure. And then I can add my constant here, card item, which receives props, and then in the end here returns some JSX code. I will add my styles object here with style sheet create, and I will export this as a default card item. Now the JSX code, which should be returned here, of course, as always, is up to you, but I will have a view here. And in that view, I want to output the quantity and the title, of course. Also the total amount for this card item. In case we added more than one, then this is not just the price of a single item, but of course, price times quantity. And I actually also want to have a button that allows me to delete this item from the cart, a trash icon. So in the end, I'll have a row here with a text, and this text will have the quantity and the title. So there I will have the quantity and the title, and actually these should be styled differently. So I'll wrap the quantity here into a separate text node and do the same for the title so that I have two separate text nodes here in the end. And then after this text block here, there should be a view to group two other elements together, another piece of text, which is the total amount for this item here. So amount. And next to that, a button, or actually not a button, but actually a pressable icon. So we'll build my own touchable thing with touchable opacity. And of course, you could again do that platform differentiation for the ripple effect, but I'll go with opacity on both platforms here. And I will import ionicons from Expo Vector Icons, which we already added earlier. Because I want to have just an icon here which we can press, so here I want to have touchable opacity and wrap that around an icon which we can add with ionicons as you added earlier in this course with this as a component here. And then simply use a name, which should actually differ by platform, because the name is the icon identifier. And there we can check platform OS, and if that is Android, then the icon that should be used will have a name of MD Trash, and otherwise it'll be iOS Trash, which renders a nice trash bin icon. And we can also give this icon a size of, let's say, 23, which again should look quite nice, and a color. And here I'll actually use red, because it's removing this item, so it should have like a warning color, I'd say. Touchable opacity when pressed should do something, and it should forward the press event to the component that uses the card item component. So I expect to get an onRemove prop. This name, as always, is up to you, which holds a function that is in the end executed then. And we can also add a style here, very simple style, where I point at delete button, for example, and that's a style declaration we can add thereafter. Speaking of styles, there are of course more styles to add. For example, on the topmost view here, I'll give this a card item style. This text here then will receive a style of item data maybe. This text with the quantity can receive a style which we can name styles.quantity. Again, all these style identifiers, as always, are totally up to you. Here on the title, I have a title style. And then here on this view, I'll add a style of item data again. So I'll reuse this style because I want to have the same setup here. And this amount here will also get a style of amount. So, bunch of styles to add. Let's go down to the style sheet, and in there, add the card item, which is our root style, then item data and quantity. So, item data, quantity, then the title here, and the amount. And last but not least, the delete button. So that's also something we have to add here. Now on the delete button, that's simple. I'll just add a margin to the left of 20 to have some spacing between the icon and the text that sits next to it. And with that, let's go to the card item. There, I want to have a padding of 10, a background color of white. I'll not use my card look here. I'll not add a shadow here. You could do that, but I prefer a different look. Important is flex direction row, so that all the items in that view, so this text and this view, are sitting next to each other in one and the same row. Justify content should be space between, so that all empty spaces between these two blocks of content. And I'll also add a margin in horizontal direction of 20, so that there's some spacing to the left and to the right around my card items. Now item data, that's the style we're repeating around quantity and title and amount and the delete button. Item data should have flex direction row to make sure the items in there are positioned in a row. And I'll set align items here to center all content vertically. Now for the quantity here, I want to set a font family of open -sans. By the way, we can actually also use a view here instead of a text around these two text nodes, because I'm not setting any text specific styles here. So let's take a view instead. But with that, back to the quantity. We can give this a font family of Open Sans, a color of maybe this dark grayish color, which we used before for prices, now for the quantity, and a font size of 16 maybe. And then here for the title, I'll set the font family of Open Sans bold to make that bold. Give this a font size of 16:2 though. And on the amount here, I'll do the exact same thing. Therefore, of course, we could also merge this into one and the same style, maybe name this main text or anything like that. Get rid of the amount since we have the exact same style definitions, and now use main text here instead of title and here instead of amount. Okay, this is a card item. Now let's use it in the card screen with the help of a flat list there, because right now we're not outputting any items there on the card screen. So this view here can be replaced with flat list now. And the data we set there should be an array of card items, and that's just what we have here in the card items constant. So let's use this here. Now here I'll also add a key extractor, and here you definitely need to add it to let React Native know where your key can be found, because every item in here in the end is of this format, and this has neither a key nor an ID property. But we know that product ID can be used as a key because this will be unique for every item. So here I point at item.productID in the end. And now for a render item, I want to use this card item we just added. So here we need to import card item from the components folder, the shop folder, and their card item. And then use this card item component down there in our render function, where we get our item data in the end, and where we then return our card item like this. And now on the card item, we need to pass in some data, right? In the card item, right now I have dummy placeholders. Of course, here I expect to get my quantity, let's say on a prop named quantity. I expect to get my title on maybe a prop named title, and the amount on a prop named amount, and there I will call toFixed2 to make sure that we always have 2 decimal places there. And we also have the onRemove prop, which we expect, right? So we got quantity, title, amount, and onRemove. So back in the card screen, that's what we have to add. The quantity is, of course, item data.item.quantity, because a single item here is, of course, such an item. Therefore, we'll have a quantity key. And besides the quantity, we have to pass in the title, the amount, and onRemove. So title is, of course, item data.item.product title. That's the name I chose there. For amount, we can pass in item data.item. If we have a look at how we defined our data, that would be the sum. That's the sum, the amount for one item, no matter how much quantity we have in there, or respecting the quantity we have actually. And then last but not least, for onRemove, we should point at a function, and at the moment we have no logic for this, so I'll just point at an empty function. This is now a card item as I want to render it. Let's give this a try. Let's add 2 red shirts and a blue carpet. Go to the cart. And now I got text strings must be rendered within a text component. And it's pointing at card item line 14. So let's have a look at that. Yeah, it's this here, which my IDE automatically added. This white space I want to have here after my quantity. I indeed want to have that here. So I will just add 1 extra white space here before I close my text. Now with that, let's try this again. 2 red shirts, 1 blue carpet. See the amount here, see the title here, see the sum. This, of course, also adds up to this total sum. Now it's time to make this delete button work. For the delete button, let's again start with the Redux logic. So here in the actions, for example, we can register a new identifier. Remove from card sounds like a fitting name, given that we had add to card before. So remove from card. I'll also again add an action creator function here, remove from cart. This now only needs the ID of the product that should be removed, so only product ID. And then this returns a new action object where the type, of course, is removed from cart, and where we have the PID, the product ID, where I forward the product ID I'm getting here. Now in the reducer, we had the add to cart case. Now we simply need to add another case here. And that case is the remove from cart case. For that, you need to make sure you're importing the remove from cart action identifier from the cart actions file. And in the remove from cart case here, we have two cases again. One is that we only had one item of that product in the cart, like for the blue carpet. In this case, we need to remove it entirely from the cart items object, so from this object. And this will therefore then remove it from this row which we output here. If we have two or more items, then we just want to reduce the quantity by 1. Of course, you could always erase this item entirely if you want to, but I want to show you how you could differentiate between these two cases. So actually, if we have a quantity higher than 1, I don't want to erase the item from the cart, but actually just reduce the amount by 1. So therefore, in remove from cart, we have to find out what our quantity is. So our current quantity, which I store in this constant, can be deducted from our state, of course. There, in the items, we have to find the product we're looking for. And of course, we can do that with the help of the ID, which is part of our action here in the PID field. Because now state items is an object, and therefore we can access action.pid here, right? This will dynamically access the value with the product ID key here in our items. So with the product ID we're getting on this action. This is how we add items to our items object here, right? We use our product ID as an identifier. This is now what I use here to get access to it. This will have a quantity because this will hold a value which is a product item. You could of course also add a check whether this item is actually part of the cart, but the way we built this app, we should never be able to reach this action without that product being part of the cart, because we can only trigger our delete action here from inside the cart screen. So we don't need that check here, but we definitely need to get the quantity. Now we can check if current quantity is greater than 1, which means we need to reduce it. Not erase it. Else we need to erase it. Now let's start with the erase case. So here we just need to return a new items object, which includes all the old items, but doesn't include this item anymore. So we can have our updated cart items here, where we clone state items like this. And now to remove a property, we can use the delete keyword JavaScript knows. And there we can delete updated cart items for action PID. So this will delete this item from our copied JavaScript object here. It will delete this item entirely, this product item entirely from our cart items object. This is how we can erase it. Now in the other case that we simply need to reduce it, I can have my updated cart item, so that single cart item, where I create a new cart item with the cart item class. And there I want to copy the values of the existing cart item, but simply reduce the quantity. So cart item takes quantity right as the first value. So now here the goal is to get access to state items for the product ID again on the action. And since repeating this will be cumbersome, I'll store it in a helper constant. Selected cart item is this here. Now we can replace that here with selected cart item. And here I can use selected cart item quantity -1. Now, of course, we know that this won't be 0 because the quantity was greater than 1. And now we can keep the rest of the data, of course. So we keep the product price here. We keep the product title. That all doesn't change. The sum, however, of course, changes. That's the sum, the old sum, minus the price, of course. So minus the product price. Because we removed one item, we have to reduce the sum by one item's price. Now this updated cart item needs to replace the current item in our cart items object. So that we can also reuse some code. I'll actually change this a little bit and create updated card items as a variable here instead of a constant here in the else block, so that I just update this variable's value, so that here in the if block we can also use that same variable name, updated card items, where I set this equal to a copy of the existing items, but then I replace my action PID here, so my product ID, my identifier, the value there, with the updated card item, which is my old card item with the updated quantity and sum. That's the updated card items. Now, of course, we will also need to adjust the total amount of our state. So after this if-else block, we return a copy of the state. Items can be set to updated card items. And now important, the total amount can be set to state total amount minus selected card item dot product price. Because just as I updated the sum for this single card item, the total card sum, of course, also needs to be adjusted such. Now we can try dispatching this remove from card action. So let's go to the card screen, where I in the end have this onRemove function. And there I now want to dispatch an action, so I will need access to the dispatch function with the help of the useDispatch hook. We can now use that up here, get access to it by calling just useDispatch like this, and then dispatch this down there. Dispatch, now import all actions which we need, so import everything as card actions from the store folder, from actions card, like this. Again, using this bundled import, which is totally optional. You can also target the specific things you need. So target the specific action creators, in this case the remove from card creator, which we would need. And then down there, simply execute this action creator, in my case by using card actions.remove from card. Forward the product ID, which we of course get here. It's item data dot item dot. And now keep in mind that we're looping through items of this shape. So we'll have a product ID field in there. And hence we can use this here to forward this to remove from card. This should hopefully therefore allow us to update this. And that should be all. Redux should do the rest behind the scenes and should automatically re-render the card screen whenever the card changes, so whenever we remove items. So I added 2 red shirts and 1 blue carpet, and if I remove 1 red shirt, indeed, well, one problem we have is the order switches. We'll have to fix that, but you see the quantity was updated correctly. If I now remove this, the total amount also updated correctly. If I now remove this, indeed it's gone entirely. And now it is all disabled. So this generally works, but of course the order being switched, that's not something I want to happen here. Now to avoid that the order switches, we can simply go to the card screen, where I change my items to be an array. And there we just need to make sure that this array is always sorted in the same way, because this selector will always retrigger and refetch our data whenever our Redux state changes. So therefore here we will always get the latest data snapshot we have in there, and hence it's in here where we just need to sort it in the same way all the time, and will therefore always render it in the same way. So we just need to make sure that our transformed card items array is sorted by calling sort there. If I call it like this, I start adding some data here. Now you see this alone didn't do the trick because we're not telling it how to sort it, and it doesn't know how to do this for objects out of the box. But we can pass a function to sort, where we always compare 2 items, A and B, to each other. And then sort has to return a number in the end that determines what comes first. And there you can, of course, sort this however you want, for example, by product ID. So we can simply return a comparison where we check A's product ID, compare this to B's product IDs, and if it's greater, then with a ternary expression here, I return 1, otherwise I return -1. This is the normal sort function JavaScript ships with, and now this ensures that we always sort in the same way. Hence now you see if I remove this, the red shirt stays in its place. Therefore our card logic is finished. Now we can make sure that we can actually also click on that Order Now button, and we add this as an order, which we thereafter can visit with the help of a drawer here that allows us to go to the orders screen, which we of course also have yet to add. To make sure that we can also have orders in this application, we'll repeat something we did before. We'll work on the orders screen and we'll work on our Redux logic so that we can store orders. So I'll start by adding a new reducer, the orders.js file, which holds our orders reducer. And of course, we'll also need an actions file where we manage our order related actions, the orders.js file as well. So let's start with the orders.js reducers file here. And again, as always, we'll want to have some initial state here, which also kind of defines how our data is shaped in there. And orders will be really simple in this application. It'll be just an array of orders. That's really all we need. Then we can export a default function here, which is our reducer, which of course has a state that's initialized with the initial state that receives an action. That of course is all handled by Redux. And we return our state here, but of course, typically we also then want to switch on the action type and handle a couple of different cases here. So we can already add this switch statement. Now, regarding the cases we want to handle, the actions we want to handle, well, there is one action I want to handle right now. And that is my add order action. So add order also looks like a fitting identifier. And then I'll export my add order action creator here, which should receive two things now. My card items, or the items that are part of the order, but these are my card items in the end. And of course, the total amount. And that's, of course, all the data we have in the card in the end. We manage in a card, right? We have a card total amount, and we have the items of the card. And since we order our whole card, it of course makes sense that this data ends up in the order. Now here in the action creator, we therefore return our new action object, and this action object has a type, which is add order. And then, for example, a order data key, where we merge our card items, store them in a items property, and then amount holds total amount, for example. Now it's up to you whether you pass this in one merged order data property or if you have two or more properties as part of your action object. This is the action. Back to the reducer. What should happen when we get an order? Well, I want to create a new order object, and for this, just as before, I'll work with my own model. So let's go to the models folder and there add an order.js file where we have a class order, which I'll export so that I, again, don't forget this. And in there, we get a constructor that allows us to create a new order. Now, how should the order look like? Our order should have an ID, of course, which is not the product ID, because we can, of course, order the same product multiple times, and therefore our order is totally detached. In addition, our order can hold more than one product. In the end, we order our whole cart there. So order has a standalone ID. It will get the items, the total amount, and our order also needs a date, of course, because when we make an order, we want to store that date when it was made. And then I'll store all that data, get my ID, get my items here, get the total amount, and also get the date. With that, let's go back to the reducer, to the orders reducer, and see what we can do with the orders there. In there, I want to handle the add order case right now, which is the only action I have. So you need to import this action identifier, of course. And there, I want to create a new order stored in a new order constant with the order model we just created, which you therefore also have to import. Now with the new keyword, we can create a new JavaScript object based on that class. And there we need the ID, the items, the total amount, and the created date. Now, we only get the items and the total amount as part of our action here, as you can tell. Now, the ID is something we'll later generate dynamically on a server. For the moment, I'll use a dummy pseudo unique ID with new date to string. Date, of course, is a built-in JavaScript object, and this in the end generates an ID which is kind of unique. Technically, we could create two orders at the exact same timestamp, at the exact same millisecond, though in our app, where we clear the card after pressing add order or order now, this will not really be possible. So this is a good dummy ID for the moment. It should be a string, so that's important. And in addition to that, the items, of course, that can be stored, we get this on our action, right? The action has to use this order data property, and in there we'll have the items. So action order data.items gives us the items. And for the total amount, we can use action.order data dot, and then there we have this amount property which we can extract. So there we can use this. Last but not least, for the date, I of course want to generate a timestamp here with new date. This built-in JavaScript constructor, if we execute it like this, gives us the current timestamp stored in a JavaScript object in the end. Now this new order just needs to be added to our orders array. So we return a new state snapshot here where we copy the old state. Again, we don't really have any other state in here, so copying it is redundant if we replace it anyways. But in case you had a more complex state snapshot here for this slice of your Redux store, you would want to make sure you copy the other state so that you don't lose it. That's why I added here. And then I said orders equal to state orders, and now call concat on this array, which is a built-in JavaScript function that adds a new item to an array and returns a new array that includes that item. So the old array stays untouched, the new array is returned, and that of course allows us to update this in an immutable way where we never touch the original data, but we set the new state by creating a brand new array that includes the new object, and there I simply concatenate my new order. With that, we can go to the app.js file and import the orders reducer there from the store folder, the reducers folder, and there the orders.js file, of course, and merge that into our root reducer, maybe with the orders identifier and then pointing at the orders reducer. Now this should be available, and now we can dispatch actions, namely here our add order action, and of course tap into that state slice and get our orders. Dispatching actions is the first thing I want to do. I want to do that from inside the card screen when we press this order now button. Right now we're not doing anything there. Now the goal is to, well, place an order and also clear our card. So here in the card screen, we already do import use dispatch, and we're executing it so that we have the dispatch function. All we therefore need to do is we need to import everything as order actions from store actions orders, and I'll therefore name this orders actions to be super precise. And now here, when we click this button, this order now button, we can execute a function, and in this function we dispatch a Redux action, the orders action, add order with this action creator. Now there we need to pass two things, the card items and the total amount. Of course, both is available here. Total amount is stored in the card total amount constant. Card items is this here. So we just forward this. We forward card total amount, and whoops, that should be the second argument. So as a first argument, actually the card items. Like this. Now please note that with that, of course, I'm forwarding card items. I'm storing card items which are in an array and not in the format I have it in my card Redux store. There I do have an object. But storing such an array of orders of card items in an order should actually be fine. So no need to kind of get that unchanged object as well. I'll stick to that array which I now store. So now we dispatch this. To view it, we now need to add our orders screen, of course. And for that, I also want to add a menu button and a drawer that allows us to get there as an alternative to our shop screens here. Let's work on the orders screen before we add the navigation. We don't need to finish it, but I want to be able to view it. So in there, I import React from React so that I can build a valid React component. Import something from React Native as always, and that something is also what we're pretty much used to, right? It's never that surprising. We'll need a view. We'll probably need a flat list because we'll have multiple orders. potentially, an infinite amount, and I want to be able to render that. And with that here, we can build our orders screen like this. I'll also export this, of course. And styling shouldn't really be required here. Actually, we shouldn't even need the view here, because I just want to output my list of orders. So of course, the data we need here will come from Redux, so we should import useSelector from React Redux, which allows us to tap into the Redux store. So here we can get our orders with the help of useSelector, and useSelector now points at state.orders, and that of course is the identifier I assigned here in combine reducers, orders here. This gives us access to the state slice managed by the orders reducer, and there we have another orders property which holds the actual array of orders. So here I need to access state.orders.orders in the end. That gives me my orders which are stored in Redux. Now here we just need to return our flat list, and this receives orders, which should be an array, and which it is, as data. Now, a key extractor is not required in newer versions of React Native, because each order, if you have a look at the model, has an ID, and newer versions of React should be looking for that. But to be safe, I'll add it here. And render item now, of course, should hold a function that receives the item data and that in the end returns whatever we want to render per order. Now, our order item will be more complex in the future. For now, I'll just output some text, again, so that we quickly have something on the screen we can see before we refine this. The text here for the given item could be, and now let's have a look at the order. There we have the ID, we have the items, which is yet another list. So the easiest thing to output is simply the amount. So here I'll just output the total amount property, which my order has here. This is what I output in the flat list. Now we have a basic orders screen. Of course, we now need to be able to reach that. So let's go to the shop navigator and import the orders screen here. Orders screen from the screens folder, from shop orders screen. And now here the important thing is, I don't want to add it to this stack navigator, because it's not part of this stack. Instead, I want to reach it with a menu, with a side menu. So we'll need to build a drawer navigator. Of course, you could also work with tabs if you preferred this, but I want to work with a drawer here. So we need that drawer navigator. Now, the order screen, even though it'll be the only item, should be in its own stack though, so that we also have a header there. Hence, I'll create a new orders navigator here, where I create another stack navigator, and there the only mapping I need is orders, which points at orders screen. The second argument here should still set up some default navigation options, and I'll use the same options as I do here. Hence, I'll actually grab this object, cut it out of here, and store it in a separate constant, default nav options, like this. This is a pattern I also already used in the navigation module, because now we can use this constant here in the products navigator for the default navigation options, and also here in the orders navigator. Now, of course, the goal is to create a drawer navigator, which I'll name shop navigator overall, because it combines different shop features, you could say, with the help of create drawer navigator. There, I now want to merge these two stacks, the products navigator and the orders navigator, into it. So here we need the products with the products navigator and the orders pointing at the orders navigator, so at these stack navigators. I also want to configure my content options there on the drawer. This allows me to, for example, set the tint color of the items when they're selected. There I want to set the active tint color to colors.primary, so that they are colored with the primary color if they're selected. Now it's the shop navigator that should be returned here. This alone won't do the trick, but it's a first step. Now, before we add the menu button, let's go to the orders screen and there actually add a title. So I'll add the navigation options there, set this to an object. Right now we need no dynamic options here because I just want to set the header title to your orders. And now that I think of that, we should also add this on the card screen where I'm not doing this yet. There, I also want to set this on the card screen, set this to your cart. So this is now in the card screen, navigation options. This is in the orders screen. Orders navigator is set up. With that all set up, we need to add this menu button, this hamburger icon, for example, on the products overview screen, where I want to be able to open the drawer and go to my orders. Now to add it there, let's go to the navigation options of the products overview screen, which is already dynamic, which is good. And then besides adding header right for this cart icon, let's add header left. And header left should hold header buttons as well, of course. But there it'll be my menu item, so I'll name it such. And there I want to use MD menu or iOS menu, depending on the platform we're running on. And I want to navigate, of course, nowhere. Instead, with the navigation prop here, so to say, I want to call toggle drawer, which will open the side drawer. Now that same setup, by the way, is also required in the orders screen so that we can leave that screen. So actually here we will not need that dynamic setup of the navigation options where we have a function here in which we return our config object. So that in there we can also add header left with the header buttons, with our menu that toggles the drawer, which relies on the nav data here. And of course for that we need to import header buttons, header button, and item. So on the products overview screen in the end, I need to import these things here. These two lines need to be added to the orders screen as well. So there, let me add it, adding the header buttons and item import from React Navigation header buttons and the header button import from our custom component. Now with that, if we save this, we should have a menu button here, and we do. It opens the drawer, we can go to orders, and I get an error here because in the orders screen, of course, I'm using the platform API, so we should import it there. Let's do that. Let's add platform. And now if we go back, we can go to orders, and there we also can go back, and the same is the case on Android. Now with that, we added the drawer. There's one thing I want to add to the drawer though, which I haven't done before I continue working on my orders list. We're not outputting anything yet because we're not really adding drawer orders. We haven't connected this order now button yet, where we're not seeing anything, though that changes if we do add something to the cart. Click order now once. Clicking it multiple times will giving you an error right now. And then we see that order here. Now we'll need to clear the cart. That's another thing we need to do. But before we do that, in the drawer, I actually also want to have icons next to my entries here. And adding these icons is actually very simple. Haven't done this in the navigation module, but we'll do it now. To add icons, you just need to go to the screens you're navigating to in your drawer. And in our case, that's of course these two navigators. So these are not screens, but these two navigators. And on these navigators, or if they were screens, on these screens, you can set navigation options. And with that, I don't mean the default navigation options you set for all screens of that navigator, but you set for this navigator if it's used inside of another navigator, as it's the case here. So we can add navigation options here. Again, this will not be applied to the screens of this navigator, but instead this will configure this navigator if it's a screen of another navigator. And here the orders navigator is a screen of the shop navigator in the end. And there, in these navigation options, we can add a drawer icon entry, which can be a function that gets, let's say, the drawer config. This function is called for you by React Navigation, and it gives you this drawer config, which most importantly tells you, for example, what your tint color is. Because here you can now return a component, like an Ionicons component, to render an icon. For that, you just need to make sure you're importing Ionicons from @expo vector icons. So you need to add that import in the shop navigator file. And now with that added, if we go down here, I'm returning my Ionicon. Now I can configure it as I always did this. And for that, again, we can use the platform API, which we are already importing here. If you're not, make sure you do. We can use that to check the operating system. And if it's equal to Android, then here I will render MD create as an icon, otherwise iOS create. This is just one icon I picked in advance. Now, of course, we can also configure the size here, and I'll stick to my good old 23. And in addition to that, set a color if you wish to. And now, of course, that should not be colors primary, because then this icon would always have that color. Instead, this color should be assigned by the drawer, which is the thing that knows if the item is selected or not, and which will change the color appropriately. So here you should access drawer config.tint color. And this tells you which color this should have at the moment. And this tint color will change depending on whether this is currently selected or not. Now, that's the case for my orders. Excuse me, the icon here should be MD list and iOS list, not create. So that's my order setup now with the list icons. And of course, the same thing can be done here by copying it over on the products navigator. And there I want to use MD cart or iOS cart, so this cart icon again. And now this is almost ready to be used. One thing you need to do, however, is you need to import React from React now in this navigator file, because now you are using components with that JSX syntax. As you know, JSX is compiled or converted to React.createElement in the end, and therefore you need to import React for this syntax to work here. Now with that, if you go back, you have these nice icons here next to your items, and they're also colored correctly. Also here on Android, of course. So now that's the side drawer finished. We can also go to the orders screen, and we can even see an order there. However, right now the cart is not cleared, and therefore if you click this multiple times, you'll actually get a warning, because then what you do is you click this too fast, and hence you create multiple orders with the same pseudo unique ID, where we in the end use the current timestamp. If you click this too fast multiple times, it's the same timestamp. That's why this warning is coming. And I would want to clear the cart after placing an order anyways. So let's make sure we do clear the cart after placing an order. And then, of course, let's make sure we output the orders in a nicer way than we currently do. For clearing the cart, that's simple. We are dispatching this add order action in the end. Now, of course, this action is currently handled in our orders reducer, but we're not limited to handling it there. It's important to understand that every Redux action you dispatch reaches every reducer, because how would the action know to which reducer it belongs? As I explained earlier, it's the reducer that simply tells which actions it cares about and which actions should not be handled. So the add order action can also be handled in the cart reducer. Alternatively, you could dispatch a separate clear cart action if you wanted to, but if you don't need that anywhere else, there's not really a strong reason to create a separate action. So we'll just handle the already existing add order action here in my cart reducer. There, after handling the remove case, I'll handle the add order action. For that, you just need to make sure you import this add order action from the actions folder and there from the orders file. And now in that case down there, we need to clear the cart. And that's super simple. We just need to return our initial state again. Because initial state in here is, of course, this object with an empty cart and a total amount of 0. So I just want to reset this, hence this is what I return here. The result of this is that if I add items to a cart here, let's say 2 red shirts and 1 blue carpet, and I click order now, the cart is cleared, and now we see that order here still. That's our order. So that's how we can clear the cart. Let's now make sure the order looks nicer. So let's work on the orders screen now and output more than just this boring text. Now, just as with the card screen and the products overview screen, I want to have a more complex order item, and therefore I'll create a separate order item component in the components folder and there in the shop folder. As always, it's up to you whether you also do that, but since this will be not a super small component, I prefer having it in a separate file. So I'll import React from React here, and unsurprisingly, of course, import a bunch of things from React Native, and that would be the view, the text, style sheet, since we'll certainly set up some styles as well, and also a button because I also want to be able to expand an order so that we don't always see all the items that are part of the order, but that we can view them if we wish to. Now with that, we can create our order item constant here. So that will be the component itself, which receives props, and then in the end will have its body here and return some JSX code. And need a styles object here with style sheet create like this, and also export order item as a default. Now, how should an order item look like? Now, as always, it's up to you, but I'll work with a view here. And my idea is that I always show like the total amount of that order and the date, and then a show details button, which we can press to view the individual items that are part of the order. And for these items, I'll actually use the card item component here because I want to render the exact same items as I display in a card. So we'll actually import card item from the card item component and reuse that component here. Now back to that JSX code though. So we have a wrapping view around our entire order object, our entire order entry here. Now in there, I want to have a first row, and therefore I'll use another view so that we can style this appropriately, which should hold some text that displays our total, so the sum of that order, let's say, and another text where I show the date, and these should be in the same row with space in between them. Below them, as I mentioned, should be a button which we can press to show the details, which then shows all the items that are part of that order. Now, with that setup, of course, it's clear that the amount here should be received with the help of props. So there I expect to get an amount prop, and I will call toFixed2 to output the appropriate amount of decimal places. And for the date, I want to output props date here so that we have a date we can output. For the styling, overall here, I want to have an order item style assignment so that we can style the whole order. And then there we need like, let's say, styles summary so that we can style this row. And regarding the text here, this should have a style of, let's say, total amount. As always, these style identifiers are up to you. Here I want to have a date style. The button also should get its own color, which I'll get from the colors constant. Therefore, this import needs to be added, and there I'll use my primary color. Okay, so that's it for now. I'll come back to the details in a second. Now let's apply some styling here so that we can see something. For the order item itself, I'll again reuse that card look, which I already have in the product item. So I'll copy all these settings here from the product item and move them over to the order item so that a shadow is applied, a background color, a border radius. All of that should be applied. In addition, I'll add a margin of 20 in all directions so that each order item has some spacing around it. Inside of the order item, I also want to have a padding of 10 so that the content in there doesn't sit directly on the edges of the surrounding border and so on. Now for the summary, which is this view that holds the two text pieces, there the styling should actually be that we have a flex direction of a row, of course, because items should be sitting next to each other. Justify content should be space between. And besides that, align items should be center, so that on the cross axis, which here is the vertical axis, items are centered. I also want to ensure that we take the full available width here to distribute the text. Now for total amount, which is the styling applied to this first text piece, which outputs the amount, there, as always, you can style it however you want, but I'll set a font family of Open Sans Bold to use that bold version of my font and give it a font size of 16, let's say. And then for the date, which is my style I apply to that date text here, there I, in the end, also want to use a font size of 16. But font family will just be Open Sans without the bold version. And in addition, we can also reuse that dark grayish color here. Now with this, let's give it a try and let's use that order item in the orders screen. So in there, we first of all need to import order item from, and then of course go to the components folder, there to the shop folder, and then import order item from that order item file. And here, instead of rendering that text, we now render that order item here as a self-closing tag. And of course, we need to configure this. This requires us to pass in the amount and the date, and later also the detail items, so the items in the order, but that will come in a second step. So for now here, we need to pass in the amount, and that of course is simply item data dot item, which is a single order. Don't forget we're looping through all orders here, which is an array of orders, so that's a single order. And in there, the amount, if we have a look at our order model, is stored in a total amount field. Date is then stored in the date field. So here we access the total amount field, and for the date prop, which we also need to pass in, we can access item data dot item dot date. If we now save this and we have a look at that, let's add some content here, order this, and then go to our orders screen, and we get this error. Now this refers to objects not being valid as React children, and it shows us that in the end it's this date object it's having a problem with. And that makes sense because date in our order, when we create it here in our Redux store, is a date JavaScript object. Now we can't output this as text like that. To output it, we can go to our model though, here, which is in the end the blueprint we use for creating the orders. And in the order model, we can do something we haven't done before. We can add a method to this model, or to be precise, a getter, which is a default JavaScript feature of modern JavaScript. So here we can use the get keyword and then any name of your choice, like readable date, which is like a function, but not a function you call like a function, but which you access like a property in the end, which returns a calculated value. And there I want to return this date, so the date object which is stored for this object, but then we can call to local date string, which is a built-in JavaScript method we can use on date objects to convert this object to a human readable date. There we pass in the language for which we want to optimize it, like this for example. And now we can configure this with a second argument, which is a JavaScript object. There you can define how the year should be configured, and attached you find the detailed docs for this method if you want to learn all about it. And for example, we can set the year to numeric, the month to long, the day to numeric, the hour to 2-digit, and the minute also to 2-digit. Now we have that readable date property which we can access on any order item, and therefore now in the orders screen, instead of passing in the date object like this, I access readable date, which is now this new getter property we added. And now what you'll see is that if I again place this order here by clicking order now, and I now go to my orders, now you see the total amount and this cleanly formatted date. And now if I do the same on Android, and I place an order here, and I go to my orders screen, you see the same there. Now there, I just want to tweak that button a little bit. In general, also on iOS, it shouldn't be as broad, not as wide here. So in the order item component where I have this button, in the end, what we can do is on this view here, we can add align items center to center the content along the cross axis, which is left to right. And therefore now, if I try this again, I place this order, and now I go to orders. You see this is now not pressable there, and it's even clearer on Android if we reload it there. And I place this order real quick here, go to the orders screen, now we have this button. Now of course the goal is that when we press this button, this order expands here. What you'll note on Android, by the way, is that this date isn't displayed correctly. So that's another thing we need to fix. Now, the reason for that not being displayed correctly is how React Native works internally, which JavaScript engine it uses internally. And the one it uses for Android there, or on Android platforms, does simply not support this nice toLocalDateString method I'm using here. The engine used on iOS does, but on Android, that's not the case, which is of course inconvenient and not that great. So what can we do on Android to fix this? The solution is to install a separate library, which is called moment.js. We install it with npm install --save moment. This is a third-party library that will work on both platforms, which makes formatting dates also super simple. So let's wait for this installation to complete. Now with that installed, you import everything as moment from moment, so from that library you just installed, and now you can use it in this file here. Now we can comment out this down here, and instead return moment executed like a function and pass in this .date, so the date object we want to format, and call format. Now format takes a string where you can configure how to format this, and attached you also find a link to the official docs where you can learn all about the possibilities you have there. Now here, one example, one way of formatting this, let's say a long month, which you do with 4 capital M's, then DO to have a nicely formatted date in that month, so day in month output, year represented by 4 digits, and then an hour always represented with 2 digits, and the minutes. And now if we save this and we give this a try, start on iOS, add this here to the cart, go to the cart and order this, and now go to orders. This looks good. And now if we give this a try on Android as well, we order that, and then here we go to orders. This now also looks nice there. Now that's a little fix. Now let's work on the button and give it some spacing as well, besides shrinking its size. And that can be done by going to the summary here, which is the style applied to the view which holds the 2 text pieces. There we can simply add a margin to the bottom of, let's say, 15, so that we have some spacing between that summary row, which is this text row at the top, and the button below it. So I'll add this to my cart here, order this, then go back here, go to orders. Now this looks good. Now let's make sure the show details button does something as well. Pressing the detail button here in the order item should expose all items we have, and for this I want to use the card item here. One way of doing this is to handle some internal state here with the help of the use state hook, which we import from React, where we control whether we're currently viewing the details or not. So I'll name this show details and set show details here, and initialize this with use state to be false so that we don't show the details initially. And now when we press this button here, I of course want to change this state. So there in this function, I will call set show details and basically invert the value. For this we use the special syntax where we pass a function to that state setting function here, where we get the previous state and we then return a new state based on that previous state. And here, keep in mind that previous state is indeed false or true, depending on what show details was. So here I will return not previous state to convert this. If it was false, I will return true as a new state. If it was true, I'll return false as a new state, and I'll set this to show details. Now we can use that information here to output some content conditionally. We can check show details, and if that is true, and this is now a React syntax we can use here, so if this is true, then we return this view here. Might look strange at first, but with that we're saying if this is true, and this is true, and this is a shortcut for JavaScript to check if this is true, well, this is always true-ish because this is our object in the end, so this will then be rendered. That's how JavaScript works. The alternative would be a ternary expression or a variable which you set up here, which you change with the if check and then output down there. So I'll use this inline expression here, where I output this view if show details is true, and in this view I want to output all the items. So in this view, I'll have a dynamic output where I go through all my items, which I expect to get on the items prop of this order item component. And there we can map our data into a list of JSX elements, into a list of components. So here I, of course, get my card item in the end, because items in an order are just the items we had in the card. So map executes this function on every card item, so to say, and gives us that a card item it's currently looking at. And now for this item, we have to return a new JSX element we want to output, and that's where I use my card item to output that. So here I output card item, like not card, but cart item like this. Now the cart item, if you have a look, took the quantity and the title as inputs, and it also wanted the amount. In addition, we had the delete button there, which I don't want on the ordered items, so we'll have to do something about that. But let's focus on quantity, title, and amount for the moment and pass in these data pieces. So here quantity is card item dot quantity, amount is card item dot, and now remember that whatever we store here in orders and items is in the end what we get as items here in our orders reducer, so what we get in our action. So we get our card items there, and if we have a look at the card screen and have a look at what we pass in there, then for add order, we pass in this card items constant, which holds this array we generate here at the end. So in the end, we have an array of such objects in there. So we have the product title, the product price, the quantity, and the sum in there. And that's what we can now work with here in order item, where I create my card items. I pass in the card item quantity. For the amount, I pass in card item sum. And last but not least in the card item, we also need the title. So that will be card item dot product title, what I pass in here. Now the remaining problem, as I said, is that a card item has this touchable icon here. To delete it, this only makes sense if we use this component inside of a card, not when we use it inside of an order we want to output, which is of course read only. So the solution is that here in card item, we wrap this and simply expect to get a prop that says, for example, deletable. And only if that is true, same shortcut as a second ago, we output this touchable opacity, so this icon in general, otherwise we don't. So now we have this deletable prop in the card item, which needs to be set to show that trash icon. This means that in the card screen, where we want to have that trash icon, when we use the card item there, we do need to set deletable. And setting it like this suffices. This sets it to true and will show it. On the other hand, in our order item, where I also use the card item, there I don't set deletable and therefore will not render this trash icon. So let's have a look at this. Let's save it and let's add these items to the cart. Press order now, and then go to the orders, click show details, and I get an error. Props items map can't be called because undefined is not an object. The reason for that is that I'm trying to loop for all my items here on the order item, but in the orders screen, I'm never setting the items prop here. So in the orders screen for the order item, besides passing in the amount and date, we also need to pass in the items for that order item we're outputting. And that, of course, can be received or can be gotten from our item data item, which is a single order. And now if we have a look at the order model, in there, we'll have this items property here. So we can access dot items here. And now we pass the items into the order item, and therefore now we can also output it there. So now if we give this another try and we place a new order here, and we simply have a look at this, now this works. We got a problem with the key here, which we'll fix in a second. Let's first of all also try this on Android. Click order now, then go to orders, show the details, get the same warning, but other than that, it generally works. Though it would be nice if these order items were a bit broader, so that's also something I want to fix. So, to fix these errors we have, the warning stems from the fact that here I'm mapping my data into React components. And if we do this manually with map here, we need to assign that key prop. That's a core React requirement, which you have in React for web as well. So here you need to point at a unique identifier, and every card item here in the end has a product ID we can use. And you can confirm this in the card screen where you create that array of card items in the end. There we store that product ID, and that will be unique per row, so that is fine. Now regarding the width of this, well, we can add a style here. Detail items, for example. And add that down there in the style sheet. And here simply make sure that we set a width of 100% so that we take the full available width for the card items. And now if we give this another try and we order this and then we go to our orders screen and show the details, now this looks the way it should look. And now we can view the details and hide them. tiny improvement maybe is that this text should update. So when we view the details, this should say hide details and not show details. And of course, that's also easy to implement in order items. There we have this button. We just need to set this text dynamically and check whether show details, which is our internal state here, is true. If that's the case, then here I want to say hide details. Otherwise, I'll say show details. And now this text should switch dynamically as we show or hide our details. So if we order this one last time here, we have a look at this. Now it's show details. Now it's hide details. So now this really works in the way that it should work. And now let's also place another order just to confirm that this really works. If we order this here, we go to the orders screen. Now you see that second order as well, and you can control them independently. So this is the orders screen and how we can output orders there, and how we can even reuse the cart item here. Now that we have the basic flow down, that we can navigate between our products, add them to the cart, and then also use the cart to place an order and also view that order, and of course also edit the cart if we wanted to. Now that all of that is done, it's time to move towards the last part of this application, which is of course the part where you can add new products. Now that's also the part which we'll refine later on, because later we'll of course dive deeper into handling user input, and we'll even store that data on a server. But we can already get started here. To get started, the user product screen and the edit product screen will become important now, because these are the screens where we see all our products and where we can also then edit the products. So let's start with the user products screen, and let's turn it into a React component by importing React from React, and unsurprisingly by importing stuff from React Native. The stuff I want to import here is the flat list again, because I'll output a list of products in the end on this user products screen. Therefore here we have the user products screen component, which receives props, and where I then need to return some JSX, and at the bottom of the file I'll export this component as a default. That's my default component setup I used over and over again. Now in here I want to output my components, or my products, with a flat list, and I will reuse that product item component we built earlier. So back in user products, we can import the product item from the components folder. So let's go there and there to shop, and then order, and not order, but product item. And here, of course, also pass in some data. Now the data I want to pass in here should be the products that belong to my logged in user. We have no logged in user at the moment, but if you remember the products reducer there, we are faking that we have, because there we have that user products array, which holds all the products which in this case here have a user ID, owner ID of U1. And I just assume for the moment to have some dummy data that this is our currently logged in user data. Later this will of course be dynamic. So user products is what we need. Back in the user products screen, we therefore need to get that data from Redux with the help of use selector from React Redux, like this. And here we get our user products by calling use selector, where we pass in that function that gets the state, then reaches out to the products part of our store products, because that's the identifier I use there. And then, as I just said, access this user products field here. So in the user products screen, here we access .user products. User products is now the array we feed into data. As always, here I will add a key extractor, which gives me the ID, because my product as stored here in user products uses, of course, my product model in the end, and therefore has an ID that is a unique identifier which I can use, so I will use it. And then, of course, as always, also we need to add a render item. You obviously know that pattern already. Render item gets the item data here, and I want to return a new product item for every entry here. And product item, if we have a look at it, takes a couple of pieces of information it takes an on-view detail prop here. It takes a title prop, a price prop, an image prop, and then also an on-add to cart prop. Now you might already see that not all these props really fit our purpose if we use that on the user product screen, because this will not be a screen where we can shop for products. This is not a screen where I want to be able to add products to a cart. I want to output them as I do here with the image, the price, and so on, but I don't care so much about whether we can click them or about these buttons. So we'll start adding the product item like this, but we will have to fine tune it. So what we need is title, price, image, and on view detail and on add cart. So we need the image here, and that of course is item data.item.image URL, because you must not forget that item data.item in the end points as a product as defined here in the model, hence we'll have this image URL property. And then here we also need the title, which is accessible through item data.item.title. We need the price, which is accessible with item data.item.price. If we have a look at the product item component, that fulfills everything we need here. But now we need on view detail and on add to cart. And I will add those temporarily, but we'll have to find a different solution here. So on view detail, it's an empty function at the moment, and on add to cart also empty function. And we'll implement this differently later. For the moment, however, I'm outputting a product item here, and therefore we can now navigate to the user products screen. To get there, it's time to go back to the shop navigator. And in the end, I want to add them to my drawer navigator, but as a separate stack. Just like products and orders are a separate stack, this should also be a separate stack. We can just copy the orders navigator stack here, replicate this, and import the user product screen here. So user products screen from the screens folder, there from the user folder, and then user product screen. And map this in the newly copied stack down there, which I'll not name orders navigator, because I have that name here already, but I'll name it, let's say, admin navigator maybe. And here I have my user products identifier, which points at the user products screen. Now here, as an icon in the drawer, I want to have the MD create and iOS create icon. And other than that, this should be fine. Now we just need to add this navigator to our drawer navigator. There I'll add the admin key and point at admin navigator. So now we should actually be able to reach that. If we go back to the app, we have the admin entry, and if I click it, I get a problem regarding my user products. State undefined is not an object. Let's have a quick look at the user products screen. Yeah, that should be products, because our slice is named products here in combine reducer. So here it should also be products. Little typo from my side. Now this looks better. And now, might look like nothing changed, but actually you can see my navigation items are gone, because now I am on a new screen, but I have my old list here, but with less products. If you compare Android, where I'm on the starting screen, we have more products there. Now I only have the ones where U1 is the owner ID. So that's good. But of course, I don't like these buttons here. And I also want to have a header, a menu item here, and a header title, of course. So there are some things we need to fix. These buttons, of course, are the most important thing, or the most striking thing that's wrong, though. Still, I'll start with the header. In the user products screen here, we can add the navigation options, user product screen.navigation options, and there set a header title of your products, for example. And we also need the menu button, so we can actually also go to the products overview screen, and from there, copy this header left part here, go back to user product screen, and add this here. Now, however, we need that function form of the navigation options, where we then in the end return an object with all the options in there. So that's something we need to change, like this. And we also need to make sure we import header buttons, item, and header button. So back in the products overview screen, there I have these imports here, copy them from the product overview screen, go to the user product screen and add them there. Like this, for example, so that you import everything you need. We also need to import a platform API because we're also using that when setting up the header buttons. Now, at least when we go to the admin area, we have our title here, we have the drawer, the menu button again. But now what about these buttons here? We will need to change the way our product item looks like. Currently, in our product item component here in the components folder, the buttons are part of the component. So is the wrapping touchable component. We can't change the touchable component that much because, well, it belongs around our content here. And that's also not a big problem because on the admin screen here, I also want the items to be touchable, but I want to go to my edit screen in that case. I also want to have two buttons, one for editing and one for deleting, but of course the captions and the actions should be different. Now we could pass in this caption text here as props and rename the props we trigger when the buttons are pressed in a more generic way so that we could use it for viewing the details on the product's overview screen and for editing or deleting on the user product screen. There also is an alternative way of handling this. So for one, when we press this component in general, I'll rename this to onSelect to have a more generic name that makes sense in a broader array of use cases. And I'll also change the way we receive these buttons here. I'll cut them from here and instead output props children here, which is that special prop that refers to whatever we pass between the opening and closing tag of our own component. Now with that, I can also get rid of the colors import here and of the button import. And now go to the places where we use the product item. That would be the product's overview screen, for example. There we now have to import the button component and make sure you import your colors. So import colors from constants colors. And now go to your product item and change it from a self-closing component to a component which you close and open with your own, well, component tags. In between these tags, you can now re-add these two buttons. And now, of course, don't use props on view detail and props on add to cart here, but instead add your logic right here, because now we're dynamically passing this in the product item component, but therefore we're able to pass different buttons depending on where we use that product item component. So now here I'll add a new handler, select item handler, for example, which is just a function stored in a constant like this. And there I want to do what I previously did on view detail. I'll cut that and add it here, and I expect to get the ID and the title here as an argument so that I can forward ID and title here like this. And now select item handler is what I want to trigger here on onSelect. Remember that I renamed this in the product item. This touchable now fires just onSelect. So you need to rename this in the places where you use that component, like here. And then here I execute my select item handler here and forward item data.item.id and item data.item.title here so that this data ends up in this function. I'm doing this because now I can use the same item handler here on this view details button. I can essentially just copy this anonymous function and add it here to this onPress handler of this button. So now we reuse that. And on add to cart, well, there we dispatch this. This now is removed here from the product item component because there we no longer have that prop. Instead, it's now here this prop, which takes this anonymous function, which then in the end should dispatch this action. So now the main change is that I moved the buttons out of the component, of the product item component, into the product's overview screen component. And that allows us to still do the same thing as before. If I save that, that should still work as before. We can tap an item, we can tap view details, we can tap to cart, and that all works. But now we can also customize this in the user product screen. So there I will also copy these buttons and go over to the user product screen, and in there import button from React Native, import our colors constant because we'll need that for the buttons from constants colors, and then here on the product item, instead of setting up this, we need to pass our onSelect prop when the item in general is tapped. But now we also add opening and closing tags for our own custom component, and again add our buttons here. But instead of view details, now I say edit and delete. And for the moment, I can just remove all other logic because for the moment we have no logic for editing and deleting, but that's something we can add later. And here for onSelect, it's therefore also just an empty function for the moment. This has the advantage that now we have our items as we had before here, but in the admin section we now have edit and delete. And this allows us to do different things by still reusing the product item component, which is of course quite nice. So now with the product item component reorganized, it's time to be able to, let's say, delete items, because that's actually amongst the simplest things we can do. This takes us back to Redux, and there it's now time to work on the products. And I'll start in the actions, which currently is an empty file, the products.js file in the actions folder, where I want to export an action that helps us with deleting products. The identifier, therefore, is simply named delete product, and it holds a delete product text here. And I'll also export action creator delete product, which takes the product ID like this, and which then returns an action object where the type is delete product, and the PID, the product ID, is simply the forwarded product ID like this. Now in the reducer, in the products reducer file, we can listen to that, because currently we're never caring about any action. Now we can switch on the action type here and handle the case that it's delete product, which we get from our products action file, and hence you need to add that import. If delete product is the case, we need to remove the product from our user products array, and of course also from the available products array, because it's deleted in general, not just in our user products, but from the entire app. Hence here, I will return a new object where we copy the existing state to be sure we don't lose any state. And now user products is simply state.userProducts, so the old user products, on which we can filter. That's a built-in JavaScript method which returns a new array that basically is created by running a function on every item in the old array. And if that function returns true, we keep that item. If it returns false, we drop the item. So this executes a function where we get the product. This function is executed for us by JavaScript, so to say, and it passes in the item it's currently having a look at to this function. So we get the product for each product in our user products array. And we want to return product ID unlike action PID, which is the product ID we want to delete. What this means is that basically it will keep all products where the IDs do not match. If they do match, we know it's the product we want to get rid of, and therefore we return false, which means in the new array it will not be included. And now it's essentially the same logic for the available products. There we just need to go through all available products and filter out the product there. This is one change we need to make. Another change needs to be made in the cart, however, because when we delete a product, it should be removed from the cart as well, because otherwise we have a product in the cart which doesn't exist anymore. So here I also will add a case for delete product, and hence you need to import delete product from actions products in the cart.js reducer as well. And in here, we need to make sure that we remove the product from the cart if it was deleted. So here in the cart, of course, we get our product ID of the product we want to delete. It's this PID in that action which is dispatched. So therefore here we return a new state. where we want to update our cart and the total amount such that, well, the product is gone. And with gone, I mean totally erased from the cart, not just reduced by 1, but totally erased. So items is here in the end a copy of the existing items without that product. So I'll create a new constant, updated items, where I copy my existing state items here, like this. And then I delete updated items for the action pit. So I delete this item from the cart. Of course, this only makes sense if this item exists in the cart. So I will first of all check if state items for action pit, if that returns anything meaningful. And if that is not the case, then I will just return the existing state, because then I'm done with this case. I don't need to change anything in the state, so I'll just return the existing state without changes. If we make it past this if check, then I know that the product with the ID we're about to delete is part of the items. So then I continue, copy my items, then delete the product from there. Before I do that, get the item total by accessing state items for the action pit. And then there, of course, we have this, if we have a look at the card item, the card item model, we have this sum field here. So in the end here, I need to remove the sum. I'm interested in the sum because now I can update my items down there with the updated items, where I did delete it with the delete keyword. And the total amount of the card is state total amount minus item total. So the total of this card item we had added before. So now we update the card appropriately as well when we delete this. Now we just need to dispatch this deletion. So back in user products, here in delete, we want to dispatch. So from React Redux, we can import use dispatch to get access to the dispatch function here by calling use dispatch, as we did it many times before. And then here, when delete is pressed, we can dispatch our action. For that, of course, we need to import this action. So let's do this. Let's import maybe everything as products actions from the store folder, there from the actions folder, and there from the products file. And now we use products action down there when we dispatch this to call delete product and forward the product ID, which of course is item data.item.id here, because we're going through all the products here, and that basically means that item data.item refers to instances of our product model. Every instance has an ID property, and we're forwarding this to delete product. So if we give this a try, and we go to admin, and I click delete on the red shirt, indeed it's gone here. And if I go back to products, it's gone here as well. If we reload this, and I do add the red shirt to the cart, you see it here, I added it twice. Now if I go to admin and I delete it, and I go back to products and to the cart is empty now. On the other hand, if I do add, let's say, the carpet and the coffee mug now, go back to admin, delete the carpet but not the coffee mug, you see in products, the coffee mug is still in the cart. So that did work. By the way, you might notice that coffee mug is a bit cut off here. That's something I'll fix later, together with the fact that here we actually see a minus now for the total. That's also something I'll fix in a second. First of all, let's make sure that we can, however, in the admin section, go to the edit screen, or that we also have an item up there that allows us to add a new product. So let's make sure we can go to the edit product screen. And for that, of course, I first of all will fill it with some life by importing React from React. And then also by importing some things from React Native. And these some things for the moment will include the view and the text, and also a style sheet, which we'll need later. And then here we have the edit product screen, where I will get props and need to return some JSX. I set up my styles object here with style sheet, create, like that. And then we can export the edit product screen as the default. Now here in the component itself, for the moment, just to see that this works, we can output a view with a text in there where we say the added product screen, and later, of course, we'll output more helpful things here. And now to go there, again, we need to register this in the navigator. It's part of the admin navigator. So let's import this screen. Import the added product screen from screens user added product screen. And then add it here to the admin navigator, maybe with added product as an identifier, point at the added product screen. Now we should be able to generally move there, but of course we now need to trigger a navigation action to reach it. And that's something I want to do from inside the user product screen. When we select this or when we press edit, then I want to do the same thing. So I'll again create a function here so that I don't duplicate my code. Select product or added product handler maybe. This is a function where I expect to get the ID I want to edit, so the ID of the product I want to edit. And here I want to use props navigation, navigate to the added product screen, so to the screen with this identifier, which I of course have because that's the identifier I just registered here. And I want to forward the product ID here. So the ID I get as an argument here in the function is forwarded as a routing parameter. Now added product handler is the function that should be executed here when we click the edit button. There I forward item data.item.id, and I do the same here in this onSelect handler, of course. If we have a look at this, we go back here, admin, click here, the edit product screen, also if I click the edit button. So that's working. Now to add new products, I want to go to the same screen, but without passing in an ID. And that will allow us to then find out whether we're in edit or add mode on that edit product screen by checking whether we have an ID or not. So to go to that add product screen, we can add an action item, so an item to the header bar here in the user product screen. And that should be on the right, so I'll add header right here. This is in the end just what we set up here, so I'll copy that using header buttons. But the identifier here could be add, and the icon should be md create and the iOS create to have that icon that signals that we're about to create something. And also here, I don't toggle the drawer, but instead I call navigate and go to added product. And now, as I mentioned, important, without passing any parameters here. Because we're adding a new product, we will certainly not pass in any existing ID here. And with that added, for example on Android, to mix things up on the admin screen, we can now press this action bar icon to go to the screen. Now, of course, here the header is missing and we'll fix this. But before we do so, there is something else I want to fix. The coffee mug is actually cut off here on iOS. You see that the G is a little bit cut off. And in addition to that, you might have noticed earlier that when I had items in the cart and I removed them, that earlier I had a minus here. Let's fix both things. For the coffee mug or for text being cut off, the reason is simple. In the product item component here, we assigned a height to our different elements, like the image has 60% height. The details at 15, let's give those 17, and therefore deduct 2 percentage points from the actions so that the title has a little bit more space, and this makes sure that the coffee mug is there. That was a simple fix. Now, for the cart, the problem simply is that behind the scenes, when working with floating point numbers, JavaScript doesn't have the precision you would maybe want it to have, and that's just how JavaScript works. And therefore, if you add two items and then remove them both, you can actually end up with a value that at some decimal place isn't 0. Now, what you can do to fix this in the cart screen is here, when you output the amount with toFixed, you can actually use math, which is built into JavaScript, round and wrap this toFixed value here, and multiply it with 100, and thereafter divide this by 100. This will ensure that you never end up with this minus. Again, this has to do with how JavaScript internally handles these floating point numbers. So now if we, again, add a couple of items here and add them to the cart, this generally looks good, so our logic still works. But now if we remove items here, we should always end up with a 0 like this and never with a minus in front of it. So that's just a tiny improvement regarding how we output this. And with this visual tweaks out of the way, let's go back to the user products and make sure that now that we can reach the edit and add screen, which is one and the same screen, of course, we also do show some inputs there, and we load some data for a product that should be edited if appropriate. Now, I will say that we'll have an in-depth look at how to work with user input and so on in a separate module, in the next course module. Therefore, I'll not dive deeply into it right now. The only thing I want to do right now is add a text input here to the edit product screen, and then output a couple of text inputs here, which allow us to fetch user input, and in the end allow us to add or edit products without any validation or anything special in there. So I'll also import a scroll view, because I'll begin by wrapping everything with a scroll view. Because you could certainly be viewing this on a small device or in landscape mode where not everything fits into one screen. Now in there, we'll have a couple of views with the different text inputs. So here we'll always have a text with a label, like the title of the product which you should enter, and below that a text input that allows you to enter this title. And in the end, I will repeat that for all the different things you want to add. Now, some styling will be required. So here for the text input, I'll add a style of input. And on the text above that, I'll add a style of styles label. You can also give this view an overall style of form control, for example, whatever you want to name it. And now we can repeat that for the title, for the image URL here, for the price, and also last but not least for the description. I'll also wrap these things overall into another view, so all these form controls in the end, which I'll give a style of styles form. Now it's time to work on these styles here. So down there in the style sheet, for the form, I'll set a margin of 20 in all directions, so there is some spacing around these inputs. For my inputs here, for the form control label and input, I also want to add some styles. So here I'll have the form control, my label, and then also the input itself, so the text input itself. And for the form control, I want to set a width of 100 to make sure that this is as wide as possible. For the label, I'll set the font family to Open Sans Bold to have some bold text here, and then a margin vertical of 8 to have some spacing on top and bottom. And for the input itself, which is this text input element, I want to have a padding horizontal of 2, so a very small padding, so that when we enter text, we're not directly on the edge of the input, and a padding vertical of 5, so a small padding to top and bottom, and a border bottom color of this slight grayish look with this hex code of CCC, and then a border bottom width, border bottom width of 1. That's the style I'll go with for now. Now if we have a look at that, by going to admin and then, for example, clicking adding a new one, this is how it looks, and doesn't look too bad. Certainly not configured in any way, but something to get started with. And of course, now I want to be able to submit this and save this as well. For that, in the edit product screen, I want to have an action button, so a button in the header. Hence here, before the styles maybe, order doesn't matter, but I like to have it right next to the component. I'll add the navigation options where I need that dynamic syntax, because we'll need to do something dynamic from inside the header. And then here we return that config object, where for one you can set the header title, and that should also be dynamic, because there I want to output whether we're editing or adding. That will depend on the fact whether we have a product ID param or not. So we can already access navdata.navigation.getParam. Now if you have a look at the user product screen, you'll notice that when we click on the edit button, we do pass in the product ID param here to edit product navigation. When we clicked on the add icon in the header, however, we don't pass that. So the product ID param, if that's available, we know we're in edit mode. So here I can check if we can get a value for that. And if that is true-ish, then I show edit product as a title. Otherwise, I'll show add product, because that's a clear indicator to me whether we're editing or adding. The header title is not everything that should be part of the configuration, though. I also want to have that header right part to have a button that allows me to save my data. And for that, I'll go to the user products screen and copy this setup I have there with the header buttons. Copy that over to the edit product screen. And of course, therefore, also copy over the imports of header button and header buttons and item over to edit product screen and add this here. And now, of course, we need to tweak this a little bit, because certainly an add button does not make sense here. Save seems to be a more appropriate label, and the icon I want to use therefore is MD checkmark and iOS checkmark, which renders a nice, well, checkmark icon. Of course, here I also don't want to navigate to edit product, but instead I want to submit my form, and that's something we'll work on in a second. First, we need to make sure that we can save all the user input and that we also pre-populate this form in case we're editing. So to save the user input, we can use the useState hook from React and simply manage the state for each of these text inputs. So we'll have 4 states here in the end with useState, each initialized to an empty string initially, and then we have the title and set title, and repeat that basically to also have like the image URL and set image URL, and then here have the price and set price, and then here also have the description and set description. And again, we'll refine this in the next module where we dive deeper into handling user input. For now, I'll just bind this to my text input. Value here is bound to title for this first one, which is my title input. And on change text here, I get my text here that changed, and I'll save this back to set title in this case here, so that I update my title state with the newly entered title text. And now it's this pattern which we add to all these text inputs here. Here, of course, for the second one, we're talking about the image URL and set image URL, but other than that, it's the same. For the price, unsurprisingly, we pass back in the price and we call set price, but other than that, it's the same. Please note that price, therefore, of course, is also managed as a string here, because whatever the user enters always is text. And here for the text input, I will pass in my description and set my description here. With that, the data is managed. Now to pre-populate that, when we have a recipe, when we are loading a product and we're in edit mode, we just need to get our prod ID with the help of props, navigation, get param. There, the product ID is a parameter we can retrieve. And if prod ID is set, well, then I know we're in edit mode. And then I, of course, want to pre-populate my fields here with values. Now, actually, that means I want to load my product based on the prod ID from my Redux state. So we import useSelector from React Redux here. And now here, we can get our edited product by reaching out with useSelector to our Redux state. And now here, of course, we need to dive into our products slice. And you can always check out your reducer if you're not sure how it was structured again. And there we see in the products part of our reducer, of our Redux store, I should say, we have that user products array in the end. So that's what I'm interested in here. I reach out to user products, and now I want to find the product with that prod ID. So here I'll have a look at every product. The find function does this for me, and I want to return true if the ID of the product I'm looking at is equal to the prod ID I retrieved from my parameters. Now, of course, sometimes this will not yield anything if prod ID is not set because this parameter is not set, which is always the case when we clicked on this add button. Then this parameter will never be set, but that's okay. So edited product will then simply be undefined, which is totally fine. Otherwise, if edited product is not undefined, if it is set, therefore, we know we are in edit mode, and therefore we can pre-populate our values. Therefore, actually, I'll do this first before I initialize my states, because that is something I want to initialize depending on whether we loaded a product or not. So title here, actually, there I will check if edited product, if that is set. If it is set, then I will initialize the title to be edited product.title. Otherwise, it will be an empty string. And I'll have the same logic for the image URL here. So here I do that for image URL. Not for the price, because the price shouldn't be changeable, but I will do it for the description. So the default value of title, image URL, and description depends on whether we have an edited product or not. And now with that, since we set this on the state, this will automatically be fed into our text inputs. And the only thing is, I need to make sure that I remove the price input here if we're in edit mode. So we'll check if edited product is set here. And if that is the case, then I will return null here, and only otherwise if it's not set. So if I'm in add mode, not in edit mode, I will render that price input here. So that the price input is removed if we're editing, because I can't edit it anyways. So now with that, let's give this a try, and let's go back to the admin screen. If I click on add, I need to re-add the platform import because I'm using that in the header button for rendering the check mark, the icons depending on the platform. So let's make sure we import platform on the edit product screen. But now if I click on add, we see all 4 imports, all empty at the beginning. If I click on edit on the other hand, they're pre-populated and I don't see the price input, which is exactly what I want. Now it's time to make sure that when we submit this, we either update our product if we're editing, or if we're adding it, we're adding a new product. And again, for now, I will not add any validation. We'll do that later. So for now, we can also submit an empty product. Later, after the next module, this will not be possible anymore. So what about submitting this? The submit button, of course, is in our header, and therefore you learned how you can connect header and component. We do that with the help of params. So I'll add a new function here in the edit product component. Submit handler could be the name. And in there, in this function, I want to do whatever needs to be done to add a product or update it. So we need to dispatch some Redux actions. For now, I'll just console log submitting here so that we see that this executed. Now we need to pass that submit handler to our params, and we can do that with the help of use effect here, which I showed you earlier already, and also with use callback. And we wrap our function here with use callback. And of course, this function has no dependencies right now, so we can just use it like this. This ensures that this function isn't recreated every time the component re-renders, and therefore we avoid entering an infinite loop. And now we can execute use effect here to execute a function after every render cycle. And here our dependency is submit handler, which never changes, which means right now this only executes once, which is great, because then we can set params here, pass an object, where we bind submit as a key to the submit handler. Now submit is a parameter which we can retrieve here in our header. Our submit function can be fetched from nav.data.navigation get param submit. That's the key I just set up in the set params call. And submit function is therefore what should be executed when this button is pressed. So I'll just point on press to that submit function in the end. Now, right now, one little change is all required. Use callback like this would actually recreate it every time this re-renders. We need to pass in that second argument, which should be an empty array. Now this function will never be recreated, and now we avoid an infinite loop. So now if we go to the admin screen, go here and click this button, you actually see submitting here. And that works therefore as it should. Now we're really close to the end of this module therefore. We need to make sure that we now dispatch actions for creating a new product or for updating a product. And therefore, first of all, we need to add these actions here in our actions folder. So I'll export a constant here, create product, like this here, create product. And then here also another identifier for updating a product with update product and update product, like this. And create fitting action creators for create product. And now it's up to you how you want to structure this, what data you expect to get when you create a product. I'm a fan of creating the product really here in the action or in the reducer, so I actually expect to get a title here, description, image URL, and a price, let's say. And then I return an action object where the type is create product, and the product data is simply all that data merged together. So here I have my title, which is mapped to the title we get as an argument, description mapped to description, and therefore we can also use a modern JavaScript shortcut where if the property name and the value variable name is the same, you can just write it like this. So it's the same like price : price. We can just write this here. Of course, that's also possible for title and description, so that we map all these arguments into properties of the same name in this object. And if we update a product, that's relatively equal, update product. So we can generally copy that, but there's one important difference. Here we also need the ID of the product, which needs to change. So we get this as an extra argument, and we can store this in our action, therefore, in a separate property of our action object. Now in the reducer, we of course need to handle that. We need to handle the creation and updating. So let's add a new case here in the products reducer for create product. And for that, make sure you import create product from actions products. And of course, one for updating a product with update product. Make sure you import that as well. In create product, of course, we need to create a new product, and I'll store it in a constant here with the new keyword and the product model we created earlier. For that, you just need to make sure you import this product model here from the models folder. And that product here receives an ID, which we for now can generate manually with new date to string to have a kind of pseudo-unique dummy ID for the moment. Later, this will be generated on a server, but we don't have that yet. Owner ID for now is hard-coded to U1 because we have no users in this app right now. But title and so on can be populated with data from the action. Because in the action, for creating a product, we have the product data key, and that holds our object with title, description, image, URL, and price. And that's data we can now retrieve. So here, for title, we got action, product, data.title. For the image URL, it's action.product data.image URL. Unsurprisingly, for the description, it's action.product data.description. And for the price, it's action.product data.price. This is now a new product I create. Now we need to add it to our store by returning our updated state here, where I first of all copied the existing state, and now I need to add it to both the available products and the user products. Because we created it, it certainly therefore belongs to us, so it needs to be part of both arrays. And the available products, well, there we can take these available products we got and use concat to get a new array, which is the old array plus a new element. And here new product is that new element. And I do the exact same thing here for user products. So here I use state user products and I concat my new product. Now what about updating? For updating, we first of all need to find the index of the current product. So product index could be a constant name, can be found by accessing our user products. And there with find index, which is a built-in JavaScript method, we can find the index of a certain element. Again, this takes a function which executes on every element in that array. And that needs to return true so that we will have an index. And there I will look at the IDs and look for the ID where it's equal to my PID, my action PID. Because if you remember how we set up that action, for updating, we do have that PID field here, which holds the product ID we're getting. So I'm looking for that product, and then I store the index of that product in the user products array in the product index here. Now we can create an updated product here, which is technically a new product object, but of course pre-populated with some old data. For example, we keep the ID, so we take action PID as a value here. I also keep the owner ID, and for that I can access state user products for the index we just find out. So for that product index, .owner ID. I won't change this. Of course, I will store the new title. So here I will store action product data.title. I will store the new image URL, so action.productData.image URL. And I will store the new description, so action.productData.description. However, I mentioned the price should not be editable. So as a value for this, I will keep the original price. So state user products product index dot price here. By the way, that also means that our action is not entirely correct. There, I also expect the price. I shouldn't do that because we can't enter it in our inputs anyways. We don't need it. So we shouldn't expect it here. We shouldn't forward it as part of product data for update product. For a new product, we need it, but for updating, we don't. So with that, we have our updated product with some new data and some old data. Now we need to update our state, of course. For that, we have the updated user products, where in the end, I copy my existing user products with this syntax here to create a copy. And then I set updated user products for the selected product index equal to the updated product. So I replace the product at this index with the new updated product in my copy, not in the original array, but in my copy. I need to do the same in the available products, but there I first of all need to find the index, because that index here only works for the user products. The index in the available products is very likely a different one. So I have my available product index here, if you want to call it like this, which generally has the same selection logic, so we can copy that. But of course, I will look into the available products array instead of the user products array. And now, again, here we can have the updated available products, where I copy my state available products. And then I set updated available products for the given product index equal to, for the available product index, of course, equal to the updated product, so that I replace my existing product with the updated product in both the available products and the user products array. Well, and now we just need to return our new state. First of all, copy the existing one, and now set available products equal to updated available products, and set user products equal to updated user products. So to my updated arrays I'm configuring up there. With that, we hopefully have all the logic we need. Now let's dispatch these events from inside the added product screen. So here we need to import use dispatch from React Redux and import our actions. So import everything as products actions from the store folder, there from the actions folder, and there from the products file. And then dispatch these things in the submit handler, of course. Here, what we dispatch depends on whether we're editing or adding. And as I mentioned, we can find out what's the case with the help of edited product. If it's set, we're editing. If it's not set, we're adding. So in here, in the submit handler, we can add an if check and check if edited product. If that is set, we're editing. So then I want to dispatch my update product event. For that, first of all, I need to create that dispatch function with the help of use dispatch. And now with that created down there, we can call dispatch products actions, update product, because that's what we're doing here. And now forward all the data we need here, which is my prod ID. That's the ID of the product we're editing. We're extracting that up here. And of course, in addition, also forward the title, forward the description, all these state constants we have here, our image URL, and not the price, because we don't need that. And in the else case here, that means we're adding. Then I want to dispatch products actions.create product. Here we forward title, description, image URL, and also the price. And with that, we should have a setup where we hopefully can add and edit products. So let's save this and let's take a look. If we now go to the admin area here, and I edit this, and I add an exclamation mark here, and also one here in the description, and I hit save, I get undefined as not an object, evaluating props price to fixed. So looks like I lost my price here when trying to update this. Well, okay, before we fix this, let's see if adding a new product works at all. If I add a product here with test, which is of course not a valid image URL, so we'll not see an image, but at least, well, we submit something. This is also a test. If we try this and I hit submit, this also doesn't work. So somehow saving the price doesn't work. And I think the problem is, yeah, of course. The problem here is that price is actually a string here, but should be a number. So we can easily convert it to a number by adding a plus here before we pass it to create product. For updating, on the other hand, if we have a look at our products reducer, it should normally keep the price it already had. So let's see if that plus fixes it for adding, or if there is a different issue as well. This was a change that's required anyways, but let's see if there is another problem. So test 12, please enter only numbers here, not some text, which you currently could, but which would break it. Test this. Press this button. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. We got some problem with the image here, but if we scroll down actually here, if we dismiss this, we can see here's our product. So price is missing, so something's wrong there. And we also don't seem to save the image correctly, not only because it's not displayed, but because of that warning we got. But generally this works. However, for example here, if I try to update this and save this, we still get an error. So there still is something wrong. So one thing that's wrong is in the actions, of course, for update product here, the type should be update product and not create product. Otherwise we trigger the wrong action, the reducer, which explains the price error we got there. So this has to be update product here for updating a product, unsurprisingly. So that's one problem, but another big problem can be found in the added product screen. I use my use callback method here to wrap the submit handler, right? And I do this to avoid unnecessary recreations of that functions. The problem is I initially set this to have an empty array as a dependency list, which means this never is recreated, which made sense when we only had console log in there. But now we're doing stuff in there. And now we actually do have dependencies. Right now I never recreate this function, which means it never is recreated for its updated values. So when we submit our form, we never take into account what the user entered. So actually now we need to specify dependencies here. The dispatch function, but more importantly even, the prod ID, the title, the description, and the image URL. And also, of course, the price. Now with that, if we save this, we should be fine and all the issues should be gone. So let's wait for this to reload. Go to admin now and start editing this maybe. And now if we add exclamation mark in the title and in the description, we save this and go back, we see that here. And if we go to products, we also see it here. And in the details, we also see that exclamation mark. Now if we go back to admin and create a new product, test 12, test this, and I save this and I go back. Now this also shows up down there. Of course, the image doesn't show up because we haven't entered a valid URL, but all the other data shows up, so this is generally working. And of course, you could enter a valid image URL and that would also work. Let's quickly test this as well. So let's go back to the admin section and add a shelf here, maybe. For that, I selected the URL of a shelf I found on the internet for 199.99. This is a nice shelf like this. If we now save this and we go back, this looks good. Here's our image, and we also see that here on the product screen, and we can view it here as well. So this seems to work, and with that, we generally have a setup that does work. Now there are minor things which I want to work on. For example, before we delete, it would be nice to have a little confirmation dialog. And in addition, I want to make sure that when we added or edited a product, when we click save here, we automatically navigate back. So these are just minor things, of course, but I think they make for a nice final here in this module. Let's start with the confirmation dialog here in Edit Product screen. We can simply import the alert API from React Native, which allows us to show a nice alert, and then add a new method here maybe. We could all do it inline, but to have a little bit more structured code where I have my delete handler. By the way, how you name your functions is totally up to you. I just like this handler naming here if I assign that to my event emitters in the JSX code, so to say. And in there, we can call alert.alert to show an alert with the title of "Are you sure?" Message, do you really want to delete this item? And then an array with all the buttons we want to present, where the button number 1 has a text of no and a style of default. There are only 3 default styles or pre-configured styles you can choose from, and no special handler on this first button. Second button has yes. There I want to have a style of destructive to mark this as, hey, this will delete something. And the onPress handler here is then in the end holding a function that will really dispatch the delete action. So now it's the delete handler which I want to execute when we click on that delete button. And therefore, of course, I'm in the wrong component I just saw. Let's cut this. It's not inside of the edit product screen. We don't need the alert import there. It's the user products screen I'm talking about. There we need to import alert. There we should add this handler. And now the delete handler should be assigned to this delete button here. So here we can just point at the delete handler, and this anonymous function can be cut from down there and can be moved here and replace this onPress handler for this button. And now with that, we should get this pop-up, this confirmation dialog before we actually delete something. So if I click on delete now, I'm asked, and if I press no, nothing happens. Only if I click yes, we delete this. Tiny mistake, of course, is that the item data we need needs to be available. So here we forward the ID we want to delete. So actually, for the delete handler, we need the ID of the product we're applying this handler to, so that here I have that ID available. And that means that when the delete handler is called down there, we need to make sure it gets the ID. So there are 2 ways of doing that. An anonymous function in which we execute delete handler manually and forward item data.item.id. Or alternative to that, pass in the delete handler like this, but use bind to pre-configure any arguments this function will get. Bind always needs a value for the this keyword inside of the function it will execute. There we can just pass this, it does not matter. But the second argument now is the first argument the delete handler will get. So here we pass item data.item.id. Now with that we make sure that we can actually press yes and it will work. If we now go back here to admin, click delete, press yes, this now really works. And if we press no, nothing happens. Yes deletes it. So that's the first thing. And to make sure that we navigate back, if we save this, now we need to go to the edit product screen, and there in our submit handler, no matter if we dispatch the update or create product action, in the end I want to also call props navigation go back to the previous screen. And if we now save this, and we go to the admin screen, and I do, for now, submit an empty product, I of course get a warning, but this generally works, this going back. And if I added a product, this also works. So now with this, we're done regarding all that input management. The remaining thing I now want to do before I really finish all of this up is that now I want to optimize the product item a little bit more and the way we're reusing our card look here with the shadow and so on, because we're using that in multiple components. And if you find yourself using something in multiple components, you might always want to think about whether you can optimize this a bit more. And indeed here we have optimization potential. So how can we optimize this though? Well, we could create a separate component here in our UI folder of the components folder, which we name Card.js, where we just store this card look in. A card component can be a very simple component in the end. We import React from React here because we need to create a component, and we import a view from React Native, just like that. And now here we create our card component where we simply get our props, return some JSX, and export this component in the end. Though we'll also need to set up some styling because that's the core idea behind this component. It's all about giving us some pre-configured styles. So I'll also add my styles constant with stylesheet.create down there. And now what is the JSX code I want to return here? Well, that's a view which will actually wrap whatever we pass in there. So between the tags of my component. So just props children in there. But now that view can get some default styling here, which I'll name card, and that should be the styles with which I otherwise copy around. So here my card style in this card component is exactly what I have here in the product item. It's this shadow stuff here, the elevation, the border radius, and the background color. We can cut all of that and move it into the card here. Now to still be able to configure this a bit, I'll actually enhance this and set style to an object where I merge in my styles card values and any values I get on the style prop here, like this. So now we can even set a style prop when we use our card and pass in our own styles that will be merged together with these default card styles. Because this now allows me to use the card here in the product item, for example, by importing card from, and now up one level into the UI folder, into the card file, and replace this view here, this outer view with card, and of course therefore also replace the closing tag, and still pass in my product specific styles here. So this height and the margin. This will be merged with the other card looks, and everything between the opening and closing tags of card will just work. I pass this into my card here with the help of props children. Now the same for the order item. There we just need to import card from, and now go into the UI folder to card here, and then use card instead of that view, that outer view here, replace it with a card, and get rid of these card styles here, the shadow stuff, the elevation, border radius, and background color, and only keep the special styles you want to merge in. And now the last thing, the last place where we can use this is the card screen. There I also have my summary which uses these card styles. Well, again, we can import the card component from the components folder, the UI folder there and there from the card.js file, and now use the card component instead of view in the place where we want these card styles. So here that would be the view which had the summary styles. I'll replace this with card. And down at the summary styles, we keep everything that's specific to this screen or to this component, but we can get rid of the shadow color, shadow radius, elevation, border radius, background color. That can all be removed. Now let's save that. And you will see that, of course, the app still works and looks the same way as it did before. If I add this to the cart, for example, and I order this, and I have a look at my orders, this all looks the way it did before. But now it does so with a little bit of a more optimal code where we actually reuse our styles and have a separate presentational component for them so that our other components can be a bit leaner and we don't repeat ourselves as often when setting up the card look. Another advantage is that we can't mistype. If we set shadow radius to 8 in one component and 10 in another, then our app might look slightly inconsistent. We avoid this by having some central styling focused components which set up these core styles, which we then use in other components as we're doing it here. With that, in this module, we covered a lot of the things, or we practiced a lot of the things you already learned about. There wasn't that much new knowledge. The icons here in the drawer, that's something we haven't done before, but in general, most of the things you saw here are things we already covered earlier. But that was the idea of this module. I hope you saw this as a good practice to practice the things you learned. I hope you also tried this on your own first, or at least I would recommend that you still go ahead and try it on your own, even if you now followed along, that you rebuild this from scratch on your own so that you really practice all the things that are important here: navigation, creating components, managing data with Redux, so that you're well prepared for the next module where we will now dive into details, like for example, managing the user input here in a more elegant way and adding validation. Thereafter, we'll also make sure that we save data on a server, that we save our products there in our orders. And thereafter, we'll even add authentication to make sure that we work with users in this application. So with that, let's move on.